13 News Now begins in storm mode.
The president directed his team to ensure that state and local officials in the storm's path have all the support and resources they need to prepare for and respond to any potential impacts.
Right now, the president and emergency officials are watching North Carolina. Hurricane Arthur slamming into the Tar Heel State, hitting the Outer Banks hard.
This is a look at the storm when it slammed into Manteo overnight. We just heard that the eye of the hurricane is in that area and moving off. 13 News Now, of course, has team coverage for you this morning.
Absolutely. Carl Limer is standing by in Manteo, while Ernie LeBeau is bracing for the storm in Nags Head.
Joe Flanagan is watching the storm's effects in the Commonwealth. He's live for us at the ocean front in Virginia Beach. But our storm mode coverage this morning starts, of course, in the Weather Lab.
The Weather Lab team is there. Craig Moeller, Evan Stewart, tracking the storm, tracking the hurricane. Category 2 right now.
Right now, and we're going to continue to watch this very, very carefully. I do want to let you know the eye has almost cleared the Outer Banks. And you might be thinking, well, hey, this is great, right? It is almost done with North Carolina as far as the center of circulation. But I'm going to ask you to be very cautious as you think about these impacts that we'll be facing over the next few hours. As this moves out over the warm Gulf Stream, it may at least hold intensity or possibly intensify just a little bit more, bringing some more rough wind and very heavy rain back towards the coast. And we are getting reports now down around the Pamlico Sound of a rapid water rise on the sound side down there along the Outer Banks. So we are watching this very, very closely. Again, as we've been saying all along, sound side flooding was going to be one of our bigger concerns with this. And we are seeing some very, very strong gusts as well. Frisco with a gust to 90 reported, Rodantia gust to 96 miles per hour, and Avon down at the pier there an 84 mile per hour gust. So this is what we are looking at right now. We do have live reporters being able to feed images, and we'll be hearing from actual reports throughout the morning up and down the Outer Banks. Do want to take a closer look at some of the heavier areas, the bands of rain that are working off to the east right now through southern parts of Virginia Beach. Just about right now clearing Back Bay. It does extend over through Sandbridge, approaching Pungo. You're in line for some of this intense rainfall as this will work off to the west. Hickory and Northwest getting a little bit of a break right now, but this heavy band is going to roll over your way as it wraps back around. Northern parts of Chesapeake also seeing a little bit less intensity right now. You head over towards Portsmouth, the rainfall picks up there, and we're also looking at intense rain, some pockets of it around Poquoson, back up through Gloucester, and then areas off to the north and west of that. All right, we'll take a look here again at the situation, and I want to get into the future cast and talk to you about the winds. Here's what you can expect as we take you forward with those winds. The system, even though it's pulling offshore, the winds may actually become as strong as we've seen them at the Outer Banks, or not at the Outer Banks, at the coastal sections of Virginia Beach and up towards the eastern shore. Notice we could, and it's not a guarantee, but our RPM forecast, our future cast here, showing potential for wind gusts up to 55 or even 60 miles per hour from the north as that system moves off and may even strengthen just a bit. On the backside of it, we could still see some very strong winds, especially at the beaches. We'll see the wind shifting around to the northwest, and then through the afternoon, those winds ease up. Let me time out the rainfall. With Futurecast, you can see that we're going to deal with the rain this morning, very heavy. We're going to ask you to stay off the roads right now. You do not want to be out there traveling with the gusty winds and the heavy rain ponding on the roads. That will be an issue with some of those heavier bands coming through. But by 10:30, 11 o'clock, that stuff moves out, and we're going to see clearing through the afternoon. All right, I'll be back with a lot more. You're also going to hear from Evan Stewart. He's broken down region by region exactly what you can expect, those impacts coming up.
Well, we want to take you for coverage of Arthur live to the Outer Banks.
That's right. Carl Limer is live for us in Manteo. Carl, what are conditions like right now? Good morning.
Hey guys, what's changed in the last 30 minutes or so? Just a little bit more rain coming down. Again, not anything incredibly heavy, but it is coming down a little bit harder right now, and that's what they're dealing with here. But we've seen quite a bit of storm effects here in the last couple of hours. In fact, about an hour ago, there was a ton of rain and wind that was through here. In fact, it knocked out the power to the Emergency Operations Center across the way here. We've been working to get some updated information from them as to whether there might be some storm damage they're dealing with right now, whether there's flooding. Again, working to get some new information on that. But I can tell you, just coming up here, we've seen some limbs, small limbs, some leaves that have come down. Haven't seen any significant damage as far as that's concerned in terms of driving down here, but they did have a curfew in place. They've got it in Kill Devil Hills, Manteo, Nags Head. Seemed like most people were heeding that warning, that kind of hunkering down. Driving down here was pretty much an open highway coming down, so I saw quite a bit of different types of weather. I think I mentioned last time I saw lightning up in Currituck County. Once I got it down into Dare County, I did not see that. I've primarily just seen the heavy wind and rain at times. And again, right now we're talking about rain picking up. It is starting to blow just a little bit. That's different from about 30 minutes ago when we were talking about the eye of the hurricane being directly over Manteo. But right now, what we're seeing is just a more of a steady rain and a little bit of breeze picking up. But again, right now, just working to find out more information about what they might be dealing with and what they might be preparing to deal with once the storm moves out of here. We're live in the Outer Banks in Manteo. Carl Leimer.
Hey, Carl, it's Craig Moeller. Real quick, I just wanted to ask you, you are right now on the backside of the eye. It is just approaching your location. Have you noticed the wind shifting directions at all yet where you are?
Haven't really noticed a change in direction per se, Craig. But I've just noticed it's picked up a little bit, and right now the rain coming down harder than it was just 30 minutes ago. So the winds picked up. Haven't really been able to tell if it's shifted directions or which direction it was coming from right this moment.
Okay, appreciate that report, and we will see those winds shifting very quickly at Carl's location. He noted the rain starting to pick up. He just went through the last 45 minutes or so with the eye passing by, so they had the lull. It's going to pick up where he is as well.
All right, thank you, Craig. And of course, Carl out there in Manteo, but we have you covered with some of the emergency management people and the folks who have been mobilizing for this storm for days.
Dare County is under a state of emergency right now. Dorothy Killingsworth is with us. She is a spokesperson for Dare County. Dorothy, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How would you assess how your county is doing right now during Hurricane Arthur?
Well, it's very, very difficult to assess when the storm passes in the middle of the night, but based on the calls that we're receiving, the volume is very, very low. Rodanthe, which is the northernmost village on Hatteras Island, is getting the most impacts right now because the eye has passed and they're getting those winds. The winds have shifted now. So we're waiting for morning to get a really good idea of exactly what we're facing. There are some power outages on our mainland sporadically in Manteo and also Nags Head, and certainly there are areas of Hatteras Island without power, but the call volume overnight has been low, but part of that is due just to the storm coming through during the early morning hours.
Dorothy, this is Craig Moeller. We've had some reports of the Pamlico, the water coming up now with those winds shifting and the sound side concerns. Have you had any early indications yet of that issue?
We have had some reports from deputies that water from the sound side is rising in the Rodanthe area, but we don't have any indication of just how much. But it will rise quickly, and we know that just even from past experience.
You know, the other thing with the evacuations, I'm sure a lot of folks actually heeding those evacuations. Do you also possibly attribute that low call volume to that?
Well, it's just difficult to tell. There are still many people in Dare County because, you know, we did not evacuate areas north of Oregon Inlet. It's difficult to say. I think part of it is that people were probably resting, and you know, so it's difficult to say why the call volume is low, but we're thankful for that just because, you know, emergency responders would do their best to respond, but when the winds are high, it's difficult. But we have not had a call for emergency services overnight.
Dorothy, there are obviously people who are up. They're not sleeping. They are watching our coverage. They're listening for word from their county officials. What do you want folks to do? We know there's a curfew in effect right now. What's the word you want to get out for people who are watching right now?
Ask people to stay put because in certain areas of the county there are not high winds at this moment. But that's only because it's passing and the winds are shifting. So just asking everyone to stay put until daylight hours. We'll be doing an assessment. You all probably saw the notice that went out letting people know that there would not be entry into the county this morning until we can do just an initial assessment to make sure that roads are cleared and you know, passage is safe into the county. So really just asking people to stay put. It's dark outside. You don't really know what's out there, and give us an opportunity to take a look at those roads and make sure it's safe.
What else is part of that assessment besides the roads, Dorothy?
What else will we assess? The
Yes.
initial assessment that we want feedback from is just about roads, but then we'll have assessment teams out who actually go into areas to look at flooding and to look at homes and structures that might be affected.
Well, we would certainly like to follow up with you a little bit later, certainly when the sun rises and we are able to see the impact Hurricane Arthur has had on Dare County. We thank you for your time this morning and sharing with us what's going on in Dare County.
All right, Dorothy, you take care. Thank you very much. Earlier during our coverage overnight, we saw reporter Dustin Wilson getting blown around in Nags Head. The winds were that strong, couldn't even stand.
He was getting tossed around, and he is with a mobile crew that can just about go anywhere. We heard earlier that he's been seeing some flooding on the roads. Let's get back out to him, Dustin Wilson in Nags Head, for an update on the situation there now, and he's driving around.
Guys, we are along Highway 158 heading north here at Nags Head, and the winds have died down significantly. We are in the eye of the storm at this moment. Rain has been steady throughout the morning, and even now it's still raining. Highway 158 is fairly decent, but when you hit some of the off-roads, if the road drops off just a little bit, there's going to be a moderate amount of flooding. We've gone across a couple of 1 to 2 foot deep puddles over the last 30 minutes or so, and I think the most interesting point about this is it's not over. There is going to be a second wave of rain and wind, and I think that the point needs to be driven home, that folks need to keep that in mind. Even though it's died down right now, there's going to be a second wave of this.
And Dustin, you are on the western side of that eye. You just had it pass over your location. They mentioned they were driving through a couple areas where there's a little bit of standing water. You know, obviously it's very important folks don't try to cross those areas.
Certainly.
But Dustin's out there gathering some information. Have you noticed the winds at all shifting where you're located, Dustin?
You know, earlier when the winds were at their strongest point, it felt like there were short bursts of wind. As far as the shifting of the winds, I'm not sure which direction. It's kind of hard to determine what that's doing, especially when it seems to be going back and forth. So at this point, I'm not sure if the wind has shifted, but I do know that we have not seen very much damage at all. People have stayed off the roads. They've listened to the warning thus far. We've only seen a handful of vehicles over the last 30 minutes or so on the roads, and so at this point, based on what we're seeing, and obviously we're not seeing everything because it's not light outside, but based on what we're seeing, there's not a lot of damage thus far.
That's certainly good news.
You be safe out there, Dustin. We're going to check back in with you later. I've heard Craig ask 2 reporters now in a row about the wind shifting. Explain to our viewers the significance of that and why that's important.
Very, very significant. Let's take a look at Weather 1 right now, and I do have that radar looping. We're going to hear from Evan Stewart in just a moment on some of the impacts, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to step into the wall here, and I'm going to telestrate for you and show you exactly what it is we're talking about. We're doing this on the fly, so I'm going to go ahead and set this up so you can see what's happening here. All right, and what I will do is get out there and draw for you which way this thing is moving and why the wind shift is so significant. Here I can select this tool right here, and I'm going to have that. All right, and what you have here, the motion with this storm system is going from the southwest to the northeast. So this is moving along in this general direction. All right, if we do a cross section right now and just kind of go ahead and create a cross right there. All right, the worst of the winds are always in that right front quadrant as it's moving along. So this is the area where we've seen the strongest winds potentially, and those reports that we had down around Avon, Rodanthe, some of those different communities down along the southern Outer Banks, they had those winds up around 80, 90, 95 miles per hour in that right front quadrant. Those buildings and structures that take the hit from those strong winds coming in from the one direction, as the winds shift around, you have to be concerned that they're going to get hit. It may not be as strong. The winds may be a little less powerful, but you take a hit from one side, then the winds shift back around to the other way. It can really do a number on some of the structures. So it can, those structures can become somewhat vulnerable. Then the winds shift around as the system passes, and that creates another round of issues. So this is why we pay close attention to it, and you can really see the proximity of the eye once you get the winds shifting around. We've spent a lot of time talking about that. I want to bring Evan in and see if he can talk a little bit more about the specific impacts. I've been doing a lot of the tracking, but you've taken some time to analyze the different impacts as they are going to occur region by region.
That's right. We'll break it all down for you region by region, starting with the Outer Banks. We have seen those gusts, especially down around Ocracoke. We had a 99-mile-per-hour wind gust, and now as we get on that back edge of that storm, we'll still likely see some winds gusting up to around 80 miles per hour. 2 to 5 inches of rain, storm surge up to 3 feet. That's what the Hurricane Center was looking at with some of their new models that were available online. And again, we're really watching here on the sound side of the Outer Banks as we head through, mainly especially the Outer Banks here of Dare County as you head down towards Hatteras and even down towards Ocracoke. Interior North Carolina, places like Gates County, Chowan County, Perquimans County, Hertford County, Bertie County, Northampton County, about 1 to 3 inches of rain right along the sound. Storm surge up to 2 feet. The good news again with those winds switching around towards the northwest, that'll be pushing it down towards the southern end there of the Albemarle Sound. Winds, again, gusts up to 45 miles per hour are likely as we go here throughout the afternoon. For parts of south side, especially coastal south side, so we're saying from Suffolk eastward, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Portsmouth, Norfolk, 1 to 2 inches of rain, storm surge up to 2 feet, winds gusting up to 45 miles per hour. A little bit higher, though, once you get out towards Virginia Beach around the ocean front and up towards Cape Henry. Likely we'll see some winds gusting 50 miles per hour, possibly up to 60 right near the water. As we head through interior parts of south side, again, that includes Isle of Wight County, Surrey, Sussex, Southampton County, City of Franklin. Still looking at those winds gusting up to around 35 miles per hour, possibly up to 40, and rainfall up to 1 inch. So we head up across the peninsula, James City County, Williamsburg, York County, Newport News, Hampton, Poquoson, 1 to 2 inches of rain, storm surge up to 1 foot, maybe a little bit higher through parts of Poquoson and down towards Hampton, right there where you're getting those north-facing winds. Winds eventually switching towards the northwest, so that'll push the water again back down the Chesapeake Bay. Those winds, though, gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Up across the eastern shore, 1 to 2 inches of rain, storm surge up to 1 foot, and those winds 25 to 35 miles per hour with gusts up to 45. And finally, for parts of the middle peninsula, Gloucester, Matthews, Middlesex County, 1 inch to 1.5 inches of rain, storm surge up to 1 foot. Especially really watching parts of the Mobjack Bay area here across the western edges there of Matthews County, winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour as well. That's sort of the breakdown for you region by region. With the rest of the forecast, looking at futurecasts on those wind gusts, let's head back over to Craig.
All right, and the winds still may become very gusty. I just very quickly want to show you the wind map, and it's significant because I just talked to Ashley. Right now, we do not have wind restrictions on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. That could change later this morning as the system exits over the warm Gulf Stream. We could actually see the wind gusts at the ocean front and at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel picking up. I understand, though, there are some traffic issues, and you guys have more.
That's right. Let's check it right now with the 13 News Now Traffic Network. Ashley, you have an accident to report.
We do. It's in Norfolk 64 eastbound at Norview Avenue, or a little bit beyond it, rather. You see Norview right here, so as soon as you pass it, you'll see this accident. We'll go straight to the camera just to show you how things look out there. And you can see the accident right now predominantly here on the shoulder, but also this right lane is going to be blocked as well. Traffic is not a major issue, as you can imagine, this morning, but you will have some slight delays as you pass the scene. Be very, very careful, and I'll let you know when this clears up. Let's head back to the map now. Just want to give you a quick heads up. And so we talked with Dorothy Killingsworth out in Dare County. Just want to give you a little bit of information about this. We do understand that access into Dare County, as we talked about a little bit earlier, is going to be restricted until these preliminary assessments can be taken care of. So if you're planning to head into Dare County, you're going to have to wait until those prelim assessments are done. We'll let you know when they're done and when you can access Dare County, but for right now, let's get back to our coverage.
Thank you, Ashley. We'll certainly keep checking with her on the traffic situation, the driving situation. We know with a storm like this that winds are a big issue. We've heard about the gusts, and that can cause power outages.
Power outages, a big problem right now on the Outer Banks, and Sandra Parker is tracking that for us. What have you found out?
Yeah, guys, not only a problem on the Outer Banks, but also here in Hampton Roads. These numbers have been fluctuating all morning long. Take a look at this. This is DOM.com. Dominion Virginia Power gives us numbers and tells us exactly. I just refreshed this page. It tells you where the power outages are. Right now, they're saying in North Carolina, there are more than 2,000 people without electricity. In southeastern Virginia, we've got about 1,100. Now, if you click on this section right here, like the North Carolina one, it will tell me specifically where in North Carolina, Dare County, where many of our crews are right now. What we're seeing is they've got 739 people. That is half of what I saw about half an hour ago. We saw double that number. So they're getting people back up online. Washington County, which is 2 over from Dare, they're seeing the most power outages right now, and that's at 1,300. They were over 2,000 just a short time ago. So if we go back to our map, we can also look at where in southeastern Virginia we're seeing some of the outages. Right now, if we click that right there, it tells us in Virginia Beach, I know that they have almost 300 power outages. Norfolk, we're looking at more than 300. And again, these numbers have really been fluctuating all morning long. Williamsburg also experiencing some power outages. Newport News as well. Not only do you see the numbers like this right here, they also have a map, an outage map, where you can look and see exactly where. You see that every dot represents power outages. And if you click on some of these like this one, they actually tell you what might have happened. Most of them are just generic and say storm caused these problems. This one actually says a power line is damaged, and they're telling you where that is. They're also saying right now they don't know when these things will be restored. Usually they give you a time of when they think it will be restored. Obviously, these crews are working very hard trying to get power restored right now. So some of them have been restored quickly, but these numbers keep fluctuating. I'm going to keep an eye on them, and I'm going to let you know how those numbers keep fluctuating, guys, and where the power outages, where we're seeing most of them. But right now, really, it's widespread.
And they are out there trying to get all electricity restored. We could see, though, more outages throughout the day, and Dominion has some tips to help you stay safe. First, make sure your cell phone is charged. If your power does go out, let Dominion know by calling 1-866-DOM-HELP. That's 1-866-DOM-HELP. And then turn off all of your major appliances, but leave a lamp or light on so you'll know when your power is restored. And if power lines snap, call Dominion right away so they know about it.
Yeah, guys, and we're going to post some of this information for you on Twitter and Facebook, so you have access to these numbers, to the website. We want to keep you informed on all of our platforms. We are also working this story for you from Virginia Beach, where it's been a rough overnight for a lot of folks. I know for me it was when my alarm went off, and then the alert went off, and then I had to wake up all those kids and get them in the bathroom.
Well, the winds and Mother Nature with the alarm overnight. Joe Flanagan is out at the oceanfront. Joe.
Yeah, guys, you know, in the last cut-in that we did out here, Craig was quick to point out that it may be dry now, but the rain is coming, and he was spot on. We got clobbered with showers shortly after we were somewhat dry, and the winds have stayed solid ever since that one. I didn't want to look real pretty. I just used the umbrella for the drama. You can probably hear the audio making the sound of how strong those winds are coming right at us from the northeast. Photographer Will Sloan was going to try and zoom in on the waves for you. It's a little dark when you try that, and it's a pretty dramatic looking scene out there. And this is the spot where surfers love to come, and we're thinking perhaps when the sun comes up we might see a few. Well, already as we pan past the berm that Public Works put up at Grumman Island Park, we did see some surfers come down here, and they were actually standing behind the surfboards near the gate over there to Grumman Island and using that for wind protection and sizing up the situation. The one guy I talked to said, a little nasty for us, doesn't look like a great day to try surfing, but perhaps later on they'll do that. And there's one other guy coming over who I think, yeah, he looks like a potential surfer as well. So conditions really nasty right here now along the boardwalk. We're right at the edge of Rudy Inlet. It's going to continue this way, as we know, for a while. And we're expecting Drew Langford from Public Works to be down here shortly. We'll talk to him about everything that's going on in the city. And there was a spokesperson from the Virginia Beach Fire Department who stopped by, said he was driving around patrolling, just wanting the public to know that they have not had any severe calls so far, that they're safe, they're working on it, they've got crews out. So rest easy, folks. The city's looking out for you. We'll have more updates throughout the morning. This is the place to tune in because we've got a lot of public officials stopping by to let us know how things are in the city of Virginia Beach. So that's the story live here on the boardwalk. Joe Flanagan, back to you guys in the studio.
Absolutely. The Weather Authority said those winds would be picking right back up.
And we have a really neat graphic that we're going to show you. We want to get over to meteorologist Craig Moeller talking more about what's happening with the storm now. And this is something I saw yesterday, Craig. This is a really neat graphic.
Yeah, it's a live wind field right now, and this is from earth.knowlschool.net. You can check this out for yourself. This is just so awesome. You've got the wind field here, and you can see what's going on. We were talking about a frontal boundary, and you can see how the winds change direction here. This is where that front is located, and that's what is pushing Arthur off to the northeast. Now, this was when it was actually centered just a little bit back, so it's a little bit older there, but you can see, again, how the wind, the front is playing into this and how tightly packed those winds are and how strong the winds are right there. So just wanted to share that with you. Let's take a look at our futurecast winds, and we'll pick that up over on Weather One, our computer there. And I mentioned, even as this system exits, we have the potential for this thing to really maybe even strengthen a little bit on the exit. We have seen this before as the systems get back out over the warm Gulf waters. You could actually see the winds increasing a little bit at the ocean front. Around Norfolk, we could see gusts still up around 50 miles per hour. And these are peak wind gusts. So this isn't sustained winds, but you could get that occasional gust out there, say, at Cape Henry or maybe back up towards the airport. You occasionally get that gust to 45, 50 miles an hour. Not out of the question. Again, that is a live look. You can see how the winds are picking up there at the ocean front, and we're going to continue to watch that very, very carefully. That's at the Outer Banks right there. And again, look at the wave action coming in. You can see why there's so much potential for the beach erosion. That's going to be one of the issues that we deal with there. Very angry seas right now. The sea's running about 10 to 15 feet. Look at the waves crashing in on the pier. Just a spectacular live shot there. We'll hear from our crews. So as this system gets out over the warmer Gulf Stream, it may intensify a little bit. Again, we'll see those winds at the ocean front maybe intensifying a bit. The rain is going to move out. We're going to see big improvements later in the day, but still we'll have the opportunity for showers through 7, 8 o'clock. You can see some of those bands still capable of producing some heavier rain. And then as we go through 9:30, 10, 11 o'clock, most of the rain is gone. Temperatures in the upper 70s for a while, but we'll get up in the lower to mid 80s. So I think skies will become partly sunny through the afternoon. It's going to be a good-looking upcoming weekend, but for now, we are still very concerned with what's happening with Arthur. Again, at the Outer Banks, just about clear of the Outer Banks, but now we have to deal with the wind shift and those strong west and northwest winds on the backside of it, creating those sound side issues. And we'll continue to keep you updated on all of that. I'll have a lot more with the full forecast coming up. Again, highs today in the lower to mid 80s. Tomorrow, we'll see temperatures staying in the low 80s and more sunshine into Sunday.
13 News Now begins in storm mode.
The winds are strong in Nags Head as Hurricane Arthur moves through the area.
That's right, and we have team coverage for you throughout the morning to get you through the storm and to show you what it's done so far. 13 News Now anchor Brian Farrell reports the storm already caused some minor damage.
We're here in Nags Head. The wind is fierce right now and kicking up a lot of stuff, a lot of debris, rocking some of these SUVs and all that have been out here. You see them going back and forth. The other thing is we're seeing some of the storm damage and all already too. Something, and I mentioned debris flying, something whacked really hard right there into this minivan. I was going to say SUV, but it's a minivan that's here in Nags Head. Power has kind of flashed out, gone out a couple of times. As I say, the wind is just kicking a lot of sand around. It's kicking a lot of debris and pieces of things like fences, limbs, things like that are flying around right now. Obviously, the rain is coming down at the same time and just kind of beating away here. So we're going to kind of try to stay safe as we hope everybody else is. Right now, we are in Nags Head. Brian Farrell, 13 News Now.
And showing us that damage to that minivan, and I've been out covering hurricanes before, stuff does fly like right past your head. You really need to stay inside when those major bands move through and the wind's blowing and that hard rain's coming.
Absolutely.
Because you are at risk when that happens.
Yeah, and we're seeing another accident on the roads right now, and for that, let's go to Ashley Smith in our 13 News Now traffic network.
Yeah, right now we've been tracking trouble mainly just on the interstate. This newest accident out on the peninsula in Newport News, 64 eastbound at Victory Boulevard. Right now the exit ramp is blocked. We'll give you a quick live look just so you can see for yourself. Not a lot of traffic making its way east or west this morning, obviously, but that exit ramp is going to be blocked until that accident is cleared up. Let's head back to the map now. We still have that accident working on the south side as well. This one in Norfolk, 64 eastbound just past Norview Avenue, blocking the right lane. We do see a little bit more traffic activity out there. If you're headed that way, just be careful as you make your way out and about. Traveling through North Carolina, a lot of areas are going to be restricted until preliminary assessments are able to be made. So we'll keep you posted, let you know when those happen. And if anything else pops up, we'll let you know right here on 13 News Now at daybreak.
Yeah, you mentioned some areas in North Carolina restricted. No one is allowed into Dare County right now because they want their assessment teams to go out there and check the roads for any damage once it gets a little lighter.
Yeah, they can't do that until first light, so they're going to check on flooding situations and scenarios, damage to property and homes, and of course, you know, they're going to check on the roadways, which are a major issue. Now, we do have crews stationed all along the Outer Banks. One of our crews is Carl Leimer and 13 News Chaser Jason Walsh. Earlier, they were in the eye of the hurricane.
And let's see what conditions are like for them right now, live in Manteo. Carl.
Hey guys, you know, it's really been very calm here again. You know, we've kind of seen it come and go, and as we've been talking on air, it seems like we've pretty much been in a lull most of that time, with the exception of about 30 minutes ago we saw the rain come down a little bit harder. But right now, again, as we kind of look around, it's very calm. So right now, conditions not too bad right where we are in Manteo. The most dramatic thing we've seen since we've been here is a transformer that blew, and it was right over here as we were coming up to the Emergency Operations Center in Dare County. We saw that go, and then it took the power out to the building itself, and also down the street. Everything went black. The generators, backup generators, came on, and then we saw the lights flicker again. They went out at least one more time during that process, but they say they have the power restored now. And we heard Sandra talk about some of the people in Dare County, about 700 or so people without power down here. So this has been something that has affected the electricity, but as we've looked around and we've been looking for any kind of damage that we might be able to see from where we're at, I can tell you in some of the surrounding neighborhoods there were some limbs down, some leaves. Also, they had a couple of shelters, one in Manteo, here in Manteo, and one in Kill Devil Hills. They had a couple of people that we talked to last night that stayed here in Manteo. In fact, one lady tells us that she had to cut her vacation short, but she wanted to be safe.
It seems to be a really good shelter, so I'm happy I'll be safe, the car will be safe, and that's all that matters right now.
And again, officials want people to continue to stay off the roads. I can tell you it seems like most people did listen to the warnings that were put out. We didn't see a lot of traffic around here, so people are staying off the roads, and they want that to be the case so that they can get out there and start to see what kind of damage may be out there before people start crowding up the roads. We're live in the Outer Banks in Manteo. Carl Leimer, 13 News Now.
Now, we know you're probably wondering where this hurricane is now. How strong is it? Where will it head?
And how fast is it moving? Let's get over to Craig, because he says later today things are going to be A-OK, but it's still here.
Still have some rough weather to get through this morning. Things will improve later this afternoon and this evening. We're going to salvage a nice end to the 4th of July, but the morning is starting off very rough, especially around the Outer Banks. We'll show you more on the radar in a moment. 5 o'clock update here. Let's talk to you about what's happening right now. Still officially a Cat 2 with 100 mile per hour winds, occasional higher gusts possible. We haven't seen any gusts reported over 100, but I will tell you somewhere out there, probably over the ocean, there may be a few gusts a little higher than that. Here's the thing, movement now northeast, and the forward speed continues to increase a little bit. 23 miles per hour. This thing will continue to move off very quickly to the northeast. So away it will go, and we'll say so long to Arthur later today. Improvements coming. But as we've been hearing from our crews, the wind's starting to pick up down along the southern part of the Outer Banks again. And you can see how the center of circulation right here is offshore. We do still have the winds coming in, and we'll take a little closer look. Let me go ahead and telestrate for you just so you can see exactly what we're talking about here. Again, the center of the circulation right here, and we're going to find the winds now coming around on the back side of this, coming in, wrapping in from the northwest, and this is where we have the potential for the sound side issues along the Outer Banks. We just got a report around waves of sound side flooding there, and we're going to see, I think, the potential for that around Salvo, some of the other communities down along the southern Outer Banks, very susceptible to this issue. They've already had a lot of wind down there. It continues to come in now from the west and the northwest, and that's going to push the water up against the sound side there. That's the water from the sounds coming up, and that will be a significant issue this morning. This system is going to race off to the northeast, but we still have the areas of rain, and we're going to continue to watch this. Even off to the north, we're seeing some more rain, and we can take a little closer look at that. Let's go ahead and take a look off to the north. You can see some of the batches of rain across Hampton Roads right now. Light rain across Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. Some heavier pockets over towards Deep Creek. Western Branch up into Portsmouth, we're seeing a little bit more. We also have some heavy rain up around Williamsburg now, so we haven't had to spend a lot of time talking about the peninsula or the middle peninsula because they haven't seen the really damaging impacts from the system that they've been dealing with down into North Carolina. But you are starting to see more pockets of heavier rain pushing up your way. And one of the things we've been saying all week is with the presence of a front and the moisture coming in from Arthur, you could see some enhanced rainfall. That's what we're looking at up here to the north. You can see the heavy rain all the way up towards Saluda, almost reaching Tappahannock, but even the northern neck up around Kilmarnock, they're seeing some of the heavier rain. It extends over to the eastern shore, Nancock, Nassawadox, Cape Charles. You've seen periods of showers off and on, but you are not exempt from this. You'll feel some of the effects as well as the system moves along. Now, as it continues off to the northeast, we're going to see it moving back out over those warm Gulf waters, and with that, we're going to see the potential for it to at least maintain strength, possibly even gain just a little bit more strength here in the next hour or two as it continues out over the warm Gulf Stream. So there is some concern with that we could see the winds picking up even more at the ocean front. I want you to be prepared. Some gusts up to tropical storm force, very, very possible. I think we will see some gusts up that strong towards Virginia Beach. So if you're up there in the beach near the ocean front, don't be surprised if those winds really ramp up here in the next hour or two. And we're also monitoring these bands to see exactly how close they come to the beach. Right now, the heaviest rain offshore, but it's wrapping back in your direction, so be prepared for that. Highs today in the lower 80s. I'm going to be back with a lot more on this. Evan also has prepared some of the local impacts. We'll pass along some storm reports. That'll be coming up.
All right, guys. Thank you, Craig. We were going to take you back down to the Outer Banks right now for another live report from our roaming reporter, Dustin Wilson. He comes to us from our affiliate in Charlotte.
And right now he's at a very popular spot, the Avalon Fishing Pier. All right, Dustin, what are conditions like now?
Guys, conditions are very dicey here out on the Avalon Fishing Pier. We'll give you a live look onto the waves. You can see that the wind is swirling. The waves are crashing onto the pier at this point. This is some of the strongest wind we've seen throughout the morning, as the gusts of wind just are very steady here. We came off of Highway 158 just north of Nags Head. I think we were in Kitty Hawk, and it's really it's blowing the sand sideways. It's crashing the waves into the pier, and it's some of the most dramatic scenes we've seen from the morning. At this point, the further north you get from Nags Head heading into Kitty Hawk, the more water you see on the roads, especially on the side of the roads. So if we get more rain throughout the morning, some of the roads are going to see moderate flooding, definitely 1 to 2 feet on the side of the roads. That's not 1 to 2 feet covering the roads. But at this point, strong winds. You can see the crashing waves, and definitely dramatic scene here at the Avalon Pier. Back to you.
Hey, so you were driving on Route 158, Dustin, earlier, and you mentioned that water is on the sides of the road. So you guys were able to pass safely, correct? It's not on the roadways yet, just to be clear with everybody, because we don't suggest folks drive around when water is on the roadways.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't recommend driving 158 right now. A couple of areas, the water was approaching the center of the highway there, but yes, it is on the side of the roads. probably 1 to 1.5 feet of standing water in certain areas, but a couple of areas, a couple of pockets of that water are approaching the center of the highway.
Well, emergency management officials have been saying stay indoors.
Yep. Shelter in place.
He's saying right now, Justin is saying that they are seeing some of the worst impacts that they've seen, and I want to very quickly have our director take Weather one more time just to show you there is a band, a very heavy band right there that is starting to work back towards the coast. You can see
on it right
there. Yeah, if I were to freeze it, you'd see that, but my point is that's about to curl back towards the northern part of the Outer Banks, and there are going to be these pockets, these areas, these waves of very heavy precipitation that will still work towards the ocean front. You're going to see some of your strongest winds in that, your most intense rain, and we are by no means out of the woods with this yet. The eye is past, but as I've been saying all along, we're still going to deal with a period of very gusty winds and perhaps some of the worst conditions we've seen yet at the ocean front. So I just want to make that
on the Outer Banks. On the Outer Banks.
Or Outer Banks and in Virginia Beach.
And in Virginia Beach.
Absolutely.
Okay.
For next couple of hours.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. We have a situation happening at the Midtown Tunnel. Is that correct, Ashley?
Yeah,
what are you watching?
Now, right now, the issue, it looks to be a problem working where crews are just trying to assess the Midtown Tunnel is what it looks like. Let's head to the camera. You can see for yourself here. We do have crews out here. Traffic is completely stopped in both directions, so you're not going to be able to take the Midtown Tunnel as of right now. But crews just pulled up. Looks like they're kind of just looking at the roads, looking at the sides of the tunnel as well. So working to find out what's going on, if there's any issues structurally with the Midtown Tunnel that could possibly close this for a while, but at least right now, if you're about to head out the door, you want to take the downtown tunnel instead to travel between Norfolk and Portsmouth. Again, we'll continue to watch this. We'll continue to watch the accidents. Also working one in Newport News, 64 eastbound around Victory Boulevard. That still blocked, the exit ramp there, and 64 eastbound right around Norview Avenue where the right lane is blocked in Norfolk. A couple things still working. We'll keep you posted right here.
All right, thank you, Ashley. She's got a busy job this morning. We all do, especially meteorologist Craig Moeller and Evan Stewart working in the weather lab. And we are going to take another look at those bands, those really strong bands that are now coming our way again.
All right, guys, take it.
You take a look right now. Again, this is the one we were talking about approaching the northern end of the Outer Banks. You can see Currituck from Southern Shores all the way up towards Knott's Island. This one is working back. This is one of those bands that's wrapping around some of the most intense wind and heaviest rain that we've seen yet for that part of the viewing area. Down south, they've already been hit hard. You get down around Avon, you go down, Little Kinnikee, Rodanthe, those areas down towards Buxton. They've been hit hard already, but we've been spared the heaviest stuff off to the north. Some of this stuff is going to continue to work down and through the area, so we need to watch that. Now, we will see the opportunity again for more of the rain and the wind over the next couple of hours, and we're going to take a look at some of the wind gusts already. Evan Stewart's been monitoring that. You know, we're in this live coverage mode. I'm keeping an eye on certain issues, and Evan, I know you've been doing research, getting reports coming in.
That's right, and we have seen some of the strongest wind gusts down across North Carolina, so we'll switch over here to Max 2, and again, you can see these peak wind gusts. Cape Lookout, 101 miles per hour. That's the highest wind gust that I've been able to find right there through North Carolina. Ocracoke had that 99 mile per hour wind gust, 96 in Rodanthe, 91 Frisco, 90 at Hatteras, and 84 down towards Avon. So certainly some very, very strong wind gusts. That Cape Lookout one, again, 101 miles per hour. Here are current conditions out in Virginia Beach right now. Keep in mind that the storm is off towards the south, so we got those north-northeast winds coming in at 23 miles per hour. Temperature 75 degrees, winds gusting up to 31 miles per hour. And as we head a little bit farther towards the South Manio, as those winds start to wrap around, those winds are coming in here out of the northeast. So a sustained wind of 31 miles per hour with a wind gust up to 47. And as we head even a little bit farther to the south down towards Hatteras, those winds wrapping around coming in out of the west at 32 miles per hour, not getting a humidity or dew point report there. Temperature 77 degrees, wind gusts of 56 miles per hour. And I know that Craig right now is working with Martin Cornick, our weather producer. We've got some pictures coming in of some of that sound side flooding down in North Carolina.
And if we can get that, Evan, we're going to go ahead and share that. Is it available yet? We've got thumbs up. Let's take a look at our NowNet computer if our director can access that from the switcher. This came in from Rodanthe. You can see sound side flooding. This is water into the lower part of a house there. You see up to about the doorknob or even the deadbolt lock as this homeowner was looking down towards, and I'm assuming this is a beach house here at Rodanthe, but the water now into some of the homes there. Again, sound side flooding. You see the evidence. We hate to see it. I can't tell you that we're surprised at all we're not. We knew that there was going to be this type of potential, but you're seeing it now. And again, we'll stress with our viewers, you help us tell the story. We need you to be safe. First and foremost, don't take any chances trying to get images, but if you do have a picture that you're able to take or some video that really captures the essence of what's happening where you live, and it is a safe opportunity for you to get that and to send it in to us, we'd love to share your experience with all of our viewers, helping people understand what the threats are. Back to the maps. Again, 5 o'clock update. This thing's still a Category 2 hurricane moving away to the northeast very quickly, and it will shoot off to the northeast. Big improvements. Eventually, it will weaken to a Cat 1 and eventually down back to a tropical storm as it goes farther and farther away. But for now, still a Category 2 hurricane, and again, it may pulse up just a little bit as it's out over this warm Gulf water. It may maintain the intensity, but the bottom line is with some of these heavier bands wrapping back towards the northern Outer Banks and maybe back towards Virginia Beach, we could still see a few higher wind gusts here at the ocean front. So we're going to be watching that across the south side, back out right now across central parts of the metro area, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Chesapeake, much of Virginia Beach, certainly the northern half of Virginia Beach, and then out to the west. We have just these pockets of rain, and there's this front that's going to come through, and we're seeing the combination now, the front playing with Arthur here. It's pushing Arthur away. Eventually the front comes through, the winds shift around. Big improvements coming up later today. But we still have to deal with the impacts from Arthur. We will continue to bring you live updates and reports from up and down the Outer Banks. Temperatures today, lower to mid-80s, I think around 84 degrees. We'll see more sunshine and beautiful weather through the weekend.
North Carolina Governor McCrory declared state of emergencies for 11 counties in North Carolina right now.
And we are expecting to hear from him later this morning with a news conference right around 9 a.m. But right now we want to take you back down to the Outer Banks for another live report from one of our reporters stationed in Nags Head.
Ernie LeBeau is with us, and she joined us by phone. Ernie, what is the situation like where you are right now?
Well, right now the rain has really died down, but what we're seeing are this wind is really picking up. I'm actually right up under a canopy outside the hotel, one of the in the parking lot, but the wind is still, you can probably hear it in a little bit, just whipping around a lot of sand, a lot of debris. And as far as we're concerned, we did also see a car that was damaged. Something actually flew off one of the buildings here, landed in the back of a car windshield, just shattering at that moment. I don't know if you can hear that wind right now, but that's the major issue right now. Is this wind is really picking up and intensifying, and you're really just starting to see why this emergency evacuation order was issued for a lot of these island communities, because it is just not safe out here at this time. And I'm also told that Dare County will be is restricting access to some of the communities this morning, just waiting to see until they can get to some of these communities and survey some of the damage before allowing people in those areas. But right now here in Nags Head, the wind is really picking up. We're still seeing a lot of gusts, but the rain at this moment has really died down. That's it for now. Reporting live, I'm Ernie LeBeau, 13 News Now.
Ernie, stick with us for just a second. I have a quick question for you. I know you've seen a lot of conditions. You've seen the rain come and go and the winds pick up. Have you seen people out and about? Because there is a curfew in effect right now until 6 in the morning where you are.
No, there haven't been any people out. The only people that I have seen out were people in the hotel. Now, I just want to point out that a lot of people who have these oceanfront hotels have had water pouring into their rooms because of this hurricane. The wind is really picking up. And I also spoke to one person in the lobby who said they had their air conditioning unit just blow right out of the wall. But right now, people are really taking cover, taking heed to this warning, and staying out of this hurricane.
And that is the advice from Dare County spokesperson Dorothy Killingworth to stay put, certainly until daylight.
You heard the winds whipping with our phone conversation with Ernie there. I don't know if you heard her, but she said water has been getting into the rooms of the hotel where she is, and an AC unit floated out of the window.
Out of the wall, yeah.
I mean, unbelievable. Let's check in with Sandra Parker now, because power outages, big concern right now in North Carolina, and there are some outages on the south side as well. You're tracking that for us.
Yeah, guys, and these numbers do keep fluctuating. We're watching the interactive outage map that we've got with Dominion Virginia Power, and they also cover the North Carolina area. And right now, I just refreshed this. You can see the numbers have just come in. These are in North Carolina right now. There are a little more than 2,264 folks without electricity. In southeastern Virginia, we have more than 1,500 people without electricity. Now, if you click this, it tells you where in North Carolina they're seeing the most. In Washington County, that's about 2 counties over from Dare, where we're seeing more than 800 people without electricity. I clicked on the map that they have, and it said that there's a circuit problem that's out, so they're working on that. We also have Benita Billingsley-Harris, who is with Dominion Power. She's on the phone for us now. And Benita, I know you guys, you have crews out there working throughout the night. You've been working on all this.
That's right. Our crews have been on standby all night waiting to see activity, which we began seeing about 1 o'clock this morning, seeing an impact from the weather. We have about 3,000 customers that have been affected since about 1 o'clock this morning, mostly in North Carolina, as you just said. Our system is holding up very well so far, but as Craig has been telling us, the wind gusts may speed up a little bit more, and that does slow down our restoration because we have to have certain wind restrictions before we can put our bucket trucks in the air. So we're just asking folks to be as patient as possible because as soon as it's safe to get out there, our crews are ready to go.
And if people are, if they do experience power outages, what do you want to tell people to do? If you're having a power outage, what do you want them to, the first thing to do?
Well, the first thing to do is to give us a call. They can give us a status of their power outage right on their smartphone by going on DOM.com, or they can also call 1-866-DOM-HELP to let us know. And also, equally important, if they see a down power line, please call 911 first and then let us know, because we will respond to every report of a downed wire and make sure the situation is safe, because it can be very dangerous. We ask people to stay away from down power lines and make sure they let us know where they are.
And Benita, I know since this storm obviously covering a large area, you've got North Carolina and Virginia, crews coming in from all over to help out with this?
Yes, we have extra crews called in, especially to the Outer Banks area. Of course, with it being the 4th of July weekend, we know how important it is to get power restored as quickly as possible. Many of the folks down there aren't even residents, so, that live there normally. And so we just want them to know how they can get in touch with us and let them know that we are prepared, we are on top of it, and we're going to get out there and start restoring power as quickly and safely as we can.
All right, Benita, and again, you've got the crews out there trying to get these numbers down, but they do keep fluctuating, and of course, as you mentioned, it depends on the wind, and that's one of the things that we're watching. I know meteorologist Craig Moeller and Evan Stewart have been monitoring that all morning long and all throughout the night. We've been watching that. Craig, what are we looking at right now? How's the wind?
Right now, we're still looking at very strong winds at the Outer Banks. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about some of the different things we're observing. We have our weather producer, Martin Kornick, has been monitoring the water levels at the Oregon Inlet. And it was interesting looking at the tide levels down there. What we've seen in the last 2 hours, a 3-foot rise in the water levels over the last 2 hours. So it really spiked and continues to go up now that the winds have pushed around and have switched. We're now seeing that water push from the west and the northwest towards the sound side. That's why we're having those sound side floods and the issues that we'll continue to see for the next few hours. So the water levels are up on the sound side, and this has been a concern all along. I also want to talk to you about the conditions at the Virginia Beach oceanfront and the structure of this system. I'm going to go ahead and pull back just a little bit here so you can see what's happening and basically what we're dealing with right now. And if I can get Evan to stop this loop here, let's just pause the loop for a second, and I want to show you what's happening on the south side of this. Thank you very much, Evan. You can see right here, this area, we're looking at a stronger area of precipitation that is showing up. This is offshore now, okay? But as this wraps around, if we see this, again, filling in on the north side and wrapping back around to the west side, again, that's a sign that this could be getting a little bit healthier. We're also watching very closely for the Virginia Beach oceanfront, some of these heavier pockets a little farther to the north, as these could wrap back towards the coast. So as these come in from the northeast, we're going to be watching that very, very closely, and this will be a concern. Out at the oceanfront right now, Joe Flanagan has been out there, and we've been talking about the conditions changing up. They've had some waves of rain. But, Joe, I have to tell you, as we're watching right now, within the next 45 minutes to an hour, if these heavier bands get there, you could see some of the most intense rainfall so far.
Oh, well, thanks for filling us in, Craig. Last time you did that, you were right on the money, and we got drenched. It has let up now, and it's dry and windy and feels pretty comfortable, although those are strong winds, so we will look for that band that you say is going to be moving in a little bit later on, and be prepared. I'm standing on this berm that Public Works has been shoring up Grommet Island Park over the last couple of days, about an 8-foot high wall that wraps all the way around the park to protect it from any surges and coastal flooding that could occur here. And also, photographer Will Sloan can get a better look at the wave action as he zooms towards the water, because slowly but surely Daybreak wants to try and come here to the oceanfront. And there's a couple that we had tried to point out earlier. Don't think you can probably make them out. Maybe a little silhouette down there by the water's edge. We interviewed them, and we'll get the interview on later on. They're from Minnesota, and they were curiosity seekers, which we don't recommend. But he had never been in a hurricane before, born and raised in Duluth, so he wanted to come down with his wife and see what this is all about. She had been in hurricanes before and said, we'll peak, we won't linger. That's good advice whenever there's a situation like this one. The Grommet Island Park, high and dry. There are some guys milling around over there, protected by the little wall of Grommet Island. They were scoping out the conditions to perhaps surf today. Said, doesn't look good at all. I said, what about this afternoon? They said, maybe. They also added, definitely tomorrow we'll be down here. Should be some good surfing. But when you hear it from guys who know the water and guys who surf down here, and this is a big area, Craig, as you know, for surfers, when they say it doesn't look good, don't look for surfers to be out here this morning. Not good, not safe, not recommended. Public Works will be here later to talk to us. We heard from a spokesman from Virginia Beach Fire Department saying all things are well. They got patrols out scoping the city, so everybody should rest assured public safety is #1 with the city officials, and right now we are in good shape. That's the latest down here at the oceanfront. We'll be looking for those rain bands, Craig, a little bit later on. Live Joe Flanagan, back to you guys in the studio.
We'll continue to keep an eye to that band as well. I want you to be safe down there. Here's Joe's position right now. He's atop that berm. There's our live truck that is out there at the beach right there on the boardwalk, so that we can show you, again, the protective berm that they've built. Joe's right there, and you can see the seas off in the distance here as we look back over beyond the jetty there and back down along Croatan. Very rough seas right now. There will be some beach erosion issues. I can tell you right now, we're not seeing the wave action slapping up against that berm that they built. So far, so good there at the oceanfront, but we continue to watch that, and with our live pictures, we will be able to keep you updated if conditions do deteriorate at the oceanfront. The good news is that things are going to get a lot nicer through the weekend. I get calls from beach events all the time asking about what they need to do to protect Beach Street USA and all of the great things that they have going on down there. I was telling them the weekend is going to be fine. Folks need to know that. We need to get through with Arthur, and we are not done with this yet. We are still looking at a lot of rain across Virginia Beach and Chesapeake down into North Carolina. I was telling Joe some of these heavier bands are working back towards the coast. Whether or not they actually make it to the resort area where Joe is, or whether they curl a little bit farther to the south, we'll see. But the center of circulation now is offshore, and we continue to monitor this as it moves off to the northeast very quickly now, starting to accelerate. The forward speed on this is now 23 miles per hour. We do still have the tropical storm warnings in effect for the south side, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Portsmouth. The hurricane warning still in effect. It's still technically a Category 2 hurricane. Maximum winds 100, although we haven't seen sustained winds even close to that. We have had some gusts, especially southern parts of the Outer Banks, gusting up around 90 to 95 miles per hour. So some of the gusts have been very, very impressive. And now with the strong northwest winds coming in and the west winds, we're getting the reports of sound side flooding. That's a big issue down across the southern part of the Outer Banks, and may become an issue a little farther to the north as well. Highs today near 84 this afternoon. Partly sunny skies. It's going to get nice, but we have to deal with that this morning.
13 News Now begins in storm mode.
And you are watching an extended edition of 13 News Now at daybreak, a special edition as we all get through Hurricane Arthur together, and we have live crews all over the viewing area to bring you the best coverage to keep you informed.
It is the 4th of July, and we are covering this storm, and we're going to head out to our reporter Nikki Burdine from WUSA, one of our sister stations. She's in Kill Devil Hills right now on the phone to tell us how this storm is blowing through there right now.
That's right. We're in Kill Devil Hills, and we just stepped back into our live truck right now, and I can tell you we were driving down the bypass, and our truck was shaking. We could feel it moving in the wind. The wind is still really picking up out there. I walked out to the public beach a few minutes ago, and the wind mixed with all that sand really hits you in the face, and it is hard to stand out there. I found one man who was out there taking pictures. It's not a good idea. Authorities suggest everyone stay inside right now. And in fact, the mandatory curfew is in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. And even after that's lifted, they ask that you stay indoors so they can come out, assess the damage, and make sure the roads are safe for you to come back out there. As far as damage goes, we saw a lifeguard stand knocked over, a lot of big, heavy-duty trash cans knocked into the roads, a lot of water on the roads, but not a lot of other damage, so that's good news. We'll keep you updated here from Kill Devil Hills. I'm Nikki Burdine. Back to you.
And of course, one main road they are very concerned about right now is Highway 12. And once daybreak hits, once there's light, they'll be able to go out and assess a lot of the roads out there, but especially Highway 12, where overwash is a major, major issue during this hurricane.
And you just heard Nikki report that the county, Dare County, is not allowing anyone into the county once daylight comes because they want to assess that situation with the roadways. They want to assess flooding. They want to assess all the property damage to homes and other buildings. And so this is a process.
And it's very important when they take a look at the roads, they don't just say, okay, you know, there's nothing on it or there's not.
Yeah.
They have to take a look and say, was beach eroded out from underneath it? Is that highway that looks steady going to be soft in spots? Are there going to be issues along the NC-12?
And not to mention the bridges.
Absolutely. No, they'll have to do all of that. So very important. Folks, listen to their emergency managers, and they are working. Trust me, they want to have the Outer Banks open for business this holiday weekend as soon as possible, but it is still potentially very dangerous early this morning. I do want to talk some more about what's going on at the ocean front. We've got images from Nags Head, some live reporters out there with live pictures coming in. We've been monitoring that. We are seeing the winds shifting around and some pretty intense bands right now on the northern side of this thing, wrapping back towards the ocean front. I can also show you a live picture at the beach. If we take our beach cam right now, there it is. You can see where Grommet Island Park is. The seas are actually back still a pretty good distance. I wanted to share with you, we just came through the high tide, and the tide's actually going down. That is good news, because if this thing continues to kick up the winds, you might think normally the water levels would come up a little bit, but we're now heading towards low tide. So the timing on that works out well for us. There are problems with sound side flooding, and Evan Stewart's been watching that. He's got an update for us down along the Albemarle Sound and one of the rivers down there in particular. Evan?
That's right. We'll look at that, Craig. We'll also look at some of those, again, the areas of heavy rain, because we do want to focus on that right now. We are picking up that lightning and thunder up here through the middle peninsula. So if you're up watching us right now up in Gloucester County, again, you're picking up that very heavy rain with one of those rain bands moving through. And again, we are looking at that lightning south of Dutton, around Elmington, over towards the courthouse and towards Rones, and that extends down across towards Clay Bank. And as you head down towards areas through James City County, Williamsburg right now, Portobello, Colonial Williamsburg, picking up that heavy rain. That whole band is pushing there off towards the west, and that extends down here through parts of Isle of Wight County as well. Now we'll head down to North Carolina. We already showed you those pictures of about 4 feet of water in one of the homes down here around Rodanthe. And again, those winds are switching around more towards the west, but we are getting reports right now down through parts of Turrell County. This is the Scuppernong River right through here. And notice how it's oriented with those winds coming in out of the northwest. It's pushing that water here up or down, actually, the Scuppernong River down towards Columbia. And we are now at flood stage with the Scuppernong River up around 3 feet. So we will look for the potential for some of that flooding here along 64 and down around Columbia, with some of the water being pushed down the Scuppernong River. So that's something else that we're watching very closely. All, again, along here, the southern edge of the Albemarle Sound, with those winds coming in out of the north and northwest. We're looking at that potential there for some of that flooding down here as that sound side flooding comes in with those winds coming out of the northwest, Greg.
Evan, such a great point that you make. We have these different areas with, the tributaries and some of the different little areas where the water can back up. It really all depends on the orientation. With that northwest wind now, that's why the Scuppernong's backing up. Thank you so much for that report. I also want to point out one more quick thing here. Evan just focused on the thunderstorms off to the northwest. We've had some lightning that is showing up with our lightning detection, and you notice its intensity, but take a look here at the radar loop. And I just caught this as Evan was showing those thunderstorms. Notice the progression right here. You can see just a little something right here. That little something is the front actually pushing towards here, enhancing these thunderstorms. So this isn't just Arthur kind of spinning around like a normal band, like some of this stuff. This is banding that is coming around that is interacting with the front, and that's why we're getting some more of that intense convection there in some of the thunderstorm development. So this is the type of thing we're going to deal with as this front pushes through. That's why Arthur is starting to accelerate off to the northeast. Right now that motion 23 miles per hour, and in case you hadn't heard, it's still a Category 2 hurricane with maximum winds at 100 miles per hour. I will tell you, as we go over the next few hours, eventually things will improve, but we are not saying that just yet at the ocean front, because with some of these heavier bands working back towards the ocean front, and you see them getting a little closer, this stuff here spreading back, I think this will continue to spread back towards the ocean front. We're going to see some potentially higher gusts right there. We can take a live look at the beach. One more time, I want to take a look at that. I saw that in that squeeze back box. Can we take that full so that I can stand in front of that? I want to show you the beach because we do have the rough seas out there. If we switch up the source, you're going to see the berm that they've protected the ocean front with, the Grommet Island Park right there at the ocean front. Let me come full screen right here. That's in great shape. This was put up in anticipation that the water levels might be up higher, and then with the wave action, they didn't want that coming in and tearing up the park. So it's good that the water levels are lower. As I mentioned, we just came through the high tide, and we're headed towards low tide. The seas are very rough down there. We are north of the jetty right here. In fact, I'm going to adjust this camera live on the air. I think it's very important to give you a feel for what's happening at the ocean front. Lots of folks wondering, okay, how bad is it going to get? You can see there's actually a couple people out there looking, but you see the white caps and you can see the waves as they are relating to the top of the jetty. We've certainly seen worse. It was much worse when Sandy came through. I was out there reporting live, and we had at times the tops of the jetty were being covered up. So the tide's not where they were with Sandy when it came through, but we still have very angry seas out there, nothing to play with. We don't want anybody heading out into the water right now, even experienced swimmers. There's going to be a risk of rip currents for a while, and that's one of the real concerns here. We have a holiday weekend. Lots of folks, they're going to get out and enjoy beautiful weather this weekend. Throughout the weekend, you really need to stay aware of the threat of rip currents. We don't want any drownings, anybody getting caught up in something they can't handle. So you see that out there. We'll continue to monitor the conditions at the ocean front. The good news, again, for Grommet Island Park and the resorts there, the seas are still back a bit. We've got this big, beautiful beach, and right now it's holding up. Now, there will be some beach erosion issues as the winds continue to come in. The waves will continue to pound right there at the beach and up along the eastern shore on the ocean side. They have the tropical storm warnings as well. We've got the front coming through. That's what's enhancing these storms up here. That will push through and eventually clear all of it, and then a gorgeous weekend upcoming. I'll have a lot more on this, and we'll break down the forecast in more detail in just a couple minutes.
All right, Craig, thank you very much. Now, earlier we had one of our reporters, Dustin Wilson, driving around North Carolina. We don't recommend you go out and drive around. We are out there covering this story for you, checking the conditions, giving you a live look at what conditions are like right now.
Let's head back out to Dustin Wilson. He's in Nags Head right now. We've seen him, as LaSalle said, in a number of places. And Dustin, what are the conditions where you are, again, driving around? Where are you, and how's it looking?
Yeah, guys, we are at South Virginia Deer Trail along the ocean front here in Nags Head, and conditions are fairly decent right now. The wind, it's still pretty steady. The rain is also steady as well, but at this point we're not seeing as much flooding as we were earlier. I don't know if it's some of this water has dissipated a little bit, kind of gotten off the roads a little bit, but right now on this particular road things seem to be pretty clear. The wind definitely shifts our vehicle around from time to time, so I wouldn't recommend getting out into this weather, but right now flooding doesn't appear to be a major threat here in Nags Head. We haven't seen a lot of traffic on the roads. We haven't seen a lot of damage thus far, but again, the sun is just now coming up, and so we're now getting the best glimpse of the area to see what's transpired over the last 3 or 4 hours.
That's an important point, pointing that out, Dustin, that you're starting to see some daylight out there, because there are emergency management officials who want to go out there and assess the roads. That is their #1 priority, and especially Highway 12. You know, whenever we get these storms, overwash is such a big issue.
And there's oftentimes damage to Highway 12. We'll certainly keep checking in with Dustin. He is our mobile reporter. He can go from place to place. He's letting us know what it looks like out there right now. Also checking road conditions for us.
Yeah, we need to go over to Ashley Smith right now because there is a situation happening at the Midtown Tunnel that we're picking up with our 13 News Now traffic network.
Yeah, I just want to give you an update there. We watched the situation at the Midtown Tunnel. I talked to Elizabeth River Crossings. The good news is that situation has cleared up. Crews were just working to make sure that everything was safe and sound through the Midtown Tunnel. It cleared up and traffic is now moving out there, so no problems to report now on Route 58. Also a quick update out in Newport News. The accident near Victory Boulevard has passed, or has cleared rather, on 64. Also 64 in Norfolk, an accident in Norview, or right around Norview rather, has cleared as well. So right now traffic moving steadily across the area. Right now just some roadwork projects working. Those are your warning symbols. The rest of the area moving steadily, but if anything else pops up, we'll let you know right here.
All right, Ashley, thank you very much. And in case your power goes out, jot down this phone number because Dominion Power, they want you to report it to them. 1-866-DOM-HELP. That's 1-866-DOM-HELP.
You can also go to dom.com in order to get the latest updates on outages. And of course, you know, we have our Weathercaster apps that you can download for free from WVEC.com. You can get them for your smartphone, for your Android, for your iPhone. So those are all available to you where you can track this situation and get constant updates even when we're not on the air.
That's right. North Carolina Governor McCrory is going to give an update on this hurricane. He has a press conference scheduled for 9 this morning, just over 3 hours from now. He will talk about the storm's impact on North Carolina so far. Hurricane Arthur hit the southern parts of North Carolina last night, and as the system approached, the governor urged people to be safe and stay indoors.
And he wants everybody in North Carolina and visiting folks to download their app Ready NC, where you can get updates on all the information you need to know about what's happening in North Carolina. Now, crews with Elizabeth River tunnels are on standby right now near the downtown and midtown tunnels here in Hampton Roads. They want to make sure any heavy rain doesn't flood the tunnels. We've seen this happen before. The memories are still fresh, even though it was several years ago. ERT has extra staff and equipment on hand until the storm moves past us. Construction crews at the Midtown Tunnel site have also lowered booms on all the cranes, and they have secured everything they can, so they are ready to rock and roll in case that becomes an issue, any flooding at the tunnels.
And a message to boaters today: stay off the water. That's the word from the Coast Guard. Hurricane Arthur is making water conditions rough in our area. Officials have crews ready to respond to anyone in distress, but they hope they do not have to deploy them. All right, right now it's 5:43. Let's sort of reset now and talk about the weather headlines right now with this hurricane. Things you're concerned with right now.
I think the headlines, the eye, the center has pushed past the Outer Banks. So
that's great news.
The center is past us. Things are going to continue to be dicey for the next couple of hours, and then things will start to improve as we go later this morning. I'll show you the winds and the projected, you know, with our future cast. We'll get into that. We are looking at significant sound-side flooding issues farther south along the Outer Banks. A couple of very interesting points. We spoke with Dare County earlier, and they said they actually had a pretty low volume of distress calls and folks needing assistance down through Dare County. That is great news. We'll certainly take that. We've seen some pictures. We know that there are issues with the water rapidly rising in the Pamlico. At one point, we saw about a 3-foot rise in the water in about a 2-hour period. So, boom, that water comes up pretty quick. And now that the system is pushing away, the winds have shifted to the north and to the northwest, and that northwest direction is creating some issues around the Scuppernong River. We talked about that earlier. Evan was getting some reports here, and we still have scattered showers. The heaviest rain right now is offshore. We continue to watch that, and we've been watching to see whether some of this banding would make it back towards Virginia Beach. Scattered showers there. We heard from Joe Flanagan. He said, hey, it's really not that terrible right there at the Rudy Inlet. You know, he said, we've seen some rain that's come by. He said, okay, well, we're watching this next band, and it is getting a little closer. Whether or not it actually comes crashing to the ocean front or whether it starts to curve down, maybe has more of an effect Sandbridge to Back Bay. We'll see, but we are still watching this next heavy batch of rain, and there could be some very gusty winds associated with that as it comes around the backside. Then we were taking a look at this intense rainfall up here, and what I was saying with this and the loop, this is being enhanced by the presence of that cold front. The front we've been talking about all week, the one that was going to come through and help steer Arthur off to the northeast. That's what we're looking at right now. We have some lightning up there that has been detected up around the Middle Peninsula and even around the Williamsburg area. Some pretty intense rainfall right now. So we continue to have all of this. You can see the progression here. This line really being enhanced. Right there's that front coming into play, and that's setting off some of that heavier activity right there. The storm itself is moving off to the northeast at 23 miles per hour. Still technically classified a Category 2 hurricane. We have not had reports of sustained hurricane force winds across the ABC 13 viewing area. Down south, we have had very powerful hurricane force gusts. We've seen some gusts up around 90 to 95 miles per hour. At one point, a gust to 96. I believe that was at Rodanthe earlier this morning. So this thing is definitely packing some powerful winds, but the sustained winds have not been as great. And as I've been monitoring the water levels around Sewell's Point, we haven't had any issues here. Now, the winds are going to come in from the north, and we could still see some gusts. I don't know that we would hit 60, but it wouldn't surprise me to see some gusts up around 40, 45 miles per hour at the ocean front as the system pulls away. We haven't really seen much signs of intensification. That's good. The Gulf Stream is very warm, so that may get it to hold its intensity for a while, but we're going to see the wind shifting to the northwest, and the farther away this thing goes, the better shape we will be in. By midday, we should see big improvements, and through the afternoon, it's going to be nice. So we still have the rain out there. There's the front again pushing through the area, and as we go through the mid-morning, that front starts to come through. We'll see the clearing, and the wet weather will move out. Highs today should be in the lower to mid-80s. It may be a little bit warmer for a few of the inland spots this afternoon, but we're going to see a very pleasant weekend. More sunshine for your Saturday and your Sunday. As we go through the weekend, things are going to look a lot nicer. So that's what we're expecting again today, though. Still wind and rain out there this morning. We'll get some more reports and pass those along in a minute.
Thank you, Craig. You know, light at the end of the tunnel. It's good to hear, but we're still in the tunnel.
Yes, we are.
Still happening.
Yes, we are. We're about to get some good information now about how emergency management officials deal with this storm. Let's go live to the oceanfront. Joe Flanagan is with Drew Langford with Virginia Beach Public Works.
Hey, LaSalle, that's right. Things starting to brighten up a little bit down here. You can see the wave action a lot better than what we were looking at earlier. And yes, Drew Langford has joined us. He's Virginia Beach Public Works. And Drew, we want to ask you, what's the status this morning and conditions around the city?
Well, we've got a crew supervisor out. He's been checking a lot of the area. So far, we're getting good reports as far as little or no damage. He's been over to Chicks Beach, been down to Sandbridge, out in the county. Then here on the boardwalk, we've seen just very little is in the way of flooding. We've got no real wind damage. There were a couple places out in the county we need to put a high water sign up, but so far, so good.
I'm sorry about the angle you're standing. That sand blasting off the beach is pretty tough. Hang in there.
We'll come back and clean it up.
Speaking of sand, how about behind you? Describe what the city did here to build up Grommet Island.
Well, as anybody can see, this sticks out much further from the seawall, and we have without the berm, we have a lot of problem with sand blowing up here and getting into the storm drains and problems with that. So what we've been doing for every major storm or anything resembling one, Public Works comes in, has been building a berm here, and it's done quite a bit. You can see over that way where there's very little sand blowing. So we've been putting these up for almost all of our major storms. And it really does. It's been a big help because it keeps the sand from not only getting here, but getting over into the storm drains.
And we talked about Sandbridge. You're kind of pleasantly surprised there's not a lot of drama in Sandbridge.
Last we heard from 30, 40 minutes ago, yeah, there's, in fact, the crews went out and checked. There's not even really much water or sand on the roads there, which is usually one of the first places we get it, particularly with being, southerly, closer to the Outer Banks than anywhere around here.
You've been around here a long time. The city's safe. Everybody's high and dry.
We feel good about the way things look right now.
And that's the TFC truck back. Who says trash won't be running?
Recycling never stops.
Yeah, right. So that's the latest, guys, down here at the oceanfront. Windy, see very ominous clouds. As Craig said, that rain may be approaching here shortly, but right now the latest is very windy. high and dry, and we'll keep you posted all morning. Joe Flanagan live for 13 News Now. Back to you.
All right, Joe, thank you very much, and Drew as well.
And it's good to see the sun coming up because now we're going to be able to see more of how the storm has impacted many areas.
Yeah, those crews want to go and assess the situation down in Kill Devil Hills in particular. Nikki Burdine is there.
Yeah, let's head back down to her.
We're standing right off of Clark Street in Kill Devil Hills, and we're on a public access road to get to the beach. And I can tell you, just in the past hour, the wind has really started to pick up, and the wind and the rain and the sand mixed in, all that is hitting me from the side here. On the way over here from Nags Head, we didn't really see a lot of damage on the way, but we did see a lot of flooding in the streets, a lot of big heavy-duty trash cans just blown over in the middle of the road. I saw a couple people out on the road. Now, they are advising against that because there is a curfew in place right now in Kill Devil Hills, and it is in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. But while we were out here, we came across a gentleman named Tim, and he lives over here. He's been here for 11 years. Tim, what have you seen since you've been out here?
Well, I've been boarding up since this morning because I knew that, you know, when these things come around, you know, they're nothing to really play with. So I wanted to make sure my household, my family was safe. So I got that done by about 6 o'clock tonight. Started boarding up at about 11 a.m. and then I came out every now and then as it got worse with my family. They only lasted for a round, and you know, I do a lot of stuff with the weather and different things myself. So
What does it feel like out here since you've been out here? What does it see?
It's picked up quite a bit over the last, I was here about 40 minutes ago, a little further up the road, and I was really getting like hammered by the wind and the rain and the sand. And then now I think maybe the wall might be heading our way. That's what they said about 20 minutes ago, so it's calmed down a little bit. But I'm sure down there by the water, it might tell a different story.
Well, I'm glad to hear you and your family are safe and your home is safe. Obviously, we don't recommend doing what you're doing.
No, I got geared up, though, and I always try to play it safe, and that's why I boarded up the house and everything stocked up on generator, fuel, and water and food and everything, just in case.
Be prepared. That's exactly what we're suggesting to everyone out there. Stay indoors as much as you can. If you haven't already boarded up your windows, make sure that you are in a safe place in your home. Don't go outside, especially until after 6 o'clock this morning, because that is when the curfew is lifted in the Kill Devil Hills area. We'll keep you updated on the conditions here from Kill Devil Hills, and we'll be back out on the beach later on this morning. Live in Kill Devil Hills, I'm Nikki Burdine. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Nikki. And another thing that we are watching to keep you informed on everything is social media. You guys are out there giving us a lot of information, not only you, but also crews who are up and down the coast trying to watch this hurricane. Some of the things we're getting, some of the information that we're getting in is about some of the things that Craig has actually been talking about, the Soundside flooding. We're getting reports on Twitter about Soundside flooding in Rodanthe Wave, Salvo 4 feet and rising. And this Justin Abrams says that Highway 12 also flooding right now. And they're seeing another reporter, I believe, is saying the most incredible thing right now, how quickly the clouds are moving above him and racing from in the northeast. North Carolina DOT, they also are talking about the Bonner Bridge. You know, that's a bridge that we've been watching. They've had some problems on the bridge. A lot of people concerned. Is it going to be safe enough for people to travel? They say it is. They've got a live camera there that you can click on and watch as the sun is rising in the Outer Banks. So lots of things going on social media. A lot of people talking about the high winds, the driving rains, but right now what we're seeing a lot of on Twitter and on Facebook are about the winds and the rising floodwaters, especially south side. Also on Facebook, I've posted a picture on our webpage at WVEC.com, or the WVEC Facebook page, and I'm asking folks what you're seeing outside your window. So if you want to answer that, let me know. We'll let you know what folks are saying on Facebook. But right now, we want to find out more about the flooding situation. We're going to go to Craig for that.
And the Soundside flooding has been the big concern with this system. We've been talking about it now, and we're getting more and more reports of that. We're going to hear from Evan, who's got some different sky cams, and he's going to share with you some webcams on that. Right now, we're looking at the system, still technically a Category 2 hurricane, but that may get downgraded back to a Cat 1 as it moves off to the northeast. That is in the forecast. The movement now northeast at 23 miles per hour. We're going to start talking about some of the areas that are seeing improvements, but we still have some very serious concerns for the Soundside issues. And even at the ocean front, there's still a few bands that could threaten to hit Virginia Beach with some very gusty winds, some heavy rain. I do want to let you know, while the seas are angry out there and there's a potential for some beach erosion, that berm that was built around Grommet Island to protect it. It is holding up beautifully. In fact, the water level's down lower, and we've already come through the high tide this morning, so we're headed towards a low tide. That is great news. All right, take a look here. The center of this thing is off to the east of the Outer Banks, and it is moving to the northeast. We have these heavier bands trying to get a little closer. You'll notice this one getting closer to Virginia Beach. We're going to see some of this again working towards the middle part of the beach and south. And we have an area of heavier rain off to the north, this line of showers and thunderstorms from Williamsburg up through Saluda and areas to the north of that. This is actually being enhanced by that front that is pushing through, that is helping push Arthur off and away. So that is good news. Again, we'll see that front coming through while it's enhancing the rain and making for a little bit of a complicated situation early this morning. That's what's responsible for getting this thing out of here, and it will provide a much nicer weekend coming up. All right, you can see how the system is moving off to the northeast very quickly now, but we still have bands working in across the Outer Banks, and we're looking at those strong northwest winds. So we've had some reports of the water rapidly rising down on the sound side as you go south along the Outer Banks around Oregon Inlet. Farther south, areas down towards Hatteras, around Rodanthe, we've seen salvo waves, some of those different communities. So this has been a big issue. I'm going to get more into the forecast here in just a moment, but Evan's going to join us here with a look at some of the webcams. And Evan, the reports that we've been seeing, again, pretty much everything as anticipated. It's been the sound side that's been the most vulnerable.
That's right. They've really seen the worst of it. We got a couple webcams and working with Anthony Overman with OBX cams, and he gave us the permission to use some of his cameras there. This is at the Manio Docks Roanoke Inn. And again, we're not seeing too big of an issue down there across Roanoke Island. This camera moves around from time to time, but again, the boat's not looking too bad. Water level not really too high out there, but certainly something we will be continuing to watch as those winds again continue to wrap around. This is another camera out at Avalon Fishing Pier, again courtesy of OBX cams, and again you can see that rough surf out there. Again, the pier's looking pretty good. Looks like it's in pretty good shape. So we'll, again, be watching this along the Outer Banks of North Carolina as well. Some of those peak wind gusts, we talked about them a little bit earlier. The highest that we've seen, Cape Lookout, a 101-mile-per-hour wind gust. Ocracoke, 99, but even Rodanthe, 96-mile-per-hour wind gusts earlier. That was with those winds coming in out of the east and northeast, and now those winds are coming back around, creating that issue with the sound side flooding. Same thing down towards Frisco, 91, 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts down towards Hatteras and Avon, picking up an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust. Craig.
So this is obviously a very significant storm. While we haven't seen the sustained winds, Evan, that have been the hurricane force, and we haven't had winds up over 74 miles per hour, these gusts, nothing to play with.
That's right.
And we talk about them coming in from one direction, then shifting around. I want to go back to the maps. We'll take a look at the rainfall, and these are radar estimates. You can see some of the heavier rain that's been occurring out to the west. We've been looking at these rainfall totals. Let me just give you a few of them here, and I'm going to plot these on there for you. These areas shaded in the orange, showing some rainfall amounts between 3 and say 5 inches or so of rain we've had, again, by rainfall estimation. Some of these areas shaded in yellow, not quite as much, but still some locally heavy rains. Rainfall was never going to be the biggest issue with this, but it is always something that can kind of complicate when you have the rising sounds and you've got heavy rainfall on the Outer Banks. You know, that water's got to go somewhere. We can also take a look up around Elizabeth City, and we have the rainfall amounts up there about 1.5 inches, 1 to 2 inches or so, Elizabeth City, and off to the north we also have those rains a little farther to the north as well, generally about 1 inch or so across the south side. That's what we've been seeing so far. Now we'll take a look at the loop. You can see how this is moving out. We're still watching these heavier bands wrapping around, and I mentioned before we had some heavy rain on the south side of the eye. Now it's starting to come back around. We've got a little bit of drier air kind of wrapping into the system on the north, but if this fills back in, it may be a sign that it's trying to intensify a little bit more. And again, as it gets out over the warm Gulf waters, it may expand a little bit more. So we're not dropping our guard just yet, but we are seeing some improvements off to the southwest, certainly, and that is great news. I'll go ahead and just take a quick look, and I want to select this tool right here so I can move the map around a little bit, and you can see as we take a look down to the south, some of the areas farther to the south of Ocracoke, much better conditions conditions now. They're just about cleared down there, but the wind's still coming in, so the sound side flooding still an issue for the southern part of the Outer Banks. I want to take you off to the north because here we have very intense rainfall, and what we have is the tropical moisture being brought in. There's a presence of the front enhancing that rainfall, and that's why we've got some very strong storms off to the northern part of the Chesapeake Bay. Right now, the eastern shore, they dealt with a wave of very heavy rain. Now it's a little bit lighter, but we still have some heavier bands out there, so there's plenty for us to watch, and we'll keep you updated. The good news is by late morning and early afternoon, it'll move off, and we'll have a gorgeous end to the 4th of July. Guys, back to you.
13 News Now begins in storm mode.
Good morning, everyone. It is now 6 o'clock, and you are waking up with 13 News Now at daybreak as we all get through Hurricane Arthur. Lots of great information to keep you informed and keep you safe.
Doubled with that, it is the 4th of July, and Craig just said it's going to be a beautiful day later today. Hurricane Arthur, still a Category 2. We're hoping it will go down back to a Category 1 soon.
Speaking of in the midst of the hurricane, our reporter Dustin Wilson has been driving around the Outer Banks down in North Carolina, and let's check in with him right now. Of course, we don't advise you to head outside and drive around because road conditions are pretty bad. Here's a look. Dustin, good morning.
Good morning. We're along Highway 12 here in Kill Devil Hills. You can see the standing water toward the side of the highway here, but it's really, conditions have improved probably over the last 30 minutes or so. We've seen the water subside off to the side of the highway, and so that's good for travelers. We don't recommend getting out on the roads as the wind is still pretty strong, especially in short bursts. We're getting gusts of wind that are more sporadic at this point. But at this point, we haven't seen, as daylight comes in, we're not seeing very much damage at this point, and people have stayed off the roads throughout the morning. We've been out for the last 3 or 4 hours, and so far, so good. People have stayed safe from what we're seeing and hearing.
All right, Dustin. Thank you very much. And of course, it is now starting to get lighter, and those assessment teams will be out there checking road conditions. And one of the first ones they are going to go monitor is Highway 12, trying to see if there's any overwash and any damage. Ashley has been keeping her eye on the traffic around here in Hampton Roads, and we have some breaking news on that front.
And this is for the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. Folks that may be taking the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel at some point this morning just received word we are under level 2 wind restrictions at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. Now, what does that mean for you? It means that winds there are in excess of 47 miles an hour as you cross north or south on Route 13 at the tunnel and the bridge. Now, these are the vehicles that are not allowed to cross right now. That includes motorcycles, your large campers, your large tractor trailers, your large trucks, also anything being towed, any type of vehicles with top carriers, and also anything with exterior cargo. Those vehicles are currently not allowed to cross the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, at least until those wind restrictions have been lifted. We're going to continue to watch this. I'll let you know how those wind restriction levels continue to progress throughout the morning, but for right now, if you have one of these vehicles, you will not be able to cross the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel.
Earlier, when Hurricane Arthur was slamming North Carolina, we heard some stories from Ernie LeBeau and people down there in Nags Head staying in a hotel where water was coming into their rooms. Let's get more now from Ernie. She's down there in Nags Head.
Well, right now the wind is really picking up here in Nags Head. We're actually under a hotel canopy trying to get some shelter, but the wind's still blowing this shelter as we speak, and that's been one of the main issues here, this wind kind of blowing all kind of debris and sand throughout the area. We have a person there right now trying to demonstrate just how strong these gusts are, but I want you to take a look at this. We have this metal cylinder thing kind of fly off one of the buildings here and land on a car parked in the parking lot of this hotel, damaging its back window. But right now it's really becoming apparent why this emergency evacuation order was in place, really to keep people safe at this time. I know Dare County is even going as far as restricting access to areas here in the Outer Banks until they can survey the area and make sure everything is safe. And that's it for now. Reporting live in Nags Head, I'm Erin. Jeremy LeBeau, 13 News Now.
You can see the wind whipping her around, and
It has
then
been a wild overnight.
the giant piece of metal lands on a car, crashes into the windshield.
Yeah, and hopefully no damage where you are. We'll begin to assess the damage as it gets light around the area. All right, let's find out where the hurricane is now. How strong is it? Last check, it was a Category 2.
And moving 23 miles per hour. Let's get it out of here, Craig.
Yeah, that'd be great. It is moving off to the northeast. You see it right there as it continues its track, and it is making a beeline away from the coast, but we still have the rain across the area and some intense rain off to the north, some very intense rain. We're still looking at issues with these not only heavy bands, but those strong winds, and the sound side flooding continues to be an issue. You can see this line of very intense rainfall as it is interacting with a cold front that is pushing through the area. That's what's helping to kick Arthur off to the east and to the northeast at about 23 miles per hour. We'll focus on Hampton Roads right now. Showers at the ocean front, some of the heavier bands kind of working back around. We're still watching to see if this is going to actually fill in, kind of regenerate a little bit better structured eye wall. Right now it's getting a little raggedy on the northwest side, some drier air kind of working into that. So it's not as healthy looking as it was a little earlier, but still officially a Category 2 hurricane. We've got this heavy band. It looks like this is going to stay offshore. Some of this stuff kind of filling back in towards the ocean front. They do have some showers, but it looks like right now we're just going to see some of this heaviest stuff filling in a little closer to the center. Now, it's interesting that Ashley reported now level 2 wind restrictions at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel as those winds starting to increase. They now have winds exceeding 47 miles per hour, some of those gusts there. So we'll continue to watch that. Down to the south, it's the sound side flooding, and the winds now coming in very clearly. You can see the winds wrapping in from the west and the northwest, and that's creating those issues with the water levels up. We've seen some images this morning, NC-12, with water covering some of the roads down there, so we'll continue to watch that. We have Evan Stewart. He's going to join us now with a look at some more information you've been gathering.
That's right. We're going to kind of break things down region by region, let you know what to expect. We'll also take a look at futurecasts and some of those winds. So we'll start here with Arthur's effects down here along the Outer Banks, coastal North Carolina. And again, some heavier winds and stronger winds, again, right here through the southern parts of Dare County. But we're still looking generally about 2 to 5 inches of rain, a storm surge of 3 feet, although we have seen reports of about 4 feet of water down around Rodanthe coming into some of those homes. And again, those winds gusting upwards at around 80 miles per hour. This is out at Avalon Fishing Pier, and again, you can see some of the, maybe a couple tarps or something out there blowing around in the wind. Again, that is our live shot down there from Avalon Fishing Pier. As we take a look interior North Carolina, rainfall 1 to 3 inches, storm surge around 2 feet, and we are looking at those winds gusting up to 45 miles per hour. Especially now, though, we are seeing those winds pushing off towards the south, and we are seeing those water levels come up along the southern banks of the Albemarle Sound, down along the Scuppernong River in Turl County. We are seeing those water levels coming up as well. South side, again, coastal areas seeing those gustier winds, as we already had mentioned, as Ashley did, that we do have those wind restrictions up for the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel because of those winds picking up, and we are looking at those gusts over 45, maybe even 50 miles per hour through some of those coastal areas. Inland areas of south side, winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour, ½ inch to 1 inch of rainfall, storm surge of 1 foot. And as we head towards the peninsula, we are looking at 1 to 2 inches of rainfall, about a foot, again, of that storm surge. But again, with those winds coming in out of the northwest, it'll mainly be some of these little inlets right along here through areas of York County and up towards Poquoson and Seaford that we could see some of those water levels being pushed up, winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Up along the eastern shore, 1 to 2 inches of rain, winds gusting up to 45 miles per hour as those winds switch around from the northeast to the northwest, 25 to 35 miles per hour. And finally, up across the middle peninsula for areas of Middlesex County, Matthews County, Gloucester County, 1 to 1.5 inches of rain, about 1 foot storm surge, winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour. So again, here's futurecast. Here's the center of the storm, the eye of the storm moving off towards the northeast, and you can see those wind arrows showing the direction of those winds. Now that sound side flooding becoming an issue with those winds coming in out of the west. Notice as we get towards 8 o'clock into this morning, winds still gusting possibly up to 50 to 60 miles per hour through coastal areas, even inland winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. As the storm continues to push off towards the east, we will see those winds continuing to diminish a bit. So by 2 o'clock, we are looking at those winds gusting up to 35 to 40 miles per hour through coastal areas. But again, coming in out of the northwest, winds gusting around 22 in Richmond, 18 in Franklin, 23 in Chesapeake, and still breezy through the afternoon and the evening. Winds winds, again, gusting upwards of 20 miles per hour through those coastal areas as we stop things here at 5 o'clock. Now, we want to head down towards the Outer Banks. Nikki is down at Avalon Fishing Pier, so let's get the latest from her. Nikki.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're standing on the Avalon Fishing Pier in Kill Devil Hills, and I want you to take a look behind me. That's the ocean right there, and you can see those waves. They're really crashing down. They haven't let up at all right now. And just when we think the wind is going to calm down, it picks right up again, and that sand hits you in the face. I'm told that there are plastic bags of fireworks out there. That's what they bagged up for the fireworks that were supposed to happen today. Obviously, that will not be happening today. The only damage we really saw when we were coming this way was we saw a couple porta potties knocked over. We saw trash cans in the middle of the road, a lot of flooding on the roads, no real power outages, and now that the sun is up, that's certainly helping. Not a lot of people on the roads, although the curfew has officially been lifted, although officials are still asking people that you might want to go ahead and stay indoors just because you don't know how bad it's going to be out here once you get out here. And if there is some damage, they want to make sure that they can clear these roads off. They want to make sure they can make it safe for you once you get out here. I spoke to the man who works in here at the Avalon Fishing Pier, and he says it hasn't been that bad for him. They've been out here all morning and all night, and really not that worried about it. Again, not a lot of damage, but this wind, just when you think it's going to stop, it picks right up again. We'll keep you updated here from Kill Devil Hills. I'm Nikki Burdine, 13 News Now.
All right, thank you very much, Nikki. Craig, we understand you have a picture of Highway 12. What's happening?
We're getting more images coming in. This one from NCDOT. This is right here at Hatteras Inlet. This is near the ferry there, NC-12, underwater. This is an image, again, coming from the Department of Transportation, North Carolina. So that's one of the images we could show you. We were also looking at Merlo Beach, water up there. So NC-12 underwater in a few spots. We are watching that very carefully, and we just wanted to let folks know this is what we've been concerned with. Again, we're getting more images in, and we will share them with you throughout the coverage.
Well, now that it's daylight, too, now we can really get a better look as to what this hurricane has done and is doing.
And again, for overall feedback, so far, we think we're in relatively good shape. But I think once that sun comes up, people start assessing some of the damage that did occur from some of these strong winds, that and the Soundside flooding. We're going to get a more complete picture.
Calls to emergency management in Dare County were low overnight, as we were told.
And, you know, as is the case in scenarios like this, when things happen overnight, a lot of people are sleeping. When they wake up and they leave their homes to see what happened when the sun rises, we'll know. Again, Dare County not allowing folks in until they assess the damage.
Absolutely.
And they'll be looking at Highway 12. They'll be looking at flooding on other roadways and homes and businesses that have been affected.
A lot of people who were asleep overnight will wake up to find out they don't have power. Tracking the outage situation for us is 13 News Now anchor Sandra Parker.
Yeah, guys, and the power numbers have just been changing throughout the morning. Now, we've been watching the Outer Banks where they have been feeling the brunt of this storm, as we know. Right now, Dominion Power says that there are about 2,400 people, a little more than 2,400 people who are without electricity. Majority of them are in Washington County. That's 2 counties over from Dare. Dare only has about 800 people. But look at this number. This is the interesting number. Southeastern Virginia, we're up to almost 2,600 people who are without electricity. And if you look right here, you can see, let me make it a little bit larger. I think I can do this. There we go. A little bit larger for you because you can see these numbers a little bit better. Every area has a power outage. Now, granted, of course, Poquoson only has 4, Suffolk 2, but those people who are affected care about it. But Chesapeake, right now, they have 1,100 customers who are without electricity. Hampton, 100. Williamsburg, 100. York County, more than 400. Virginia Beach, more than 200. So a lot of people. Now, let me show you something else. They have this interactive map that you can work with at dom.com. And what you do is if you go in, you find your area where you're having a power outage. If you click on that area, it tells you how many people are out, and it tells you when your power might be restored, which is nice. Also, something else they feature here, it tells you the cause of it. I've gone through and clicked on all of these. Majority of them say storm. That's the cause of this. This one is a storm. This is in the Chesapeake area, and they say there are about 128 people in that area. They're expecting power to be restored there between 10 and 12 this morning. So we heard from Benita Harris, who is with Dominion Power, about the crews being out there. They brought in extra crews to try and get power restored. But we're keeping an eye on this, guys, and we're going to let you know how it's going with different cities with the outages.
And we are getting more images of, as the sun rises, the damage and the water on the roadways.
Yeah, our weather producer Martin Cornick doing a great job of identifying some of these different images coming in. This is NC-12 near the causeway. 6 lanes over there, waves covering
all 6 lanes.
NC-12. Yeah,
Wow.
you see it right there.
Wow.
Again, the waves. And speaking of the waves, at the ocean front with our sky view, I have it on Weather 1. You can see the activity there. A lot of churn, some of the waves kind of crashing up against the jetty, and we're seeing some of the spray over the top of the jetty. So we've certainly seen worse seas, worse conditions down there, but it is rough. There will be some beach erosion that we are monitoring for. And again, the sound side flooding, a big issue. NC-12 once again taking another beating down there.
And that's the Avalon Fishing Pier as well, that we've seen the waves really whipping up down there during our live reports. I mean, it's stunning images.
Yeah, stunning images, and as the sun comes up, we're going to get more and more of them. We're taking a look at another one here.
Yeah, and the sun will come up shedding more light on this. You need to know the center of the circulation is off. It is moving away to the northeast at about 23 miles per hour. So it's going to, things will improve later, but we still have a rough go for the next couple of hours.
And we're watching it, and we're here for you. And you know who else is? We've got a team of reporters out there bringing us this story as it happens.
Yeah, and they've had a rough go throughout the overnight hours. Now, what you're about to see was actually shot about an hour and a half ago, and it's 13 News Now reporter Brian Farrell down in North Carolina. Take a look.
And right now we are on the back end of Hurricane Arthur on the beach here in Nags Head. Behind me you'll see the popular and of course very recognizable Jeanette's Pier. You'll see some of the white caps there that are coming in across the pilings and just kind of making that spray as they come. You can follow the progress of these massive waves as they're coming in. This wind actually is not the worst that we have seen throughout the overnight. I can tell you no joke though, as it's coming and the sand is all pounding us from behind and everything right now. Remember, of course, curfews in effect for Nags Head as well as some of the other towns here on the Outer Banks in Dare County. The other thing to point out too, remember, this is the storm itself coming through. Dare County has been restricted in terms of access, the entire county, because after this moves through, and that may be late morning by the time people can get out as far as crews to evaluate, they want to look at some of the damage. We have seen damage here in Nags Head, some cars and all that were roughed up, pieces of some of the buildings and all, even part of the motel here or hotel where we are, kind of peeling off there and getting thrown around, some limbs and things like that. So again, this is the back end of Arthur as he continues to move up the coast. We're in Nags Head. Brian Farrell, 13 News Now.
You just heard Brian mention that the curfew is in effect. Well, we have learned that it has been lifted. That curfew was in effect until 6 a.m. for Kill Devil Hills, Nags Head, and Manteo, but that has been lifted.
Yes, there's still a curfew for Ocracoke Island. That is at 8 in the morning. All right, to Virginia Beach we go.
Yeah, let's head back out to Joe Flanagan. He's been out there all morning long from dark until now. It's daylight. We can see more of what's going on. He's in front of that big pile of sand that they built to protect Grommet Island. How's it looking out there now, Joe?
Well, Vanessa, Craig had mentioned the rain bands moving in shortly. They just started about 5 minutes ago. Really pouring rain now out here. And behind me, when you look at the waterfront, there were a couple people down here taking pictures that couldn't get over how dramatic those waves are looking. I had heard anywhere from 10 to 14-foot waves off the coast as this storm ramped up last night. If you ask me, it looks close to that out there. Very, very high wave action and the rain pouring down. We were able to talk to a couple earlier I mentioned that had never been in a hurricane before. The gentleman was born and raised in Minnesota, and he had some interesting comments. Let's listen to his remarks right now.
I moved out here in October and never experienced a hurricane, so might as well experience a small one first, right? I wish it'd pick up a little more, but as long as there's no damage or anything.
And there are quite a few thrill seekers and observers that are out here. This woman in particular, what's your name and where are you from?
My name is Wendy Reichert, and I've been living in Virginia Beach for about 7 months.
Now, Wendy, we saw another woman that was over here. She says she walks her dogs every morning, didn't bring the dogs, brought herself out here to take some pictures. Do you know her?
Well, I've seen her before.
Okay.
We're frequent walkers.
And what do you think of this morning?
Oh, I think it's amazing. It is just wild. It's thrilling. I love it. I just came down to get some pictures.
Okay, we're trying to get your face on camera. All we're getting is a profile. Can you stand up for a second? And did you expect more out of this?
No, I didn't really know what to expect. I've never been in a hurricane before.
Oh.
But I love the sea and I love the ocean. I mean, I love these waves, so I wanted to get a few pictures.
Well, how long have you lived here?
7 months.
7 months. Okay, so your first hurricane.
Absolutely.
And you came here from?
Western New York.
Okay, well, all right. On a scale of 1 to 10, you would rate this as a number?
As far as being exciting, oh, probably a 7 or 8.
All right, good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So there you go, a 7 or 8. The guy from Minnesota might have said a 10. He was impressed to see his first hurricane. And so that's the situation down here. We'll be here all morning. Drew Langford is here from Public Works and told us he really thought he'd see more at Sandbridge. But Sandbridge is high and dry and safe. And Virginia Beach Fire Department spokesperson said the same thing. So right now, conditions are looking very good for public safety purposes right here in Virginia Beach. Reporting live, Joe Flanagan, back to you guys now in the studio.
That is great news, but we do not want to make light of this situation in any way. It is dangerous for folks to be out there. The storm is not over, and a lot of the emergency officials are saying to shelter in place, let them assess the situation, especially in the Outer Banks. I mean, I know it's not as severe in Virginia Beach.
No, but you saw the winds whipping up in Virginia Beach.
Whipping up like crazy.
One thing that Craig is concerned about, and our entire Weather Authority team, that beach erosion and overwash, especially down on Highway 12 in North Carolina, where we are getting some good images of that. All right, Craig, how powerful is the storm? Where is it now?
Right now, at the 6 o'clock update, still 100-mile-per-hour wind, still a Category 2 hurricane. But I'm going to say something now about this system, and you're going to hear us talk about this in the future as well. When we look back on this and it shows a Category 2 hurricane cutting across eastern parts of North Carolina, that's going to look really bad, you know, in the history books. Say, oh, it's a Category 2 hurricane, and there are issues with the sound side flooding. We've been talking about that. Some areas have been hit with some very strong winds. But for those of you, again, in Hampton Roads and even parts of North Carolina, we've had tropical storm force winds. And if you go through and say, oh, well, I lived through this hurricane, you know, Hurricane Arthur, and I was a Cat 2 storm, and next time we say there's a Cat 2 storm and it's coming in maybe from a different direction, or you need to take action to protect yourselves or whatever, don't think that just because you got through this one that you've been through a Category 2 hurricane. In reality, it's been a tropical storm for most of the area. There have been very strong hurricane force winds, some gusts, especially down at the Outer Banks. And those folks, they know what it's like to experience a 90 or 95-mile-per-hour wind gust. But in general, most of this area has been spared what, you know, could have been a lot worse as far as the actual impacts from the system. Still, though, technically there's 100-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds somewhere around it. It might be offshore now, but there are still those powerful winds, and the movement is off to the northeast at 21 miles per hour. Just want to make that note, because there will come a time where we will be under a warning again, and we'll tell folks you need to take action. And if you think, well, I've already been through it, you really haven't experienced a full-on hurricane. Here's what we have right now. Some rough seas down at the ocean front. The seas running anywhere from 10 to 15 feet up and down along the Outer Banks. We've been getting those reports. Sound side flooding, a big issue on the backside now that the winds are wrapping around, and we've seen the winds coming in from the northwest. Still a very healthy hurricane, and you're seeing some of this again. The eye kind of trying to maybe reform a little bit. We've had a few breaks in the eye, but it is moving off to the northeast. There's some of that drier air right now on the north and the northwest side. We have this band. I was thinking maybe it would reach back to Virginia Beach. We are getting some more intensity, so I guess some of that energy did make it there. But again, this heaviest stuff just offshore. We're also looking at some very intense storms, kind of a product there of the approaching cold front and the tropical moisture. We knew we'd have a good shot at enhanced rainfall. That's exactly what we're seeing off to the north, and this system continues to move away. Now, we've also been saying the wind gusts could potentially increase along the ocean front. I still think we'll get some tropical storm force gusts occasionally, and we're seeing that along the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. Level 2 wind restrictions. Ashley Smith had just reported that, and I want to hear from her right now. We'll find out what else she's watching. It's a holiday. It's been fairly light out there, but I understand we do have some breaking traffic information.
And I just checked with the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, Craig. Those level 2 wind restrictions still in effect. So let's head over there, and I just wanted to explain to you again, especially if you're just joining us, what that means for you. So we talked about those level 2 wind restrictions. Craig just mentioned that for you, this is what this means. Winds are in excess of 47 miles an hour as you head 13 north and south across the bridge and through the tunnels. And these are the vehicles that are not allowed to cross right now. That includes your motorcycles, any large campers, large trucks, tractor trailers, not allowed to cross lost right now. Also, anything being towed on these vehicles, any type of top carriers that you may have, any exterior cargo will not be allowed to cross at this time. We'll let you know when those restrictions have lifted, but at this point, that's what's happening at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. Also want to give you a heads up if you may be traveling 64 eastbound in Hampton around the HRBT. We'll give you a quick live look. Not a major deal, but we do have this accident working here 64 eastbound just past King Street. You can see it here blocking the left shoulder. Not major delays, but just prepare to slow down a little bit as you cross that scene. Again, that's 64 eastbound just past King Street on the left shoulder. If anything else pops up, we'll let you know right here, but let's get back to our extended coverage right now.
All right. And we're going to take a look right now again at the hurricane as it's moving off to the northeast. We have had some areas of heavier rain off to the north. We continue to watch those bands. Even the northern neck seeing some very intense rainfall right now. We've got some heavier bands just off to the east of the eastern shore. It does look like there's some drier air that is starting to work in now back towards the Outer Banks. And I'll show you this. I want to step in and draw your attention while we do have the northwest winds. And you don't need additional rain to create the sound side issues. No, you just need the winds, and even though it's drier here and we are seeing some breaks in the action, you still have very strong northwest winds coming in. So folks here still dealing with that. Now I want to show you the reported wind gusts, and it looks like Smithfield had light winds and Surrey light winds as well. It's interesting. You get out away from the hurricane and the winds get a lot lighter. These gusts up around Richmond associated with those thunderstorms. That's not hurricane related. That's really more the thunderstorms that were off to the north and out to the west. But along the ocean front, we're still looking at pretty powerful winds. And I still think at Virginia Beach, around the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel on the eastern shore, you could still get some tropical storm force gusts. And we've seen that down around the Outer Banks. They continue to be pretty strong down that way. With the future cast, again, the wet weather pulls away, and we're seeing some of the breaks already, so we can take you through the afternoon. I'd say by 10:30, 11 o'clock, we're going to see a much brighter scenario, certainly out to the west, clearing skies. Close to the coast, still a few showers lingering, but I think most of that will be winding down. And through the afternoon, partly sunny. It'll become mainly clear this evening, and for your weekend, it is going to be a lot better. So hang in there. Throughout the week, we were saying this thing's going to do its thing late Thursday into early Friday, and I was saying all along fireworks, if they were planned for Friday night, you'd be okay with that, and I still think that's the case. It will be a little breezy, so we'll need to watch that, but certainly a much brighter weekend in store. We'll take a quick look at the next 3 days. Temperatures low 80s tomorrow, mid 80s for your Sunday. Back to you.
All right, guys. We are checking in with the North Carolina Department of Transportation right now.
Absolutely. Steve Abbott is on the phone with us. Steve, good morning.
Good morning to you.
All right. Is it a good morning where you're concerned, especially watching Highway 12? We know what happens every single storm with that main roadway.
Well, right now we're just getting ready to do the assessment of the roadways. We have crews that'll get on the first ferry that goes back to Hatteras and Ocracoke. And, of course, NC-12 is the key road. We took a sneak peek on our traffic cameras. We don't see any obvious major issue, but there's some flooding along the roadway, and we have to wait till the water recedes to find out what's underneath.
I know, Steve, another concern for you guys when there are storms are the bridges, and specifically the Bonner Bridge has gotten a lot of attention lately, and I was reading earlier that some sonar would be going into the water to check underwater the condition of that bridge. What's going to happen with that today as the sun comes up and the day gets going?
Well, as soon as the water and the sound and so forth is slowed down enough and not too choppy, we'll have a boat go out and do sonar testing of the pilings underneath the bridge to see if there's any damage or anything. And if that's inconclusive, we have divers also available. They're on scene as well. They'd go in and do an on-site inspection. We want to make sure it's completely safe before that bridge reopens for travel.
Steve, what are you hearing about phone calls overnight into emergency management or perhaps your crews and what they were concerned with overnight as Hurricane Arthur hit North Carolina and the Outer Banks?
Nothing special or nothing outlandish that we're aware of. There's some flooding on the sound side that could affect some of our roadways, but whereas the storm pulls away, as your weather forecaster mentioned, then we have a better idea what's going on with any damage. We also have to wait until power crews go through because there's some trees down. There may be some power lines down, and obviously our crews can't get through there. So the power crews get first dibs in trying to clear the roadway a little bit, and we go in.
You just mentioned the roadways near the Sound being an issue because of the potential flooding there, and we mentioned Highway 12 and the Bonner Bridge. What are some other areas of concern, major roadways that you guys are watching that typically cause you guys trouble?
Well, 12 is the main issue. There's US 64 is the main route out of the upper Outer Banks where Nags Head and so forth, and that has remained open. That has remained clear. But and there's not that many roads, to be honest with you, down in the southern part of the Outer Banks and, of course, on the Hatteras and on Okotoks. And just clearing those off of any sand overwash and things like that is our main focus right now. And obviously, if there's any damage, getting the roads clear so the vacationers who may have left for the evacuation order can get back in as soon as possible, take advantage of the great weather the area is going to have this weekend.
Hey, Steve, we heard from Governor McCrory saying that emergency management officials learned a lot from those harsh winter storms that hit you guys during our cold winter months. How have those experiences prepared you to deal with today, the here and now, with Hurricane Arthur?
Well, basically helped us. We learned from that for prep work. You know, in case things were really bad, we had a lot of equipment, more than 24 heavy pieces of equipment like bulldozers and front loaders, always staged down on Hatteras and Okotoks. Because if the roadway was closed, there's no way to get there with the equipment. We can get on by the ferry system. So then we are ready to hit things right off the bat. Don't have to wait till equipment is shifted down there, which we also learned that from other storms. You don't wait till after the storm passes to try to move your equipment and people in. Have them staged and ready as soon as it's safe for everybody to go out and work on the roads, hit it then.
And you guys are about to go out now, as you just told us, waiting for that ferry. Hey, good luck. Report back to us and let us know what you found, any problems, if you find any out there.
And wish your crews well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
13 News Now begins in storm mode.
We are in storm mode. It is the 6:30 half hour of this extended version of 13 News Now at daybreak.
And we are here to inform and keep you safe, and hopefully you weathered Hurricane Arthur. We're not done just yet. We don't want to be lulled into a false sense of security. We're going to find out why in just a moment from our Weather Authority team.
We sure are, but first we're going to go to 13 News Now anchor Sandra Parker. You are monitoring what's happening on social media.
Yeah, and you guys have been talking about the sun's coming up. People are seeing a lot of what has happened, what has been left behind with Hurricane Arthur. And a lot of the things we're seeing, folks here are talking about the flooding that Craig has mentioned to us and that you just heard. They're talking to the Department of Transportation in North Carolina. And if you go through, you see the flooding Highway 12. Some of the folks actually posting pictures right here. You can see the flooding on the roadways as you go through. Flooding seems to be the biggest issue that people are talking about right now. But you know what? It is 4th of July, and this is from a Hatteras. Someone took a picture of the Hatteras Village Civic League Center 4th of July event. They're actually, evacuation is their event today, so they are dealing with the problems down there. And power outages, another hot topic on social media. A lot of people wondering about customers without electricity. I actually was checking some of the cameras up and down Highway 12. Some of them are out because of power outages. We've heard that folks are working on trying to get power restored there. But right now, the things that are trending, obviously, Hurricane Arthur, hashtag Hurricane Arthur is definitely trending now. It's one of the top things trending. Talking about the flooding and also talking about the power outages, guys. We're keeping an eye on social media, and we'll let you know what else we find.
Also talking about the waves and possible beach erosion. You want to see a place where waves are kicking up right now.
We've seen them kicking up at the Avalon Pier in the Outer Banks, the fishing pier that is, and that's where we go right now to Nikki Burdine reporting for us live.
Good morning, yeah, in Kill Devil Hills here at the Avalon Fishing Pier, and I wanted to step out of the way so you can take a look and see those waves out there are pretty fierce, and they're only getting bigger. Just when we think this wind is going to die down, the rain steps in and picks it up a notch. Since we've been out here, I want you to look over here. The curfew's been lifted, so people are out again on the roads, but there are cars, people just pulling up here to the pier because you can get a really good view of the beach here, and they're just taking pictures out here walking around. I spoke to a woman who's on her way to work. She and her dog walked down to the beach. Still not a good idea really to do that because it is still dangerous out here. The wind is really rough, especially when you get down there closer to the beach where I was just a few minutes ago. You still kind of have to brace yourself, especially when the wind comes through. But the rain has picked up probably more than anything else. The wind has really died down, and then the rain picks up right again and hits you in the face. Not a lot of damage on the way here, though, so that is the good news. I spoke to a couple people who said they just saw porta potties knocked down, chairs in the lawn. We saw a beach lifeguard chair knocked down on the beach, trash cans in the middle of the road, and a lot of water on the road. So I think that's going to be people's biggest problem when they are driving to work, is a lot of water covering the road. So be careful and be mindful of that. In Kill Devil Hills, I'm Nikki Burgine, 13 News Now.
Nikki, hi, this is Craig Moeller, meteorologist here at ABC 13. How are the waves now compared to where they were about an hour or so ago? Are you seeing some of the wave action becoming more intense right now?
Actually, I have, and that surprised me. I thought when the wind died down that the waves were going to dive down as well, but I think they actually have gotten bigger, especially right here along the pier. If my photographer can get a look at that. They've definitely gotten bigger, and I don't know if that means they're going to calm down again, if this is just the big peak before they start to die down. And just as I'm talking to, the wind has picked up once again.
Thank you very much, Nikki. You guys be safe out there. I did want to point out that now that this system is pulling offshore, you know, before it was inland and you were getting some of the winds wrapping around on the front side of it. Now that it is actually out over the ocean, the winds are kicking back. That's actually creating larger waves, and I'm going to show you at the ocean front a similar image. I noticed that just with my casual observations
beach erosion
at the ocean front. But, again, to hear from our reporters live out there on the beaches, seeing it up close.
Yeah. It's all about storm position.
And beach erosion, LaSalle, you mentioned that. We've been keying on that as one of the big concerns as well. So we're going to watch right now with the 6 o'clock update. Still a Category 2 hurricane, 100-mile-per-hour winds, although we haven't been able to pinpoint anything close to that sustained. We have had some gusts in the mid-90s. I mean, we had a gust of Rodanthe at 96. Down in Carteret County, there was a gust of 100. So we have seen gusts to that level, but we haven't seen the sustained winds. Now, I wanted to show you again at the ocean front, and I'm going to take a live look here. You can see that's a live view. Here's our sky view, and I'm going to step into this and show you just how the seas have been building. I'm seeing a lot more action out there. And we mentioned earlier that the top of the pier was looking, or the jetty rather, was looking pretty good earlier. That was when we were closer to high tide. So what's happened is we're actually getting closer to low tide now, but the water levels are higher and the wave action is higher. When you would typically expect the tide to recede, we're actually seeing the water levels with these waves cresting and coming over the top of the jetty there. So definitely the seas down at the ocean front, and I know Joe Flanagan's down there. He's been reporting from Grommet Island Park. We're seeing a lot more wave action, and this is a dangerous situation. Certainly, we don't see any surfers, and for those of you that are in right now, you might not be familiar with what we're looking at. This is a designated surf zone, and there are typically dozens of surfers out there on a good morning. Nobody taking any foolish chances right now, and that's a good thing. And I will make this point as well. Even after the system leaves and the skies become beautiful, all right, there's still going to be a threat of rip currents. It's a holiday weekend. We really want the swimmers and surfers to listen to the lifeguards. Please be very careful out there and be alert to rip currents even after the system exits. So that is going to be a real concern through the holiday weekend. All right, we'll take a look at the radar images. Right now, the movement is off to the northeast at 21 miles per hour. We have some enhanced rainfall off to the northwest. We've been seeing some very heavy rain, and again, that kind of enhanced by the presence of this cold front that is pushing through, and that's helping to move this thing out. Evan Stewart's going to join me right now, and he's been keeping an eye on some things, some different reports. What are you watching right now?
That's right. We're going to watch the radar, show you some closer ideas of first how the storm has been moving and what we're dealing with right now. Again, notice the storm here is off the coastline, but as we take you back here over the past 6 hours, you can see the eye of the storm as it moved right here through the Pamlico Sound, just clipping parts of Hyde County, Dare County, crossing over just across Manio, Roanoke Island, and then pushing off towards the east. And we are seeing that wraparound on the back side, and we are seeing some very heavy rains off towards the north. So we'll zoom in up across areas through the northern Chesapeake Bay here, up around Tangier Island. This is all pushing here off towards the south-southwest as those winds are coming in around the storm. So some very heavy rain up around Tangier Island. As we head here across areas of the Middle Peninsula, right now this is Matthews County heading over towards Gloucester County, Dutton picking up some of that very heavy rain that is pushing down towards Schley and down towards the Mobjack Bay area, and also some very heavy rain right now moving through parts of Croker and through parts of Williamsburg as well. So some very heavy rain pushing here off towards the south-southeast. So as we go here through the afternoon or later into the morning and through the afternoon, we'll start to see that rain clearing out of the area, but certainly some very heavy rain that is rolling through parts of Hampton Roads right now, especially across areas of the peninsula. And again, here's another look at the live radar, that back edge right through here. We have that cold front that'll be sliding through. That's what's helping to turn the storm, pushing it off here towards the east and the northeast. So eventually the storm will continue to move off in that direction, right now moving at around 20 miles per hour. So as that front moves through, things will quickly improve as we go through the afternoon hours. Still, we'll see some of those winds gusting out of the northwest at around 25 to 30 miles per hour as the storm exits off towards the northeast. But certainly we're looking at those gusty winds as we go here through the afternoon hours. But the skies will quickly clear, and we'll look for some of that sunshine later in the day. So if you have plans later this afternoon, keep in mind that conditions will improve as far as the cloud cover and the rain, but the winds will still be pretty gusty through the afternoon hours. So again, we'll keep you updated here throughout the afternoon and throughout the morning, and let you know what we can expect as we go later through the day, coming up here in just a few minutes. Guys?
Interesting to every single time we go to the Weather Authority team to see the storm moving on away from our area.
Which is what we've been forecasting that was going to happen. And you know who was in the eye of that storm a little bit earlier this morning? Our Carl Leimer. He's in Manio.
And let's go there right now, and he reports from Essex Street.
I'm on Essex Street in Manio, and we've been noticing damage as we've been driving through the neighborhoods. This is a large branch that fell here in the street. You can see if you look up there where it snapped out of this tree. There's a hole left where the limbs were, and it fell down here. It's crossing the street here. They've not cleared this out. Obviously, it's still very soon. They're still really just trying to get out and assess some of the damage. We've seen this as we've been driving. I see it looks like a screen dropped here on the street. Don't know where this came from, but the wind still quite an issue here in Manio. And again, we don't know when this came down, if it came down in the height of the storm or if it came down later, but this is just what we've been seeing. And again, we just continue to look around for some of the damage, and officials say they will then come out once the storm is clear and start taking a look at these kinds of things themselves. In Manio, Carl Leimer, 13 News Now.
This is the kind of stuff we're going to start seeing as the sun comes up, and we're going to start getting those reports. And of course, we welcome you to send us your photos as long as it's safe to be out there and to be out and about of what you're seeing in your neighborhood.
And another word from officials, please do stay clear of any down power lines.
Yes.
Say trees will hit those wires and knock out power. Power outages, a big concern down in North Carolina and here in Hampton Roads as well. Let's go to the oceanfront now.
Let's pick up our coverage with Joe Flanagan. He's right down there near Grommet Park, and there's that big sand berm they built to protect the park.
Guys, I was just distracted talking to our friends from Minnesota. They just walked by, and they're actually going to go swimming, believe it or not. We're going to see that in a little bit. They're heading home, cleaning things up, get in their bathing suits, and come back. How's that for crazy storm spotters? Yeah, I was over there, and so now this was the berm we've been talking about all morning, and you can see a whole lot more with daylight coming up, and the rain is really coming down now at the ocean front. And we take a peek out near Rudy Inlet, and well, there you go. Believe it or not, surfers. We didn't think we'd see any this morning, but there's two guys heading out to give it a shot. A lot of people might say, fellas, you might be a whole lot safer if you don't do that, but there they go. Never let a surfer try and prevent a chance to go out and experience something. Maybe they're backing off. Maybe they're seeing it is too crazy. But I would think that is a little crazy. There's a couple guys over here. As Will Sloan, you can stay on your shot. I'm just looking at these guys. You're not a surfer, are you?
I am a surfer.
All right, we have a surfer over here. Give me your thoughts on seeing those guys out there. Is it smart or is it stupid?
Well, if they're in good shape, I mean, they should be fine out there. It doesn't look too bad. They can handle themselves, but the waves aren't that good right now.
Yeah, and not that good as in dangerous and as in just messy and unsurfable.
Yeah, it's probably a little unsurfable right now, I'd say. You can see the strong side shore winds coming down from the north. But as this thing moves off, that'll flip around and should clean up pretty nicely. I don't think now's the time to go out, though. So.
Somebody was saying later this afternoon or tomorrow. Are you going to come out this afternoon?
Oh, yeah, I'll be down here just about every hour checking the conditions and seeing if it's going to
Would you anticipate we'd see a lot of people this afternoon doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this thing's blowing out quicker than people thought. So once that blows out, I'd say probably by noon, it should be pretty favorable conditions.
What's your name and where do you live?
My name's Chris, and I actually live in Raleigh, but I grew up in Virginia Beach, went to Kinsell High School and everything. So my dad lives on Shore Drive, so just came up for the weekend coincidentally and ran into Arthur, right?
Yes, up from Raleigh and you're going surfing.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely. You know, you got to get it while you can. It's East Coast surfing, right?
There you go.
Especially in the summer.
All right, Chris, thank you.
All right, take care. Have a good one.
Well, there you go. So an expert's opinion. He may be back here this afternoon, and as we look back toward the waterfront, and yes, I am holding an umbrella. It's gotten kind of nasty down here. Will Sloan panning around to, well, they're out in the water now, so there you go. In the water, trying to give it a shot.
You know what, Joe, though? There are no lifeguards out there right now. Those rip currents have got to be awfully bad out there. Even the best of swimmers have tough times dealing with rip currents.
Yeah, this is not the best idea. We do not encourage this.
Right. And, Joe, I want to ask you real quick. Again, our notice has been that the seas are actually increasing a little bit over the last hour or so now that Arthur is pushed just east of the Outer Banks and is working off to the northeast. Have you seen that down there with your own eyes?
I have. It's funny you bring that up. The waves action right near the end of the reef there at Rudy Inlet has gotten a whole lot more intense. And I'm back over here by Chris again, and now, Chris, it's not really smart that those guys are out there.
See, you know, if you got boards with you, at least you have a flotation device. But I noticed there's a couple swimmers over here by the jetty. I'd be more concerned about them than the surfers. But
oh, I didn't see the swimmers. No, that is not recommended by any stretch. Are they near the stones, or are they closer to us?
There's still about waist-high water right now, but it looks like it's a little bit protected over there. They're having a good time, but yeah, we'll see how these guys fare. I don't think they're going to make it out too far.
Yeah. Joe, as we're watching again,
I wouldn't recommend anybody going out.
That undertow, Joe, can really take place. I mean, you could be in knee-deep water, thigh-deep water, and get a strong undertow that can take you off your feet.
Oh, so we've seen that this summer.
Those those swimmers especially really shouldn't be out there. One other quick question, Joe, for you. The winds now should be coming in more from the north at your location, possibly the northwest. Your experience right there at the ocean front, Joe, are you feeling the winds coming down from the north? Are you feeling sand whipping down there, or are the oceanfront hotels protecting you a little bit?
It's definitely from the north, Craig. The hotels aren't blocking us, so that's a pretty sharp north wind coming right down at us. The sand was whipping up 30 minutes ago when we were standing over there by the berm, but now where Will and I are standing, it's definitely a real northerly blast coming right down on us. I've got this umbrella, and it wants to crumple, and Chris just folded his up. Same kind of deal. Actually, I'll fold mine up as well.
You can see the tops of the waves blowing off that spray. We are looking at 10 to 15-foot seas right there just off to the east, and those waves are barreling. This is a dangerous situation. Again, the rip current threat is going to remain high even after the weather improves.
Through the weekend, correct?
Well, we're going to see them certainly a moderate to higher risk. So this is something that we don't want anybody to play with. Again, there'll be red flags up flying. Listen to the lifeguards. They will monitor that rip current threat. Honestly, I haven't looked to see how long it will extend, but I will tell you that it is very dangerous out there, even for experienced swimmers and surfers. It doesn't take much to get you in trouble. And I'll just mention very quickly a quick, a life-saving tip on rip currents. If you do, and again, stay out of the water.
Period. What do they say on Facebook and Twitter? Shake my head. SMH. That's what we're sitting here shaking our heads as we watch this.
All right, stay out of the water, but I'm just going to say this. If somebody does get caught in one of those rip currents and you're pulled out, do not panic. Do not try to swim against that rip current. Try to swim parallel to the coast, and eventually you'll get out of that rip current and you can probably get back in. Stay out of the water, period, okay? Listen, we have on the phone with us somebody I've done a lot of work with, all right? Rob Braidwood. He is in the Chesapeake 911 call center. Rob, are you there this morning?
Yeah, I'm here, Craig. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, and it sounds, you sent me a text saying call volumes for the city of Chesapeake have been relatively low so far. Is that correct?
That's correct, Craig. Overnight we saw pretty low call volume. We anticipate there might be a little uptick this morning as people wake up and, get out on the streets and see what trees are down and things like that. But so far, this really has been sort of nothing that we had to worry about too much.
That is great news. Now, you did say that you had a few reports of some trees down. Is there any one part of the city versus others that have maybe you've had a couple more trees reported down, or that you've had any reports of higher gusts or anything like that?
No, I mean, the southern part of the city got a little bit higher wind gusts through, the HURVAC program that we run through the National Weather Service. But there's no consistent pattern right now, Craig.
All right, Rob, I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit, okay? Do you know, have you even heard kind of rumors or discussions there within the city of Chesapeake what some of the higher gusts were that you guys have had reported, either by law enforcement or any of the reporting stations you have?
No. Right now we're collecting all that data, Craig. The initial wind gauges that we were looking at on top of City Hall topped out at 38 miles an hour, I think, last night sometime. So we're just still collecting that data. We'll probably have that better dilated in the next hour or so.
Rob, not only do you help serve the city of Chesapeake, but I know you've also worked with groups that kind of coordinate among the 7 cities and really the entire region. How important is it for folks to not think, hey, I made it through Arthur in good shape. We survived a Category 2 hurricane. This is by no means, for most of this area, that type of a storm.
Craig, I'm glad you brought that up, and I saw that on your broadcast earlier, is that we really got to get that message out that each storm is independent and each storm is different. Category 2 now, today, with Arthur, to a Category 2 later in the season could be a totally different experience. So I just really appreciate your risk messaging to the public that, no 2 storms are alike. And just because you went through this doesn't mean you can experience another Category 2 like this.
Rob, I know you're very busy right now, so we're going to go ahead and let you go. But thank you for taking time to give us the update from Chesapeake. And again, we appreciate your work with emergency management.
Thanks, Craig.
Isabel came in as a Cat 1, right?
No, I think it was tropical storm when it made landfall.
No, Isabel came in as a hurricane. It was, I believe it was a 1-2, but it was the direction that it came in that was the big difference. And even Isabel, as it came through, most of the area experienced tropical storm force winds with some hurricane gusts. That was the deal with Isabel.
That's how that worked.
So again, each one of these things a little bit different. It really depends what direction they come in and, the different components of the individual storm. All right, Sandra, one thing we just heard from Rob Braidwood, there have been some trees down, and that's been impacting the power outage situation a little bit here and there. What are you watching now?
Well, interesting, Craig, it's kind of like the track of the storm, what we're seeing with power outages now here on the outage summer that they have at Dominion Power. You can see North Carolina, they still have almost 2,700 folks who are without electricity, but with southeastern Virginia, all of Hampton Roads, you're going to see we've got almost 3,300 people who are without electricity. And when you break it down and you touch that and you find out what cities we're looking at, it's like every city. Isle of Wight County right now with the biggest number of outages, and that's more than 1,100 outages. On the phone right now, we have Benita Harris, who's with Dominion Power. And Benita, any idea as to why we might be seeing this? Is it because of what we heard Craig mention, the trees being down and the wind causing some problems? I think we have Benita there. I'm afraid we're having...
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear Benita now. Benita, I'm not sure if you just checking to see maybe what you're finding as some of the main causes for some of these outages. Is it because of wind or trees down?
Yes, exactly what you said. I mean, and as the ground is more and more saturated, the trees become more susceptible to falling over onto our lines. So right now we have crews working at about 6,000. About 81 locations with about 6,000 customers affected. And as you said, the number is growing on the south side in Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. We're starting to see more outages, and our crews are getting to those locations as quickly as they can.
Yeah, definitely. I know we're seeing numbers go up and down periodically, and I guess that's kind of the track of the storm that we're seeing.
That's right. That's how it goes, and we get to it as soon as we can, and then when new ones come up, then we try to get to those.
Yeah, and I know it being a holiday, there's still a lot of folks who are at home, too, and so your crews all had to be called in. You've called in a lot of extra crews to work on this.
Well, they were ready because we know how important this holiday weekend is to so many people, especially out there on the Outer Banks, and a lot of those folks don't even live here, and they're not sure who to call. So we appreciate you all getting the information out so they can keep up with what's going on dom.com. They can keep in touch with us through Facebook and Twitter as well. And, of course, they can always call our 1-866-DOM help number to report their outages, let us know what's going on.
And your crew is going to be working around the clock trying to get all power restored as quickly as possible?
You know it, and we've got extra crews on standby available to help when needed.
All right, thanks, Benita. And again, I just want to show you, Benita talked about some of the power outages, the work that these crews are doing. Take a look at this map. This isn't all of Virginia, but this is a big chunk of Virginia and part of North Carolina down there. Just to show you every one of those little dots, those are outages. And they're bigger chunks. The bigger the dot and the brighter the color, that's more folks without electricity, and those numbers keep growing. You see even the Richmond area, Hampton Roads, Northern Virginia, so they are all over. So they've got crews trying to restore power as this storm makes its way up the East Coast. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Sandra.
All right, Sandra, thank you very much.
Give an update, Craig.
Well, you know, the storm outages actually to the north associated with that enhanced rainfall and that thunderstorm threat from the front coming through. So we actually have several different things in play. I'm so happy Sandra mentioned that just because I think it's important information to know. This is a complex situation where we have different things coming together, and that was one thing I was going to ask her if she had seen more of that. I've been given the green light to talk a little bit about the forecast. We've been focusing so much on the track of this system. I really want to take just a quick moment to let you know, as the system exits, we are still dealing with very rough seas, beach erosion. There's still the sound side issues. Things are starting to improve down to the south, and I want to take just a moment to let you know about your upcoming day. Temperatures today will top out in the lower to mid 80s. We will see skies becoming partly sunny. The reason we're talking about that, when we take a look here, again, that threat of rip currents very high. There's going to be a lot of folks that just want to check things out this afternoon. In fact, a little bit later this morning, I'm going to change that wind and rain icon that you see there Friday. It's going to become partly sunny later this afternoon, mostly sunny as we head into the evening, mainly clear, and then gorgeous through the weekend. So folks are going to want to hit the beaches, but there will still be those potential threats for rip currents, and you need to be very, very careful out.
There's also still a lot of work to do in terms of damage assessment and what's happening with this. And we have on the phone with us Elizabeth City's city manager.
Yeah, it's our first time checking in Elizabeth City today, and this is Rich Olson on the phone. Good morning, Rich. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. How are y'all doing there?
How are you doing, my friend? How are things going in Elizabeth City?
We got through the night fairly well. We're very pleased. You know, we have some moderate damage, vegetation damage, trees down, nothing really major. Unfortunately, we share I shouldn't say unfortunately, but we share a joint command system with Camden County, and they had a fire fatality last night about 3 o'clock, and we're starting to investigate that.
It was a fire fatality. Was it weather related, or do you guys know yet?
Don't know yet. Our fire department's over there now starting their investigation.
Was that 3 a.m. or 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
3 a.m.
Okay, so it just happened. Okay.
Huh. That's sorry to hear about that, Rich. So as we approach the daylight hours now, what will you and your crews be doing down there in Elizabeth City? What's at the top of your agenda?
Well, our first thing is just drive the community, see what type of damage assessment we need to do. We do not have a report of anything major. We'll also check the number of power outages we have. We have a municipal electrical system. Our crews are all starting to work that now that the wind is decreasing.
How have your previous storms that you've had to deal with helped you in terms of coordination with other jurisdictions and other cities and towns?
Well, you know, we've been through a lot of storms here in Elizabeth City, and we have a great working relationship with the county, the two counties, Camden County, Pascagoula County. Since we own the electrical system through our Northeast Municipal Power Agency, last time we had a major storm in here, we were able to get 14, 15 crews in here in a matter of 12 hours to help us restore power. So, you know, everyone here in the Northeast part of North Carolina worked together to ensure that we can get through these type of situations.
Well, thank you very much, Rich, for taking some time to fill us in on the situation in Elizabeth City. Glad to hear that the damage there is minor, and certainly wish you guys the best in your efforts for cleanup.
And he mentioned that fire fatality overnight. Was that Camden County? Did I hear that right?
It was a fire fatality in
to-
Elizabeth City overnight, 3 in the morning, and an investigation is underway, so we'll certainly keep watching that for you.
Check to confirm that. Let's go back out to Carl Limer. He is live for us in Manio. And Carl, what do you have to report for us right now as it's daylight and still windy out there?
Hey guys, very windy. Actually, we've changed location. We're in Nags Head off of 64 near the Melvin Daniels Bridge. And let me just show you, a picture's worth 1,000 words. This is where the water is washing over 64 right here. This is, you're looking down back towards Manio. Again, we're in Nags Head right now, and you can see the ferocity of this water coming over 64. It has washed over. You've got police over here that are actually just monitoring the situation. Up until a few minutes ago, they were letting people drive across here. It looks like now they may be keeping people from going across because that water has gotten deep, and they obviously want to make sure that people stay safe. But you can see just how much is being blown around here. Look at all the debris that's out in the water. You see some trash cans. You see a table turned over or a chair turned over there, and obviously the wind very strong right here, and it's pushing this water all around and over 64 here again by the Melvin Daniels Bridge. We have police out here, and from Nags Head, I've seen some Manio police and Kill Devil Hills, and so people obviously keeping a close eye on this, and obviously a lot of people coming to check this out too, just to kind of see. I don't know if we might be able to go over here, Jason, and see if we might be able to get a little bit closer here and talk to some of these folks just to see what they're doing. It looks like people might be just kind of looking at the wonder of nature here. And look at this. You can see. Look over here. Look at all the debris there that's blowing really hard to even tell what that is. But big chunk of wood there, and obviously this water is just creeping all over the place. We've seen it kind of blowing up and going up by apartments and things. Sir, can we talk to you? Do you live here?
Yeah.
What do you think of all this? Wow.
It wasn't as bad as about 3 years ago. It was already over the whole causeway.
All the way over 64 there?
Yeah, yeah. But it's still blowing, so it's going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, you see this and you kind of look at it and you go, wow. You see, were you expecting it to be quite like this?
Yes. Yeah. Everyone knows that the backside is the worst for us, northwest.
I got you. So once the storm came through, you were like, this is going to happen?
Yes, yeah. Southeast is not bad for us, and then when it starts coming, you're in the right spot.
I got you, because yeah, we just made it across the I guess the Melvin Daniels Bridge there. Yeah. Looks like they've closed it off now, or they're not letting many people go across.
And it's going to continue to rise if it keeps blowing. Until it lays out, it's going to keep rising.
Now you live down here, obviously. You're used to seeing a lot of these kinds of things.
Yeah. Yeah, we're used to it.
Did you stay home last night during the curfew when they said stay home?
Oh yeah, I was asleep.
I got you. So you're smart about it, but you came out this morning just to take a look.
Oh yeah, check things out. Northwester.
I mean, wow. And when you look over there, you just see stuff just floating around in there.
Oh,
I can't even tell what that is.
It piles up in the corner. Everything.
Carl, I got you. Carl,
how long? I'd love to hear from him.
How long have you lived down here?
If this is the worst since Irene.
Craig Muller wants to know, is this the worst you've seen since Irene?
Yes. Yeah. That was the last one, right? 3 years ago? Yeah. That was bad. That was the whole entire causeway was flooded.
Still makes you you don't want to move, I don't guess.
No. I live on high ground, so
I got it.
That's the key, high ground.
Well, you know, we saw some people down staying in some I don't know if they were apartments or hotels. I don't know if they might have gotten stranded, but over on the Manio side, just before we got over here, and the water was up, you know, like right at the level of their homes, and then we saw some people on a balcony, and I was wondering, do you think those are probably visitors, or?
I don't know, might be.
I mean, I don't know if you know, I don't know if if everybody heeded the warning or not.
Yeah, but, it depends on if their cars were there. Locals know to move their cars, so at least they don't get flooded.
The cars were there, I can tell you that.
Well, then they're probably not from here.
I got you. Well, thank you for talking to us. Tell me your name real quick.
Bruce Erickson.
Bruce Harris. All right, Bruce. Thank you so much. And again, just to show you again what's going on out here off of 64. You can see the water just surging over 64 here. As you heard Mr. Harris just say here, this isn't the worst he's seen, but still pretty significant out here. And obviously, emergency officials keeping a very close eye on this, and we'll be watching it too throughout the morning to hopefully this subsides. But very strong wind, as you can see. Had to take my hat off just to keep it from blowing away. But anyway, guys, we're live here in Nags Head. Carolina 13 News now. Back to you.
And look at those cars. They look like boats going through all that water. You know, the emergency officials are still saying, stay off the roads if you can. That's a good example. That's a good reason why, even though entry to the northern parts of Dare County is no longer restricted, you know, there are potential hazards out there that people need to be aware of.
Certainly. They want to make sure you keep an eye on the situation with the roadways, but access to Hatteras Island, it does remain closed until further notice. This affects access from northern Dare County to Hatteras Island, including Rodanthe, Wave, Salvo, Avon, Buxton, Frisco, and Hatteras. So that's the latest update. This just came into us.
You know, Carl's interview down there with that resident really speaks to their mindset in dealing with these things. He said, you know, yeah, this is the worst it's been in 3 years, and I was thinking, okay, Irene was the last time they had it. It was worse with Irene, but they said, you know, we just know that on the backside of these systems, we get it. So folks there do understand the threats down there, and they deal with it. What I wasn't happy to see...
That car driving through the water?
That was an emergency vehicle of some type. It had the lights on it. It was a truck, but I got to tell you, if you have water over a road, you don't know how stable I was going to say substrate, you know, the sand or whatever is underneath the pavement. That can get eroded. Yep. So you lose some of that underneath the pavement can get soft, and all of a sudden that road that you think is stable may not be. That's why it's never a good idea to drive through flooded roadways. And the other thing, if there's any movement, it only takes a foot or so of water moving that can start to push a car. So very important, folks, if you're out and about, you know, you see some of these folks going in and, hey, I want to go swim down at the ocean front, or, oh, look, they're able to drive through, you know, 1.5 feet of water or whatever. These are not good ideas, and we really want our viewing audience to be smart and to be safe while we deal with this. You'll notice now, here is Arthur, and it is offshore, and it is moving away pretty quickly northeast, 21 miles per hour. That was at the 6 o'clock update. And what we're seeing now, I just want to share with you some heavy rain now wrapping around the backside. The actual bands with this have been pretty intense offshore. Virginia Beach, it's still out to the east, this heaviest stuff. But some of the rain that we've been tracking on the radar has been intensified by this approaching front. And now we're seeing some of this wrapping around on the backside as well. And I want to show you that right now out around Hampton up towards Williamsburg. Light to moderate rain, heavy rain up on the peninsula, through the middle peninsula and up to the northern neck. We're seeing some of those areas, and this too is kind of working around as the front comes through. This is going to push through the area. So we are getting some heavier rain now in places that maybe didn't see as much a little earlier, and this continues to work off. Now generally we're looking at 1 inch to 2 inches of rain across parts of the south side. The heavier amounts of rain were farther south, closer to the center of Arthur when it came through, but we still have some rain and some wind to deal with. And take a look at the peak reported wind gusts. 40 at Manio, 30 at Currituck, 35 at Norfolk, but there have been much higher gusts, even with our reporters standing out there. These are reporting stations, but with our reporters out there in the field, we've had gusts much higher. Look at Duck Pier, a 51-mile-per-hour gust, 43 at Kill Devil Hills, 39 in Virginia Beach and Hampton. So you're getting, you know, very close to tropical storm force winds, and we will continue to see the potential for some higher gusts. At the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, 47-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They were exceeding that, so that's why they have that level 2 wind restriction Ashley has been telling us about. Now, it's still going to be windy, and the northwest winds still creating the issues on the sound side. As we just showed you with that interview from Carl, you saw the water coming up, and there have been more issues farther to the southern part of the Outer Banks. So we watch all of that. The wet weather is eventually going to pull off later this morning. We will see the back edge of that work. The front will clear, and by the afternoon, skies are going to become partly sunny. We're going to see temperatures today in the lower to mid 80s, so big improvements coming up. And as we head through the overnight, eventually skies clear out. over the coming days. We have much brighter days ahead. Excited about this. 81, mostly sunny tomorrow, sunny and 85 on Sunday. So really a nice holiday weekend. We'll need you to be very careful at the beaches through the next few days, even after Arthur is gone. Hot early next week, and another chance for storms Wednesday and Thursday. Guys?
Thank you, Craig. You know, we just saw Carl in Nags Head on the sound side showing us the situation with that water coming up. We want to go to the beach now.
Yeah, to the other side, and here's Aaron the Bow out there live with conditions there.
That's right, LaSalle. We really haven't seen too many people trying to venture out and see what's going on right now. A lot of people are really taking precautions, staying indoors, but it's still very windy out here. Let me step out of the way so you can see the ocean and the evidence of that. Very white caps. We're right near Jeanette's Pier, where you can see the sails just spinning, and it's been windy for quite some time. See, a lot of this sand is just being...
And we apologize. And weather like this, you can understand, we'll sometimes lose our live connections as we monitor Hurricane Arthur on the radar there, the Weather Authority radar. One person who's been getting an up-close look has been our reporter Dustin Wilson, because while you were asleep, he's been driving up and down the Outer Banks assessing the conditions out there.
Yeah, he's been all over the place. So tell us what the differences have been from the time you got out there this morning, Dustin, till now.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing better conditions here in Kill Devil Hills on Highway 12. We'll let you see a little bit of the road here. You can tell that the standing water is really just focused on the edge of Highway 12 here. You can see, depending on where you are, you may see larger or smaller puddles, but for the most part, Highway 12 is clear. But I want to point out something we noticed just moments ago. You know, law enforcement officials are asking people to stay off the roads, and one reason, the wind is still strong. We heard a loud blast from the power line just 10 minutes ago, and so just keep that in mind. If you do want to come out and see the beach, you can still be at risk. These power lines, they've taken a lot over the last 3 or 4 hours. And we heard a loud explosion just moments ago here in Kill Devil Hills, and that's just something that people need to keep in mind. You're not just facing the roads here, you can also be facing the power lines and electrocution if those come down. So it's a very dangerous situation still. There are still very strong wind gusts sporadically throughout the morning. For now, we'll send things back to you.
All right, Dustin, thank you. Just got this tweet from NCDOT. US 64 from Manio, Nags Head closed by flooding. There's a lot of flooding right now in downtown Manio.
But as we reported, entry to Dare County is no longer restricted. You just have to be careful and keep your eyes peeled for what is going on the roadways. This is a live picture from Nags Head. This is the sound side that we just saw with Carl earlier.
Waves whipping up.
The wind and the waves.
You really
right?
get a feel for that threat and the sound side flooding we've been reporting all morning. Folks having to deal with that. I can show you real quick on Weather One a webcam. This is NC12 at Merlo Beach, and you can see again some of the overwash and some of the sand and some of the issues down there on NC12 not looking good right there. So that gives you a feel for what's happening right now. But again, look at this active live picture there with the sound side flooding around Nags Head.
There are emergency vehicles you can see off in the distance in this live image.
Yeah, that looks like it might be maybe one of the work trucks. Maybe that's an NC-DOT truck. I'm not sure.
Maybe even the National Guard.
But then you see again a police truck or vehicle of some sort with the sirens there restricting passage. They don't want people trying to cross that area. Earlier we did see trucks trying to cross, and now it's a bad idea. So they're shutting that down. This is the overwash that we've been anticipating down there. And again, after that water clears, and it will eventually, they're going to have to inspect the road to make sure that it hasn't been softened or weakened in some areas and that it's still safe to travel on.
How long do you think the winds are going to be a factor out there?
Well, I think the winds are going to continue to blow at a pretty good clip for the next few hours, next several hours. The winds will ease up, and I can show you that as we get into the forecast. We do have that ability. As a matter of fact, we'll have Evan eventually here put up our futurecast with the wind profile, and he can show you exactly when we've got those winds. He'll load that up into one of our other weather computers and give you the answer list. I don't just want to tell you, oh, the next few hours, but you will see the improvements coming. Still, with a steady west-northwest wind, you're still going to to find those water levels high. So it's going to take a while for things to settle down. Even once the winds start to relax a little bit, it won't just drop off quickly.
And here we're seeing the Virginia Beach oceanfront. We've seen some winds out there, too, in the waves.
And we've seen, even though we're at low tide, we still have the surf height very, very rough, and in fact, higher than it was earlier. I saw more of the jetty with some of our earlier views. The good news, Grommet Island Park, lots of folks like to take the kids down there and play. They put a protective dune around it, and it's held up beautifully. The water's never really got up there, so great to see that is still intact and looking good. What is not good to see is folks heading out trying to do a little surfing or swimming. And again, for the experienced surfers, some folks are saying, hey, these are the conditions we wait for. I get it, okay? But for a lot of folks heading down there, it's just not a good idea. And I'll say even to the experienced surfers, the rip current threat is very high, and it is very dangerous to be out there. Evan did load up our weather, too, and we do want to talk about those wind gusts. He's over at the board there, Evan. Let's talk a little bit about when those winds are going to relax down around the Outer Banks.
That's right. As we take a look at 8 a.m., we're looking at still some wind gusts possible of up to 70 miles per hour, even though the storm is out here off towards the east. Notice here through parts of Hampton Roads, 55 mile per hour wind gusts, 51 here in Norfolk, 41 back towards Newport News and Franklin. As we go through 9 o'clock, as the storm continues to exit, those winds still pretty gusty even here through 10 a.m., gusting up to 50 miles per hour. But notice quickly, as we get towards noon, we're down into the 30s and the 40s. And as we head later into the afternoon, say 2 o'clock, winds coming in out of the northwest, winds gusting at around 30 miles per hour, a little bit more up across the eastern shore, still a little bit closer to the center of the storm. As we get towards 4 o'clock, then we're looking at just generally breezy conditions with winds gusting up to around 20 to 25 miles per hour, and certainly by 6 o'clock around 20 to 25 miles per hour. And 8 o'clock, we're into the teens in some of our inland spots, right around 20 miles per hour through some of the coastal areas. So again, even though the skies will be clearing out, good idea to cancel or move those fireworks to Saturday, because still with those gusty winds could cause some problems with those fireworks out there. So that's really their main concern, was with the breezy conditions, why they've moved a lot of the fireworks to tomorrow night. Greg?
All right, Evan, thank you for that update. Again, the wind still driving the Soundside flooding issues, and there's our live picture from down around Nags Head. It has been a real issue. As one resident said, this is the worst that he's seen since Irene came through in 2011, and Irene created a lot of headaches for a lot of folks. Let's go back to the radar loop here, and Vanessa, you were asking about the position. It is now east of our area. It is offshore, the center is, but I do want to show you as you take a look here at the radar loop, and let me just walk into the wall here. I talk about this, but I want to really show you this if the camera's still hot. You can see this band right here working back down. We still have some pretty heavy rain that's going to come back down around towards Virginia Beach. You may see some very intense rainfall. The heavier stuff closer to the eye, this stuff is kind of rotating and curling around and should continue to stay offshore. But this stuff here, which is enhanced by that approaching front, still to come through here, and we still have very strong northwest winds coming in down around the Outer Banks. So the Soundside flooding continues to be an issue. The reported gusts, as we've been showing you, anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour or so along the Outer Banks, duck with a gust to 51, and there have been some even higher gusts reported in other areas. We are going to see this stuff moving out, and again, by mid to late morning, drier conditions, and we'll see the sunshine through the afternoon. So we've got good stuff to talk about there. I know Joe Flanagan's been keeping a close eye on things down at the ocean front, and we want to hear from Joe right now. Some folks still trying to get out there and brave the water. Not a good idea, Joe.
Absolutely, Craig. We're hearing what you say, and we're trying to repeat that. Even Tom Gill weighed in, and he's Beach Life Saving Service, saying people should not be in the water. Unfortunately, it's that guy we interviewed earlier who's from Minnesota, had never seen a hurricane before. He's the one that wants to swim in the water right now, and you're getting a look at that as we speak. We've also got with us from Public Works. Come on over this way, and we'll get a little bit better view of both the swimmers and yourself. And that name again is?
Jim Huntington.
And Jim, you are a director?
No, I am the superintendent for highways.
But you had great points to say how we are now going to open up to the susceptibility of currents when this hurricane moves off of Hatteras.
Yes, Hatteras has been a protection for us, basically, but as it's moving out, these bands are going to affect us probably in our surf. Rip currents are, as they told you earlier, going to be very strong.
Only getting worse as the morning progresses.
I would say we're going to see probably some very bad seas for the next several hours at least.
I noticed when you pulled up, you were really focusing on those buoys out there and the wave action. It's pretty severe, and it got your attention.
Yes, looking up our beach line here, it's pretty rough heading south.
And what about these people in the water? How dumb is that?
It's not the smartest thing you'll see. The rip currents, I mean, can take you away from here in a hurry. That's the dangerous part.
And it's a matter of the hurricane goes east, but those winds that come from the north now, offshore, the bands will increase the underwater currents at our shoreline.
Right. We're going into a high tide, so it's going to accelerate.
And lastly, again, your advice to people watching this that might want to say, let's go down and get in the water.
I strongly recommend that they stay out of that water for at least a day.
And the bigger picture for the city, everything fared fairly well overnight?
Yes, we're doing quite well at the moment. We're going to probably be struggling with a little bit of surf along the beachfront and probably more so along our bay area.
Yeah, how about Colony Shores of people over that way by Cape Henry Shores and all? How are they going to do?
Well, we have our water issues in spots. We're well aware of that, and we will be reactive to anything that happens.
Okay, thanks a lot. We appreciate that for the report. And that's the latest down here, live at the ocean front. We see more as the daybreak continues. And again, not smart to be in the water. Reporting live in Virginia Beach, Joe Flanagan, 13 News Now. Back to you guys.
You know, North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory said, don't put your stupid hat on. That applies for the surf suits in Virginia, at the ocean front of Virginia Beach.
Everybody.
Well, and what scares me the most, I mean, you know, again, I came from the Midwest. We don't have a lot of ocean out there in the Midwest, nor do they have it in Minnesota. So, yeah, a guy from Minnesota that's visiting and he wants to go out there, you know, probably one of the least experienced ocean swimmers that you'd have. It's not a good idea to be out in the water. I got to tell you, I was taking a look. You were asking about the tides, and we've been monitoring that. Tidal flooding has not been an issue for Hampton Roads. Now, there are probably a few areas that open up to the northwest where the water levels are high. We knew it was going to be a big deal down around the sound side. Those
and that's
flooding
what this
issues.
live picture is.
That's what you're looking at there at Nags Head. So we will see the tides naturally building as we start working towards a high tide later this morning, and we're going to continue to watch those levels coming up. But what we saw is while the tide was going down, the astronomical tide, the normal tide was going down, the water levels were still building because of Arthur and the winds and the wave action. So we're going to continue to watch those tides coming up pretty sharply at the ocean front with the approaching high tide. One other quick note, this is a personal note here. Social media, Twitter, Facebook, I am normally able to get all kinds of information.
We're doing it for you, buddy.
I have been doing so much on here. I haven't been able to get anything outside to all
We've been quoting you all morning long, Craig. I promise you.
If you follow me, I'm sorry I haven't been able to do
Craig, what is something you want to say right now?
I want to say let's hear more on social media right now from Sandra Parker.
Well, lots of folks are being social about this storm, Craig. No worries. And again, Vanessa and LaSalle have been quoting you throughout the morning on social media. Some of the things that people are doing, we're getting a lot of pictures in now that the sun's coming up. We're seeing pictures from our crews who are out in the field, but we're also seeing a lot of pictures on Twitter. Folks are sending pictures like this one right here. Merlot Beach, I think we even talked about this earlier. This is a shot you can actually see. Folks have tweeted out a picture so you can see the damage on the road, the overwash that you're seeing there. Our own Evan Stewart right there also tweeting out about the ferry dock. He's got a picture involved in his. You can see right there, that's the ferry dock on Hatteras Island. And some of the other things, let's hide that picture so you can see more. Merlot Beach, and let's see, we've got lots of power outages reported, things like that. People are tweeting a lot. You're seeing a lot of news people who are doing tweeting because obviously we're all out covering the storm for you, making sure we're covering all aspects to keep you aware of what's going on. A lot of people on holiday today because it is the 4th of July holiday. A lot of people have the day off, so you're at home keeping up with things. Now, if you go to WVEC.com on our homepage, you're also going to see not only this our broadcast streaming there live, but you'll also find all sorts of information. And on the side of it, you're going to see tweets that are specifically hashtag Hurricane Arthur and hashtag storm mode. So you'll find a lot of the tweets that'll be specific to this storm. So be sure to go to WVEC.com, and you can also download the app to your smartphone in case you are without power, because we've been telling you about some power outages all morning long too, guys.
Yeah, we have been, and you know, Carl Leimer is in the Outer Banks. He's in Nags Head on the sound side. We had a live shot with him earlier.
That is
showing
one of the wildest areas right now.
It's the wind blowing, you see the water whipping up, and you know, she just mentioned power outages.
Those crews are out there trying to restore power in these kind of conditions.
And he, Carl Leimer, is with a member of the Dominion Virginia Power crews, and he's going to talk to them now live.
Hey, that's right, guys. You know, the good thing right now, at least there's no rain, but obviously very strong wind, and we've been showing you out here 64 right off of Nags Head near the bridge here, the little bridge as they call it around here, and that water has washed over the bridge. So this is what we're dealing with right now. But Dan Janess with Virginia Dominion Power, he's here, and obviously some people without power right now. Tell us about that.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, we do have about 2,400 customers out right now without power. We expect that number is going to go up. There are a lot of visitors, a lot of tourists here in rental houses, and as they wake up and find out that they don't have power, they're going to start calling in. And really what we want those people to do, since they're not from this area, they're not our customers, call their rental agency and report their outage to the rental agency. That way we will find out about it. It's very important for people who are visiting to call their agency.
What's the biggest challenge you guys are facing right now?
Obviously the wind. We cannot work in conditions that get too windy. It's not safe for our employees. And then the flooding. It's blocking access to get to places.
Now, is this keeping you now, for folks, just to let you kind of set this up, this is 64, the little bridge as they call it, and then Manteo down further about as far as we can see. Does this cut your crews off, or how's that, is this presenting a problem?
No, what we do, our crews down here are used to this, and we know when a big storm's coming that we have to have people on that side of the bridge. So we've already got trucks and buckets that we put over there yesterday so they could handle outages there. Plus we've brought in about 3 times the normal amount of crews that we'd have down here. So we know this is an important weekend both for the visitors and for the businesses, and we want to get the lights back on as quick as we can.
And as far as moving around right now, you said some of the limitations you have, the wind, flooding. What do you guys need to see happen before you can get back to, I guess, you know, full workload?
We just need to be able to get out and get to work. Right now, we're restoring power where we can, and we're patrolling to find out what kind of damages we have. And we know there's some downed wire out there, and we want people to stay away from it. If you see a wire down, stay away and give us a call at 1-866-DOM-HELP and let us know that there is wire down.
And obviously, the Outer Banks, it's a long stretch of land. You've got 2,400 customers, you said. So if you're talking about that, I mean, this could take a while. Is that an appropriate assumption? I don't want to assume, but they're kind of spread out, or what?
You know, we have not been able to assess the full extent of the damages, so it's too early to put an estimate on it. Right now, with the summer tourist trade down here, there's about 250,000 customers on the Outer Banks.
Okay, and so, but some people, if they've lost it back in their neighborhood somewhere, what would you want to tell those folks?
Again, if they're a resident of Outer Banks and they're our customer, they can just give us a call at 1-866-DOM-HELP. If they are a tourist, a visitor, and they're in a rental unit, they need to call the rental agency to report their outage.
Gotcha. And your guys are out here working. Obviously, we've seen a couple of, I think we've seen a couple of your trucks further down, but obviously, so you want people to get in contact with you, and then you guys will obviously get to it as quick as you can.
That's the game plan. Like I said, we've brought in extra crews. If we need more, we have people standing by ready to come in and give us a hand. So let us know if your power's out, and we'll get to you as quick as we can.
Okay, and anything else you want to add, Dan?
Just be safe.
Be safe. Very, very good advice. Okay, Dan Janess, Dominion Virginia Power, talking about the power outages here in the Outer Banks, but they say they're going to, as you heard him say, work as quickly as they can to obviously get power back on to folks, get their lives back to normal, a little more comfortable here. But you can see some of the things that emergency crews, not only the power company, but everybody else is having to contend with right now. They're not letting anybody across the little bridge here except emergency vehicles. That's what I'm being told. hold. It's just too deep, and right now what you're seeing coming across looks like some sort of maybe a National Guard truck or something, but only essential personnel are allowed to go across right now because the water, they're telling me, continues to rise, and so they obviously want to be safe. It would just not be safe to go across, and you can see just how deep the water is as this truck is coming through. So yeah, it looks like some sort of a military vehicle there, and you can see how high the water was coming up on his truck, and that's a big truck, so obviously the average person in their car SUV can't go across. But we're going to continue to watch this situation out here in Nags Head. But for now, we're live. Carl Leimer, 13 News Now.
Let me tell you, my little car would have been in that water.
Oh, you'd have been
that's
stuck.
a big truck, and look at how high the water's coming up.
You know, I want to make another note about what Carl said and what that representative from Dominion Virginia Power said before we move on. There are a lot of folks on vacation this week. They are waking up in those rental homes, and the man made a very good point. If your power is out when you wake up, and if you're watching us, or if you're getting your latest updates on Twitter or on Facebook or watching us live stream, you need to call the owner or the rental company of the property so that they can report it, because there's a lot of folks that are going to be dealing with that as they get up and get going
That was an
today.
interesting point.
I would have never thought of that.
They may not even know who to call.
What? Well, they have paperwork, so
Everyone else, the locals, call 1-866-DOM-HELP, 1-866-DOM-HELP.
All right, Craig, you've got some good stuff here.
Well,
I mean, bad stuff, but very visual images.
Visual images, yeah. Bad stuff for folks down in Manteo. Again, I'm going to just mention Martin Cornick, our weather producer, has done a great job of getting images from different websites and accessing different outlets to help us tell the story. These images from Manteo, and the city of Manteo has posted these. You can see the water. The Soundside flooding has been an issue. And look at this. Again, the town of Manteo right there. You can see the brewery with water up there, the white picket fence about halfway up on the fence, and some more images again around Manteo. Such a charming community.
Beautiful.
I love that.
Absolutely. Neat place to visit.
You hate that they have to deal with this again. Experienced residents down there have been through this before, so you see this, but you just hate to see it. The water will be an issue as we've been seeing. Let's go and take a look live right now at Hurricane Arthur, the latest position on Arthur, and you can see right now its movement to the northeast at 23 miles per hour. The location 36.5 north, 74.7 west. Maximum winds still believed to be at about 100 miles per hour, and it is still going to race off to the northeast and away. So things are going to improve. The winds will eventually ease up. We're going to hear from Evan Stewart in just a moment. He's been collecting buoy information with some of the peak winds in just a moment. So you can see right now we have that overwash NC-12 at Mirlo Beach. We've been showing that image as well. And down at the ocean front, we've got some kids out there watching this guy out there still trying to deal with that surf. And it's one of those things where I was watching the kids. Look at this guy. It's not a good idea. You do not want to sit down in that water. Again, you can have even just knee or thigh-high water can pull you back out. So these kids, there are some adults down there watching, but this is not sitting real well with me right now. And again, I just hope those parents are very much aware of what's going on down there. You can see this guy again with one of those, I can tell it's one of those store-bought little boogie boards, the little styrofoam ones with the cloth over them. This is not an experienced boogie boarder. I've been watching him trying to do it. He's out there. So we need to be very, very careful. Rip current threats are high, and I will have a lot more coming up in just a minute.
13 News Now begins in storm mode.
It is now 7:30 in the morning as we all deal with Hurricane Arthur together. This is a special edition of 13 News Now at daybreak. Thanks for joining us.
Not only are we dealing with Arthur, it is the 4th of July, and we want to wish you guys all well. We're going to get you through this storm, and we are going to do that by getting to our crews who are out there weathering the storm with us and with you. Ernie LeBeau is in Nags Head. Last time we checked in with her, she was actually on the beach. And now let's see what she is and what's going on.
Yeah, Vanessa, I'm still out on the beach, and things have pretty much died down except for the wind. You see me almost getting blown away right there, but I want you to take a look behind me. You can see just white caps. It's very choppy water out here. This wind has just been continuous throughout the morning, and as a result, it's been blowing a lot of this sand from the beach more inland. In the parking lot where we are just over the hill, there are a lot of cars just completely covered with sand, and that's one of the issues. A lot of people here were concerned about a lot of this wash off from the beach onto the inland with this sand. And now we're close to Jeanette's Pier, where you can just see the windmills just whipping. But one of the good things I want to point out is we haven't seen too many people venturing outside trying to check out, you know, the hurricane or what's happening now that the storm is a little bit past. But I also wanted to mention that Dare County officials have lifted that restriction right now. They've lifted that.
Erinny's a trooper. She's trying to hang in there. Erinny, we lost you. We'll come back, all right? Be careful out there with all those winds. She's on the beach side of Nags Head.
Yeah, and we've got you covered on the sound side as well, where Evan has been telling us all morning long that they've been expecting flooding there, and we're seeing it. So let's get back out to Carl Limer in Nags Head on the sound side with a look at how things are right now.
Hey guys, we just give you another look at what we're contending with here. This is 64, the Melvin Daniels Bridge over there, also known as the Little Bridge. That's what folks around here are telling me it's called, and you can see what Arthur has left behind here. You see all the storm surge just pushing over the road there, and as we've been letting you know, only emergency personnel are allowed to go across the water here. It's very deep, and they're telling me that the water is still going up. Now, kind of interesting, as you see over here, you know, we have businesses that line the road here. You see the parasail jet ski rental. Well, you could pretty much take a jet ski or a rental across 64 right there. You see the sign, yes, we're open. Not open today, though, and not open for business. Obviously, there's a lot to contend with here, and you can see, though, really the water just goes completely across the road here. You see the trash cans. You see that blue and white trash can. Those were actually on the other side of the road earlier. They're now on that side. So the two bodies of water here, the sounds are connected almost across the way where this Melvin Daniels Bridge is, again also known as the Little Bridge to the locals around here. That's what they're telling me, but still a strong wind. I can't really tell if it's subsided at all. Still pretty strong to me right now, and every time we step closer to the water, it gets a lot harder to hear and a lot harder to stand up. So still very strong wind that's pushing this water, and again, they're telling me right now that the water here on 64 by the Melvin Daniels Bridge is continuing to go up, so they're keeping a very close eye on this situation. That's the latest live in the Outer Banks. Nags Head, Carl Limer, 13 News Now.
There are many roads that are impassable right now.
Certainly, and we see a lot of water on the roadways. Images coming to us now as the sun came up and people are sending things in. Also an issue, power outages.
Yeah, been an issue all night long through the overnight hours, and 13 News Now anchor Sandra Parker has the current outage information for us, not only in North Carolina, but here in Hampton Roads as well.
Yeah, guys, and interestingly enough, you can see the power outages like they're getting more restored in North Carolina, while the numbers here in Hampton Roads are continuing to go up. In fact, the latest numbers, I just refreshed this, the latest numbers, Virginia Beach, we've got almost 2,300 people without electricity in Virginia Beach. So that's really the largest group of folks who are without electricity right now. Let's go to the interactive outage map. You can see right there, and if you click it, it tells you what the problem is. Right there, there's 5 people on that one. They say it's storm related, but some of these you have to hit it just right and it goes away. There we go. They are telling you when they'll be restored, things like that. There's 65 people. They don't even know what that is, but majority of them, as I've been checking throughout the morning, have all been storm related. Some say that a tree is down, but you can see, let me clear this out so you can see and get a better look. Look at all these dots that are on this map. Every one of these is a power outage, and not just one person. There are a lot of people. The bigger the dots that you see, like the yellow dots signify more and the orange dots, they're a large group of people. As I mentioned, 2,300 people in Virginia Beach without electricity, but Dominion Power has got a lot of crews that they brought in, extra crews here for the holiday to try and restore people's power as quickly as possible, and we are finding that a lot of the power has been restored. These numbers really have been fluctuating, but really the numbers that we're finding on the south side that they've gone up as much as they have has really been very interesting, especially that Virginia Beach number. So we're not sure exactly what happened, but at this point it looks like it's storm related. I know Benita Harris told us that one of the problems they're finding is that as we hear the rain that we're hearing here on the rooftop keeps coming down, saturating the grounds, they are having trees that are falling down, therefore lines going down and people without electricity on this 4th of July, guys.
Don't like to see that situation at all, but crews are out there trying to restore power.
I just got a message from a girlfriend of mine. She's watching the show right now, and she says, this storm needs to go because I lost my power. So, you know, we are with you guys on this, and we know it's tough for you, and we're going to keep watching it for you and updating it for you, and we know those power crews are working really hard.
Well, the storm is going.
It's moving out.
But we are still dealing with the effects of Hurricane Arthur. Let's find out where the storm is right now, how powerful it still is, and its projected path. We'll turn it over to Weather Authority meteorologist Craig Moeller.
We're still looking at a Category 2 hurricane. It is eventually going to move farther off, and it should weaken as well within the next, say, 6 to 12 hours or so. But right now, still a powerful hurricane. It is east of the area right now, and we're looking at some folks that are going down to check out the surf. But I wanted to show you this wider view right here where the jetty is. We've seen the waves coming in, but look at how rough the seas are out there a little farther to the south out there by Croatan. So that's what we're watching this morning, and there's the center of circulation as it continues to pull away. Again, the more intense rainfall pulling offshore as well, but we have this heavier band of rain, and this is one of those areas that I was talking about was still going to come through Norfolk, still going to come through Virginia Beach. We're seeing this coming back down, and we're now getting that here at the studios. We can hear that steady rain on our studio roof. So this is still coming through. We're not done with the rain yet. Still windy, as we've been showing you the live reports from down around Nags Head and the issues with the sound side flooding, the overwash down there. Temperatures today around 84 degrees. It's wet and windy still, but later today it'll become partly sunny. Winds could gust up around 45, maybe even 50 miles per hour at the ocean front, and we're going to show you a lot more on those reported wind gusts here in just a moment. Clearing skies tonight, decreasing winds, and then tomorrow the temperatures are going to warm up to about 81 degrees. So that's what we're looking at there. We do have wind restrictions right now. Ashley has a look at that. We're going to hear from her.
And those wind restrictions, Craig, still in place at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. That's the only place where we have those wind restrictions, and we'll continue to watch that for you. But right now, I want to go over what's still in place over at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. We're currently under level 2 wind restrictions. What that means for you is that winds are in excess of 47 miles an hour as you travel between Virginia Beach and the eastern shore. It's going to be very, very windy out there, and because of that, there are certain vehicles that are not allowed to cross right now. That includes motorcycles, any type of large campers, tractor trailers, all that sort of thing. And I'm actually getting some more information from one of our producers. Is that level 4 wind restrictions now? We just received word they are at level 4 wind restrictions right now. We're going to check on that and find out what that means for you. I'm going to go do some research right now. I'll be back in just a few minutes. We'll talk about those level 4 wind restrictions and what that means to you as far as crossing the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. That's coming up in just a few minutes.
Seeing some rough conditions down in Kill Devil Hills.
Yeah, we've been checking in with reporter Nikki Burdine all morning long. That's where she is right now.
Avalon Fishing Pier in Kill Devil Hills, and a few people are already out and about since that curfew's been lifted. What has it been like for you since you've been out this morning?
It's crazy. The wind is crazy. Not as much rain as I thought, but just kind of out here checking it out for all of our tourists coming in this weekend, making sure I know what to tell them. It's all good.
What has your drive been like? Any damage or anything people need to be worried about?
No, just the wind is really strong right now. I think that's going to change, but right now the wind is super strong.
All right, thank you so much, and right, cool. We will keep you updated on Kill Devil Hills. Again, even though the curfew has been lifted since 6 o'clock this morning, they're still asking people to stay indoors. It looks like the only person really enjoying this is Ella here, this dog. I think she is enjoying the nice bath here. Once you get out onto the beach, the wind is a lot worse out there, but the rain has really picked up once again. No real damage since we've been driving out here. Flooded roads, trash cans in the road, a couple lifeguard stands knocked over, but still things to be aware of when you're out driving this morning. In Kill Devil Hills, I'm Nikki Burdine. Back to you.
And one of the big concerns, beach erosion this morning. That's one thing that teams will assess. Also the damage to the roads and Highway 12 in particular. Lots of flooding. We're tweeting a lot of images out on Twitter, and we're also putting some images on the Facebook pages too, so you can get an even better look at the storm.
And even here in Hampton Roads, south side flooding is an issue. What you're looking at here are live pictures of the sound side in the Outer Banks, where we've been predicting all morning long there'd be flooding.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a problem. We're getting reports in now from some of our social media contacts and some folks that are being in touch with us. The water levels on the Sound still coming up. So even as
continue to rise.
Yeah, but this is not a surprise, guys. We have these winds continuing. They're very strong, and the water just doesn't go away until the winds really ease up, and it hasn't happened yet down there. And you can see, look at how violent the spray is. It keeps piling up. So this is an ongoing issue there. I also want to address that level 4 wind restriction that Ashley had mentioned at Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts there at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. This is something we had mentioned, and Ashley will have the list of cars that are still allowed to pass, but there are even more restrictions at this level 4 wind restriction. Basically, you know, there's only a handful of vehicles that are going to even be allowed to go because of those 60-mile-per-hour winds. So with that, this is one of the things we've been watching closely, and Evan Stewart's going to join us now with a look at the wind gusts that he's been reporting or getting information on from buoy data up and down and along the coast. Evan?
Thank you very much, Craig. That's right. We are looking at these wind gusts again down towards Hatteras. Notice those winds now coming in from the west. 32 miles per hour, and up at Oregon Inlet Marina, also from the west at 28. But it's those westerly winds blowing that water out of the Pamlico Sound and over towards the Outer Banks that it's causing that sound side flooding that we're also seeing up around Manteo. Notice west-northwest at Duck Pier, 38 miles per hour. So some pretty gusty winds there. And as we head up towards the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, this report, when it came in about 40 miles per hour, 29 there just towards the east of the bridge, and 31 out there towards Cape Henry, Kiptapeak. Up on the eastern shore, winds coming in out of the north at 17. But as you get up towards the York River, East River Range Light, there north at 36, over towards Yorktown, 31. And as we head a little bit farther to the north, Rappahannock Light, winds coming in out of the north, gusting up to 37 miles per hour. Over here on the eastern shore, though, over towards Wachapreague, northerly winds at around 13 miles per hour. So we are seeing those higher gusts in a lot of those places. And again, still, we'll have to deal with these winds coming out of the north and eventually the northwest as we go here throughout the morning. Craig?
All right, Evan, and I want to mention the reason why we're still seeing some of these very, I'll say violent winds out there at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, it's possible. The winds are coming in from the north and the northwest. They're blowing across the water, and there's nothing there to slow them down. Over land, you have friction from trees and buildings and different things that kind of slow and disrupt the winds a little bit. Down around the Sounds, the Currituck, the Pamlico, the Albemarle Sound, you've got these large bodies of water where the winds can just roll right on through. We have those types of winds stronger blowing across the water, and certainly for the Chesapeake Bay as well. The other thing we're going to continue to monitor some of those north and northwest facing beaches, say Lynn Haven Inlet at the mouth of the inlet there. The water levels there, I would suspect, will start going up as well. I was checking Sewell's Point. We're still okay there as far as surge or water levels. I should just say storm tides are concerned, the total water levels. But I do think some of the north and northwest facing beaches and some of the tributaries that open up to the northwest could still see some water level issues. That was one of the other things we've been talking about. Certainly the Sound side getting hit hard.
Let me ask you a question. You talk about the Sound side, you talk about the ocean down at the Outer Banks, you're talking about the Virginia Beach ocean front. What about the Bay? Those are the areas you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's exactly what you're talking about, the Bay, the Chesapeake Bay. So when folks go out to the beach later today, there's concerns there as well.
Yeah, and again, you have a different situation. The rip current threats are greater at the ocean front. But even around Ocean View, some of these areas, if you have rough waves that are wind blown or whatever else, you can get into trouble there as well. So very important for the Lynn Haven Inlet, again, the north and northwest facing beaches. Those areas, we're going to need to watch the water levels.
Sometimes people think they're safe because they're on the bay, but this is impacting everything.
Guys, we were focusing a lot on North Carolina. While you were talking, can we ask the director to put up that sky view shot? I think this was downtown Norfolk.
Yeah, it is.
Look at that.
And look at this. We can go ahead and hit the windshield wiper. Evan's back over there, and we'll clear it off. You can see the rain is coming down here. I mentioned steady and heavy.
We can hear it on the roof right now.
And take a look at the radar. Let's go back to this one more time very quickly. You can see on Weather 1 how we have this steady rain, this next batch of rain that is pushed down towards Norfolk, and this steady heavy rain that we have right now is going to continue across the area. It's part of a plume kind of that's reaching down here. You see this line, I guess, this band of heavier rain. It's just now reaching the Norfolk area, and it extends back through the airport and back over towards, around Little Creek and back over towards Lynn Haven Inlet. So this is what's coming right now. Heavy rain offshore. The hurricane is pulling away, but we've got these winds coming in now from the north and the northwest, and the winds are still cranking pretty good, as we thought they would, guys.
Ernie LeBeau, she was on the beach in Nags Head. We've lost her a couple times because, you know, sometimes technology is affected by this kind of weather.
The wind out there as well, but she was able to file her report. She is a trooper, and here's her latest report from Nags Head.
Well, it appears right now that a lot of that wind is kind of shifting. Earlier today, we were feeling a lot of those wind gusts coming from the ocean, bringing a lot of this sand just more inland. But now the wind appears to be kind of shifting, moving from inland back towards the beach. But you can see still a lot of sand being blown around along with debris as this wind is still very intense and strong. Now, we have not seen a lot of damage in the area, but we're just starting to see the first signs of daylight. So I'm sure as people get out, start surveying their property, we'll begin to see damage from this intense hurricane. Reporting in Nags Head, I'm Ernie LeBeau, 13 News Now.
And very windy here in Hampton Roads, and that can really cause some problems when you're out there driving around.
Let's head over to Ashley Smith checking the 13 News Now traffic network. You've got a lot to get to.
Yeah, guys, we actually got that update live on air at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel that we are now under the level 4 wind restrictions. It was literally right when I was talking about the level 2 wind restrictions, we got that update in. So I want to talk about what that means. And Craig mentioned a little bit of it, that winds are in excess of 60 miles an hour now. So they have increased from the last time we checked by about 13 miles an hour. So it's very, very windy as you cross the bridge. Now that means that there are only a handful of vehicles that are able to cross. Again, Craig kind of went into a little bit of it, but I want to give you the specifics here. At this point, only cars and trucks that do not have any type of exterior cargo are allowed to cross. Also, minivans and SUVs will probably be allowed to cross at this point. Anything else, large vehicles, anything with any type of exterior cargo, any type of top trailers or anything along those lines will not be able to cross at this time. Only these vehicles, again, cars and trucks without exterior cargo, minivans, and SUVs. We'll continue to watch the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel and give you more updates throughout the morning as soon as we receive them. But for now, let's get back to our coverage.
And we know Hurricane Arthur is now bringing a lot of rain to the south side, in particular downtown Norfolk.
We can hear it coming down on the roof of our building here. Let's get over to meteorologist Craig Moeller. We can see it on the live sky view. Craig, it's really pouring out there right now, but it's pouring for a lot of people.
It is raining, and it's raining pretty steadily now in Norfolk. We are continuing to watch Arthur as it pulls away. We will continue to see that motion off to the northeast, and eventually it will get out of here. But still, through the middle part of the morning, we're looking at rain. You notice the back edge of the rain. We're going to be able to start clearing folks from the rain, and the winds farther inland are much lighter, and we're going to see the winds easing here as well. But for now, we're still looking at pretty strong and gusty winds that we've been reporting. And we have that level 4 wind restriction Ashley was just talking about. So along the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and you know, the folks that operate and police the bridge tunnel, they have a lot of weather equipment. They measure the winds up and down along the bridge tunnel. So with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, or even a couple greater than that, they've said, hey, level 4 wind restrictions, that's what they're doing. We do still have the tropical storm warning in place for the coastal waters along the eastern shore, Southside Hampton Roads, and south of that there's been the hurricane warning. We continue to watch while this does pull away. We'll see the precipitation winding down, still quite breezy though through the morning, and then things will ease up a bit later this afternoon. Highs today around 84 degrees, wet and windy early. We knew that was going to be the case. That was a no-brainer. Becoming partly sunny though later this afternoon. I had variable winds when I put together this forecast, but they've really become north and northwesterly. We're looking at 15 to 35 mile per hour winds, gusts to 45. That's in general over the vast majority of the viewing area. However, as I mentioned, there are a few higher gusts, like at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, down at the Outer Banks, right there next to the Sounds. We've seen some winds gusting up close to 50 miles an hour, a little bit higher. So that's creating some of the Sound side flooding issues that we also also anticipated. We've been talking about that. 68 the low tonight, clearing skies. The winds will ease, but still a little breezy with occasional gusts, 25 to 30 miles per hour at the ocean front. And then tomorrow, 81 the high, sunny, very pleasant. Looking forward to that. It'll be mainly clear tomorrow. And as we look over the next few days, more sunshine. So most of the holiday weekend's going to be beautiful. It's just Arthur really put a damper on things as we get the 4th of July going. You can see Monday, 90, warming up, chances for storms again, middle of next week.
Looks good once we get through Arthur, and that's good to know.
Not through with Arthur yet, though. Let's go back out to the Virginia Beach oceanfront where the waves are kicking up, and we're really advising people not to grab the surfboard and jump in. It looks enticing, but it is also very dangerous.
Here's Joe Flanagan. We've seen those folks out there all morning long, Joe.
Sure have, Vanessa, and you've been great to point out that they shouldn't be in the water, and they backed off. They're down there at water's edge, but they're not going in the water. What we saw way out beyond the red buoy, and he's still out there, is a windsurfer. And it's amazing that his position has not changed in a solid 20 minutes or more. Can't understand what that person is doing. Somebody from Public Works we were talking to earlier said, what happens when you run out of strength, gas, and everything else? Maybe that's what's happened, and he's just resting and hanging on. Not a smart move by any stretch. We've got the Cox family here who came down. They live in this area. They've seen hurricanes before. We'll start with Mr. Cox. What do you think of this one?
It's a little small, a little lame, not what everybody said it was going to be.
Yeah. You came down here to spot it?
Check it out. We're waiting for the wind to change direction, maybe paddle out in a little while, catch some waves.
Well, there you go. Bad advice. You shouldn't be out in the water yet.
Not yet. I'd say probably lunchtime and wind shift to the west, and probably be pretty fun out there.
We were talking to Tom Gill with Beach Lifeguard Service. He's going to come down later. He might spank you if he hears you're going in the water. He doesn't think anybody should be in today at all.
He's got to catch me first, you know.
You're bad. How about you, Miss Cox? What do you think of today?
Oh, it's just another day in Virginia Beach. We love coming out here during hurricane weather, just seeing what's out there, what the waves are doing. It's always a good time. Always a good time.
And your daughter's kind of blocked. Can you see little, what's your name again?
Savannah.
What do you think, Savannah?
The surfers are going to be excited later. Yeah.
She's going to paddle out with us.
Yeah. Can't wait. We're going to be
much later, maybe even tomorrow. Just heed Tom Gill's advice, and he'll be down here later. We're going to talk to Tom. Now, if Will can pan all the way around, the beach Public Works is working the beach. They do this, as they said, normally at 2 in the morning, but they held off because of the weather. And that's pretty much just grading the beachfront like they normally do. So they're back at work. And there's another unit all the way up there by the pier. And there's a berm by the music stage up there they built up, just like this one they built by Grommet Island, to protect the stage for the music activity that should be going on, they hope, later today or this evening. So everything's shored up, everything's held up. They're in pretty good shape overall. Rain wants to come in again, so you were right, Craig Moeller. These bands of rain just keep coming down here at the oceanfront. And that's the latest from us down here, Virginia Beach Oceanfront. Joe Flanagan live, and back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Joe. And Joe is one of our many crews who are out there covering the storm for us. They're out in the field bringing you the very latest on air and, of course, online. And we're also following our folks. I've got Carl Leimer, who's one of our crews out there, who's been tweeting out some great shots. I don't know, you've probably seen his live shots, the incredible pictures that he's been showing us. Well, check it out. He's been saying this used to be dry land. Check that out. He's in Nags Head. He's in Nags Head. Okay, I knew he was in North Carolina. So he is in Nags Head. This is the pier or a bridge that has been washed out. This is the Melvin Daniels Bridge right there. He's got lots of great pictures. So we're following Carl. This is just one of many tweets. Now, if you go to our, excuse me as I step in front here, our WVEC.com page, then you can see right here on our homepage, we have got a lot of information. You can obviously watch us live. We're streaming live on our homepage. And you find the very latest, whatever is breaking. We've got it right there on the homepage. All sorts of interesting tidbits, things that might be specific information that you're looking for because of the storm, whether or not flight delays at Norfolk Airport, things like that. Also, right here, you're going to find a Twitter feed. These are all the tweets that we've been putting out that have hashtag Hurricane Arthur or hashtag storm mode. All of the tweets that all of our people are putting out so you can see and get a quick glance of what is happening. So that is all around. You've got the Twitter social aspect of this. We've got all the information you need at WVEC.com. And of course, we're on air right now bringing you the latest. And since I showed you Carl's Twitter feed, let's head out now to Carl and see some of that live video. Carl, how's it looking out there now?
Hey guys, you know, it kind of feels about the same, but my photographer Jason Walsh says he thinks the wind has died down just a little bit, so that would be good news here on Highway 64 right here at Nags Head by the Melvin Daniels Bridge, because, you know, as we've been showing you here all morning, it has just surged over one side of the sound to the other, and it has just covered the street. Nobody's allowed across there except emergency vehicles. I just checked in with Nags Head Police a moment ago, and they say that is still the case. The water has not gone down enough for anybody to go over there safely. Now, I want to show you something we haven't shown you here yet. This is over on the other side. Let me take a look over here, because there's a couple of homes over here, and you've got a house here and a house there, and you can see the water has just poured right into their front yards. The one house, you can see their SUVs up on higher ground, but you see a gentleman over there walking up his steps there. He looks like he's a little concerned because the water has come up into his driveway and is getting very close to his SUV there. So obviously people keeping a close eye. This is not completely done yet, even though it appears like the worst of it may be has moved on, at least as far as the heavy rain and the wind, but you know, it's still an issue for a lot of people as this flooding is still going on. And you can see across the way there, the Tail of the Whale restaurant is what it's called, and look where the water is there. That is right up next to the building. Their parking lot is a river right now, so you can see just right here around Highway 64, all of these businesses, these homes contending with Arthur and the aftermath of Arthur, as it has seemed to have moved on, but still a lot of wind. Let me show you there. See, like that's an emergency vehicle coming through over the little bridge there, and that is the only reason he's coming through. But look at where the water is on that pickup truck. So still looks about the same. You know, it's hard to say. It may have gone down a little bit, but that looks like a division of highway there, truck going by. But right now we'll walk over here and let's take a look as we step closer to the little bridge here. We can really feel the wind pick up, so very hard to walk, actually hard to hear too, but this is what we want to take a look at, because this is getting us right very close to what's going on, and this is as far as we can go. We're limited by our cable here, but you can see these are a couple of trash cans. There's a bench out there in the water. There was a piece of driftwood that came over. You can see that big piece of driftwood there that washed up right here in front of Wild Bill's business. So obviously you've got some serious things here right on the water itself, but still the major thrust here and the major concern for people who might be visiting here, or even the residents, is Highway 64 here at the Melvin Daniels Bridge. And again, you can see that the water has covered the bridge there, and again, nobody allowed across except emergency vehicles. That's the latest live here in the Outer Banks and Nags Head. Carl Eimer, 13 News Now.
We have breaking news right now of big concern about Highway 12. And
we've got an image here that you need to take a look at. Craig, you just brought this to our attention.
There was a storm chaser down there. This is on P Island, NC 12. You can see it's buckled there. Again, this is the type of thing we were talking about where the support underneath the road gets washed away by the water, and then the roads actually buckle. So obviously there's going to have to be some more extensive repair to NC 12 right there. This is on P Island. There was a temporary bridge that was built down there, and it's right in that general location. I believe it was, is it Mark Sudeth, I believe is the name of the storm chaser that was down there and had this image. Again, our weather producer Martin Cornick was able to pull this up, but we wanted to share with you again some evidence of NC-12 buckling down on P Island, and this is one of those concerns. This is more than just, say, a little temporary thing. They're going to have to rebuild the road down there.
This is that daytime assessment they were talking about, checking out the situation, the damage the storm has done. Thank you, Craig, for bringing that to us.
All right, more news on Hurricane Arthur starts right now.
13 News Now begins in storm mode.
And we begin with breaking news out of Camden County.
At least one person is dead after a mobile home fire there. We first learned about it just after 6 a.m. this morning in a live interview here on 13 News Now at daybreak. 13 News Now reporter Karen Hopkins has the breaking details for us.
Yeah, good morning. I just talked with city officials, and they say that they believe at least one person has died inside this trailer home. That Around 3:48, a neighbor called 911 after seeing the flames, but they do believe one person is dead inside. They also say that there's a chance that there could be a second body. And let me tell you where this happened. It was near 343 South Street, and that's about a mile south of the Camden County Courthouse. And right now, firefighters are still trying to put out hot spots at the scene, so it's a very active investigation. And they also tell me that they do not know if this mobile home fire is related to Hurricane Arthur at all. They are still assessing the situation, and I'm heading out there right now, so I'll bring you the latest details. Guys, back to you.
All right, Craig, thank you very much. Karen, thank you very much. Let's get the latest details on Hurricane Arthur now from our Weather Authority team.
Head back over to meteorologist Craig Muller and Evan and Martin. They're all working this story for us. Hey, guys.
Plenty to talk about there. You're looking at the radar loop, and you can see how Arthur is moving along still to the northeast. We're seeing some drier air working into this system, kind of wrapping around it, and I want to talk to you about that here in just a moment. Let's go back to that other source. I love that. I want to show you that loop one more time because you can see how some of this drier air is wrapping around closer to the center. That whole area off to the north really starting to get exposed to some of that dry inflow. So that's good. It may be actually weakening a little bit. Great to see that. We still have the moderate to heavier rain wrapping down on the backside of this. There's that frontal boundary out there that's still pushing towards the coast. And again, we're going to deal with some more batches of heavy rain. Got the one over us right now. There's another one a little farther up the bay that will wrap back towards maybe clipping Virginia Beach a little bit later on. But once that stuff moves out, I'd say over the next few hours, big improvements to our weather. And at the latest update here, 8 o'clock, you can see the wind still estimated, I believe, right around 100. And you can see the movement now off to the northeast at 21 miles per hour. That track will continue off to the northeast. All right. You can see right now the webcam, while that image no longer available there, but down at Merlo Beach, we've seen some overwash. We've also been watching very closely the surf conditions down at the ocean front. Again, Grommet Island Park, an area they were concerned. They built that protective berm. That place is in good shape. No problems there. But we do have some beach erosion with some rough seas, and the threat of rip currents will continue for quite a while. It's interesting. You go to the National Weather Service for their beach forecast. They're not even putting one out right now. They said until Arthur's gone, we're not even going to give you the conditions down there because we don't want people to try to go down and swim. You know, it's just not a safe situation right now. You'll be able to get down and enjoy the sunshine, beautiful through the weekend, but we've got to get Arthur out of here first, and there's going to be that risk of rip currents continuing. Now, this will go away. We're still looking at pretty strong northwest winds across parts of the Sounds, the Currituck Sound and the Albemarle, and we've been dealing with the overwash down at Nags Head. Temperatures today around 84. We'll be back with more. Evan will have another update from some of the buoys on the wind gusts, and there's a lot more to share with you. Stay tuned.
All right, let's see how the Avalon Fishing Pier is holding up during Hurricane Arthur.
We head back down to Nikki Burdine. She's reporting for us from Kill Devil Hills.
We're in Kill Devil Hills on the Avalon Fishing Pier, and the curfew's been lifted, so people are out and about trying to take a look at the damage. People are even here on the beach. Can you see those people down there? The wind is still really strong, though, so if you do plan to come out, be cautious, because just as we're standing out here on the pier, I'm having to brace myself, and the wind and the rain, it hurts your face because it's mixed with a little bit of sand as well. Take a look at some of this damage we've seen since we've been out here on the pier. This beam was knocked down. That's pretty much the only thing we've seen out here today, and the owners here at the Avalon Fishing Pier say they're lucky and they're glad that it hasn't been much worse. On our way here, some minor damage, road signs down, a lifeguard stand down, and a lot of water in the roads. Still be cautious and careful as you head out. In Kill Devil Hills, I'm Nikki Burdine. Back to you.
All right, Nikki, thank you very much. Important to note, the governor of North Carolina has a press conference scheduled for 9:30 this morning.
And we are getting some new video into the 13 News Now newsroom. This is video of flooding in Nags Head that just came in, and we're taking a look at it right now. You're seeing where this water is over roadways, near homes. This is you just saw the sky there and the wind blowing really hard.
And that was an emergency vehicle out there driving through all this. This is from the Sound side, where they're concerned about flooding and also concerned about beach erosion as well, with all of these winds and the high waves out there. And don't go in the water if you don't have to.
Like what that guy's doing.
Exactly. Right there. And those are emergency vehicles out there. Again, the curfews have been lifted, but still, don't go out in your car on the roads, with those flooded roads. And Craig showed us an image of Highway 12 buckling.
In one spot, at P Island. Now, we did have a live report earlier this morning from Dare County officials telling us they are out there. As soon as the sun was going to come up, they were going to go out there and assess the situation, both with the roadways and with flooding and with damage to property. And that's what's happening right now. Again, you are encouraged to stay put while all of this is going on.
And we'll get some of that information when Governor McCrory has that 9:30 press conference.
We'll carry it
what is
live.
coming from those assessments. Meteorologist Evan Stewart is a big part of our coverage for you this morning. And Evan, what are you targeting right now as you track Hurricane Arthur?
Well, the main thing we're watching right now are those winds, and again, we are dealing with those very gusty winds. These are the buoy and seaman reports, and basically what they're showing, again, still these westerly winds down here towards Cape Hatteras, 36 miles per hour. Oregon Inlet, 26 miles per hour, and as we head a little bit farther up the coastline, Duck Pierce, winds out of the west-northwest at 35 miles per hour. And as long as these winds keep up, we're still going to have to deal with some of these issues here of that sound side flooding down along the Outer Banks of North Carolina. So we get up here into Hampton Roads, Cape Henry, Northern Virginia Beach, winds out of the north-northwest gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Wind restrictions level 4 up at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, winds gusting up to 39, 26 towards Kiptopeak, north at 38 over towards York River, East Rear Range Light, and up towards Rappahannock Light, winds coming in out of the north at 44 miles per hour. So we are, again, looking at those very gusty winds out there. Going to head on over to Craig Moeller. He's watching the radar right now. What are you tracking, Craig?
I just wanted to show the position right now. The center of Arthur is about 82 or 83 miles or so due east of Virginia Beach, and it is moving off to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour, 21 miles per hour. It's taking with it the heaviest rain, and I can go ahead and loop this for you so you can see how things are moving along. It will continue off to the north, or to the northeast rather, and it will move away from the area. On the south side, we still have some areas of pretty heavy rain. We'll say moderate to heavy rain across northern parts of Virginia Beach through 264 and pushing down towards Pungo, Acredale, some of the communities down around Regent University. We've got some pretty intense rainfall right there. It extends over towards the Greenbrier section of Chesapeake. Out to the west of that, it becomes a little bit lighter, although there are still moderate showers around Deep Creek and Western Branch. You get out into Suffolk, downtown Suffolk, getting a little bit of a break right now, and you're basically on the back side of this. Up around the peninsula and the eastern shore, more heavy rain up that way. You can see it. Scattered showers right now over land, but one more batch of heavier rain over the northern part of the bay and the eastern shore, still seeing it down into North Carolina. Things are starting to improve from a rain standpoint, but the winds are still blowing, as Evan just showed you, so we're not quite done just yet. We'll continue to watch all of this, keep you updated, guys. Let me send it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Craig. Hey, viewer pictures are coming in at quite the snap right now, our producers tell us.
You help us tell the story, and the story from your pictures, flooding. Take a look around as we look at our viewing area. That's a road.
A lot of these pictures, the producers tell us, coming obviously from the Outer Banks, where they've seen the biggest impact.
And we thought we were going to get better images, obviously, as dawn or daybreak hit, and look at that. That's a tree down. That's one big concern now, because down tree, the ground is so saturated in some areas. Down trees coming on power lines and creating power outages. There are many.
And the other issue, obviously, flooding on roadways. We just want to encourage you guys to keep sending us these images, and we will share them with our viewers because you help us tell the story. But we want to make sure that you do it safely and that you send those pictures to pics@WVEC.com. But again, don't take any chances.
Again, stay safe and stay out of the water. Right now, Sandra Parker is busy assembling the latest numbers with the power outages. We have seen many in North Carolina, as you can imagine, by seeing those pictures, but in Hampton Roads now, too. Starting to see a lot.
Yeah, guys, and I was just trying to refresh to get you the very latest numbers that we're getting in from Dominion Power right now. Last time you talked to me, I told you about the folks in southeastern Virginia, the Hampton Roads. We were seeing the majority of outages. Well, that's flipped now. Now it's North Carolina that is seeing. They've got almost a little more than 3,400 folks who are without electricity. Southeastern Virginia, still quite a few people there. We've got almost 3,200 people without electricity. Now, when you click on the North Carolina one, it breaks it down. Who's got the most? Well, guess what? It is Dare County. No surprise there. More, the majority of the folks who are without electricity are right there. We've got 2,100 folks who are without electricity in Dare County right now. So they're seeing quite a lot of power outages in North Carolina. We were hearing from crews out there that they're seeing some street lights that are out, things like that, people experiencing power outages. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing that. The surprise is, though, we were thinking it was maybe heading up our way as the storm progressed, but it's as the rain keeps coming, those trees keep going down, and more power keeps going out. We had the one crew who was telling us about the circuit, I think, bursting near him, and you heard the noise, and that put out a lot of folks in Dare County without electricity. So we're keeping an eye on the power outages for you. We're going to let you know, but again, just be aware. Again, they have the dom.com. You can go and find out more information about it, this interactive map that I'm sharing with you right now, and of course the 1-866-DOM-HELP. That's the number you want to call if there is a power outage, so that they know that you have power out in your area and they can get crews there. They have brought in extra crews that are working to try and restore people, get them online as quickly as possible. So just be careful out there.
Thank you so much, Sandra. You know, she's tracking the power outages. Craig is tracking Arthur. Well, we have Ashley tracking traffic.
And there are accidents out there. Ashley, what now?
Well, we just got a report in LaSalle of some issues over at the James River Bridge, specifically if you're traveling from Newport News and headed to Isle of Wight County this morning. Got word of a stalled car out there. Just want to give you a quick live look. Obviously not major traffic headed south. We have more activity making its way north, but it looks like we just had some crews pull up. This is where the stalled car is, again, if you're headed from Newport News to Isle of Wight County. But I also want to just show you how violently the camera is shifting back and forth out here. We don't have an official report of any type of wind advisory over at the James River Bridge right now in place, but obviously you can see it's very, very windy out there. So if you do have to cross between Newport News and Isle of Wight, just be careful. Make sure that you stay slow out there. Want everyone to be safe and travel where they have to go. Now, we also have those issues still at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. Want to give you a quick reminder. Level 4 wind restrictions out there, and again, that means winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. We've been talking about that, but one more quick reminder here. Only cars and trucks without that exterior cargo are able to cross at this time, minivans and SUVs as well. So mainly just passenger vehicles able to cross the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. We'll keep you posted right here on 13 News Now at daybreak, and we'll be right back.
Actually, right now we're going to talk to meteorologist Craig Moeller, because he's going to give us another track on the track of the storm, and it is moving off the coast right now, and that's great news.
Yeah, it is going to pull away. That is certainly good news. The 8 o'clock update right here. Maximum winds still at 100. The Hurricane Center not changing that up yet. But it is, I'll just tell you, looking at the radar images, this thing is weakening. It has some drier air. I won't say that it's weakening in itself yet, but it's showing signs of less organization. We're seeing some drier air working in, and the trend will be for weakening. I think it already is, really, but the movement is off to the northeast at 21 miles per hour, and eventually it's going to drop to a Category 1 a little bit later and then continue off in that general direction. Let's take a look. We're going to jump past this image here and go to the radar. This is what I wanted to show you. You see some of this drier air kind of working in towards the center. Again, the eyes maybe a little bit broader than it was. We do still have this little inner circle with a little bit of showery activity, but it's just not quite as intense looking as it was earlier. Now, we do have still some showers working down across the backside of this. We're going to continue to deal with the rain for the next couple of hours. You can see off to the north we do have some rain that's a little bit heavier up north along the bay. The western parts of the area, though, just about done with the precipitation. So that is great news for folks living up that way. We do have this front that's going to come through and help clear us out. Some moderate rain over the bay. That's falling over water right now. Showers around Gloucester, showers around Williamsburg, and back towards Pocosin. Still raining there, but becoming more showery. And finally, down along North Carolina and the Outer Banks, we have the rainfall intensity starting to ease up a bit, but it is the wind that is driving the water right now, and the water levels are high. And keeping a close eye on that, we have Evan Stewart. He's been checking in with some webcams down around Elizabeth City and Manio. You've been looking at a lot of stuff.
That's right, and we got these webcams courtesy of OBX cams, and again, this is down at the Manio docks in the Roanoke Inn, and again, earlier this morning we could see the docks, and now you can actually see how the water has topped those docks. Still not a lot of water here, but there are other places we have seen through downtown Manio. We have seen those water levels coming up, and again, this camera does move around a bit, so again, you can see how these benches here along the walkway out there, that water level is coming up. Wanted to give you another look. This is a camera in our time lapse from Avalon Pier, and what I want you to notice is at one point you'll see a trash can that's being blown down the pier as I set this in motion. Again, you can see the wind and the waves, but again, coming up here in just a minute or two, you'll see this trash can kind of just move by itself with those strong winds coming in as the winds started to shift around. So again, this is the latest picture coming in at 8:13 from Avalon Pier. And again, you can see the cloudy skies and that rough surf that has been out there. The good news, again, the storm is pulling away, and we will see those winds start to let up as we go here through the morning hours. So 9 a.m., still some winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Lesser winds once you get inland up into the 30s. So Franklin, about 34-mile-per-hour wind gusts as we get towards 10 a.m. Still strong along the coastline, but as we get towards the noon hour, that's when we'll really start to see things improve with those winds as the storm pulls away. Still breezy this afternoon, winds gusting up to 30 miles per hour. It'll be into the later afternoon and the evening when we start to see those winds really start to diminish. Winds are gusting at 24, 25 miles per hour. And by 8 o'clock, just winds around 20 miles per hour. And it's really because of these blustery winds and these breezy conditions that's why they've put off a lot of the firework displays till tomorrow night, because you don't want to shoot off the fireworks with all those gusty winds out there. So that's something, again, that we are watching very, very closely. Head back to the anchor desk with some of the more information that we're getting in from our crews out in the field.
Yes, Evan, we do want to take folks back to the Outer Banks right now, the sound side specifically, which we've been talking about all morning long, and the potential for flooding.
One of the craziest scenes with flooding and winds, and, well, Carl Leimer will show you what we're talking about. He's live.
And take a look at the Melvin Daniels Bridge. You see it right over here. That's where the water has washed over. We've been showing it to you all morning. A couple of emergency trucks just went through. The other amazing thing, about 5 minutes ago, a man walked across that bridge, walked across that area covered with water. I talked to the Nags Head police. They say, well, they can't really stop somebody. He said he lived in the red house there, that one right on the corner, so he wanted to get home. His vehicle was parked on this side. He was parked over in a Jeep here in the gas station just behind us, but he walked across, and boy, we were all just kind of on pins and needles. The policeman told me, he said, I wouldn't walk across, and I said, neither would I, because, you know, obviously they're not letting vehicles across. Anything could happen. You wouldn't want to be caught in that. But look at this over here to this side too. Now we've been showing this to you, and you can see the water has actually dropped down just a little bit. It subsided. It was up a little bit higher here. It's gone back just a little bit. You see the huge piece of driftwood that it left behind. You see a chair over here, and you can see that it's actually, you see a little bit of dry grass here, and so this has been something we've just kind of noticed it to drop back just a little bit. So that's a good sign, and we've been talking with emergency personnel around here, and as we see them go through the water here, it appears that the water may be a little bit less here on the little bridge. So it may be, even though it's still being blown across, it looks like it might be going down just a little bit. As trucks go through, we see the water only going up a lot less high than it was just about an hour or a couple hours ago. So again, we're continuing to watch this situation. Obviously, we're sitting out here with the police and emergency personnel and anybody that happens to just drive up and happen upon this, but yeah, nobody's going across this right now. We're live here at Nags Head. Carl Leimer, 13 News Now.
And obviously our crews are doing what they have to do to stay safe in this situation. You could see the wind whipping up there, blowing Carl's jacket all around, so it's still pretty harsh.
Hurricane Arthur came ashore overnight, pounding the North Carolina coast with 100-mile-per-hour winds and several inches of rain.
As we've been reporting, power outages are widespread and are only expected to get worse this morning. The rest of the East Coast is battening down on the summer's biggest holiday.
The 4th of July.
Yeah. Let's get to ABC's Marcy Gonzalez. She's riding out the hurricane in Nags Head.
Hurricane Arthur lashing North Carolina's coastline, making landfall overnight near Cape Lookout as a Category 2 with more than 100-mile-per-hour winds. The storm bringing flooding, widespread power outages, and reports of tornadoes.
First thing brought my mind is when I got my kids in the living room. Then took them to the bathroom, and as we were heading to the bathroom, the ceiling was just collapsing behind us.
Arthur then moving north up the coast, more than 400 miles wide, taking aim on the Outer Banks. On Hatteras Island, evacuations were mandatory, and elsewhere, many vacationers visiting for the July 4th weekend chose to head out before the severe weather moved in.
I think it messes up the holiday for everyone.
Just a bad situation. There's nothing else you could really do.
We're packing up to head to safer grounds and hope that they call us back.
No heading back to the beach just yet as Arthur continues pummeling the shoreline.
And they're not just keeping an eye on this extreme wind and rain with a possible
storm surge up to 5 feet. There are serious concerns here about flooding. Marcy Gonzalez, ABC News, Nags Head, North Carolina.
All right, now let's get the latest on Hurricane Arthur. Came in as a Cat 2. Where is it now? You can see the radar there on the bottom left of your screens there.
Meteorologist Evan Stewart bringing us this update right now on the storm.
That's right. We'll give you the latest coordinates coming in at 8 a.m. with Hurricane Arthur. Again, moving to the northeast at 21 miles per hour. Winds still of 100 miles per hour. A lot of that has been here on the eastern side of the storm. And as we watch that forecast track, carries it off towards the northeast. So notice by 2 o'clock this afternoon here just off the coast of New Jersey, showing some signs that it will be weakening, and it'll continue to weaken as it moves quickly off towards the north and east. As we take a look at the radar out there right now, we're still dealing with some of that heavy rain. This is the live sky view down in Virginia Beach. And again, we've seen some folks out there in the water a little bit earlier. And we saw the crews going out there earlier as well. Looks like they are trying to set up the beach a little bit with some of the equipment out there, hoping that they can at least, once the sky starts to clear out, that some folks can get out there on the beach. But again, those lifeguards will definitely tell those folks not to get into the water, because with the storm so close, we'll still be dealing with those rip currents through the afternoon and probably in a few spots even into early tomorrow. Notice the storm continuing to move here off towards the east-northeast. There's that center of circulation. Notice the eye wall getting a little bit larger. It's also getting a little bit farther away from the radar. So as you get farther from the radar site, it actually is shooting a little bit up higher and higher in the atmosphere. But notice again that some of that heavy rain that was moving through parts of the middle peninsula and the peninsula is now really showing those signs of weakening. And even that stream of heavier rain, that one band that was moving through the Chesapeake Bay and through the south side, that is also showing some signs of diminishing as well. And that back edge very, very slowly working its way off towards the east. As we zoom in here across parts of Southside over towards Virginia Beach, still dealing with some of that heavier rain, especially down towards the Pungo area. As you head down towards Back Bay, Chesapeake, seeing some of that heavier rain as well around Bell's Mill. There's that band that was moving through the Chesapeake Bay, and some of that heavier rain right now moving through the eastern shore through Accomack and Northampton County around Exmoor. And down through North Carolina, we are seeing some breaks in that rain, especially back here through Chowan County. A little bit of some sprinkles moving into Gates County, but Pasquotank-Perquimmon's really seeing that rain starting to move out. Now, I do understand, Craig, you've been talking with the National Weather Service, and we did have that tornado warning earlier this morning, and we are getting some pictures from some folks out there as well.
Yeah, we've had some damage around parts of Virginia Beach, up around Lynn Haven, and I spoke with the meteorologist in charge out at the National Weather Service, and he's going to call in and talk with us in just a moment about what they do in analyzing that stuff. I will tell you, we are getting pictures now that the sun's up, and this is one of the things we were talking about before. You have to wait, see the sun come up, then you can really assess.
Sure.
You think you hear something at night, and I remember very vividly going through this with Bonnie back in 1998.
Oh, Craig, my friend, this morning at 1:15, the alarm went off on my phone,
right,
and my sister and her husband and their 3 kids are in town. We took them into the bathroom to get as many walls between us as possible, because I wasn't taking any chances. And then I did phone her for 13 News.
But you know what? And that's what happens. You hear something, you have to take action, you get to a safe place, you get through it, and then the next morning you go out and you go, wow.
Whoa, here's what
happened.
happened.
Look at the tree damage, or look at the, to this or that.
And that's what teams are doing right now in North Carolina.
That's what's going on right now. I understand Jeff is on the phone right now. Jeff Orrick, meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service. Jeff, first of all, how are you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it's been busy, but Arthur's finally starting to try and pull out, but we're actually seeing some of our peak winds right now across portions of the bay and Hampton Roads.
And really no surprise, one of the things we were concerned with as it was moving out over the Gulf waters, the Gulf Stream, that it could throw back some intense winds and maybe even expand that wind field a little bit on its way out. Jeff, one of the things I wanted to ask you about, we've shown the image of some tree damage, and I will say, the National Weather Service out in Wakefield has done a great job coordinating with the media outlets. And Jeff, I really, you're partners with us, and we partner with you in getting the word out. So I want to recognize the work that you guys are doing. We have an image of the funnel up there. Last night there was a tornado warning issued around Lynn Haven, and we are getting some reports of damage. Now, before you guys officially say yes, there was a tornado or not, you guys have to go out and survey.
Yeah, we'll go out and survey and take a look at it. Sometimes we'll get feedback also from emergency management officials that may be out there doing damage assessments, and they'll relay information into us about what they're seeing and what kind of damage pattern they're seeing and how intense the winds are. So we'll go out there and do assessments when we need to, and then we'll also rely on our emergency management partners out there doing their own damage assessments to try and give us some information as well.
Jeff, you know, with these types of tornadoes, they're very, very difficult to spot. They're typically lower level. When we have supercells coming through, there's very clear signatures. How much more challenging is it, you know, for you guys that have to make those official calls to spot those? I know with the new radars and you know, all of the information we have, it's getting easier, but those are really tricky sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the technology does allow us to see. We get more scans more frequently. The radar is a higher resolution than it used to be, so we can see these fine circulations in these tropical systems. The biggest challenge for us is that, you know, in a true classic supercell that's producing a tornado, you really need rotation of about 70 to 90 knots, which is some pretty intense rotation in the storm. When you're dealing with these tropical squalls that come in, because of the nature of them, they're very low to the ground, a lot of high shear. We only need like about 30, 40 knots of half of that, 30, 40 knots of shear, half of that of a normal tornado. So these things tighten up really quickly. We don't need as much spin in the storm to produce the tornadoes. And a lot of times, by the time they start to show their hand on radar, they're on the ground usually in about 8 minutes. I mean, most studies show that as soon as we see them starting to tighten up, they usually touch down very, very quickly. So we don't have a lot of time to really interrogate it to make a decision. So we see these circulations really starting to tighten up, starting to reach that 40 knots of shear circulation, and then we've just got to get the warning out pretty quick to give folks a heads up. If we wait too long, it'll touch down and be over before we get the warning out.
These are short-lived, short-duration tornadoes typically, and they're not typically very large either. You know, they're usually very small, but they're still obviously capable of doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, we've seen some, you get intense enough where you're to maybe taking the corners off of houses. Nothing, large enough to say like destroy your home or anything, but taking shingles off, blowing out windows, maybe lifting up the corners of roofs, things like that. Those would be your typical tropical tornadoes. And like you said, they're usually on the ground for just a few minutes, and then while they're on the ground, they're just kind of tearing things up a little bit. But the wind speeds are typically, I'd say less than 80 miles per hour, 80, 90 miles per hour. Because they usually are on the weaker side and they're real fast hitting. And a lot of times, like you said, you can't see them. They're embedded in tropical squalls.
Okay, Jeff, I know you're very busy, and I'm about to let you go here. But before I do, again, I feel like this is the impacts have been very well forecast with this event coming through. Is there anything as this system is leaving that you still have a more significant concern with? Anything that you want to leave our viewers with that the Weather Service is concerned on the backside of the system?
Yeah, I mean, right now, one thing we've been really watching is some a little bit enhanced gusts right now as Arthur's departing, and we've had a few folks report, especially so the folks at the marinas, reporting some wind gusts of almost 50 miles per hour in the Hampton area, and that's not a real big surprise. The winds just off the surface have been blowing about 45 to 50, and it looks like we may be getting some of that wind down to the ground, and that may last for another couple hours, hour and a half or so. So we're a little worried about maybe getting some enhanced wind gusts across the lower bay and Hampton roads, especially those folks, right on the water for the next maybe hour or so. So that's kind of what we're paying attention to right now, maybe some enhanced gusts of 40 to 50, especially 50, right along some of the waterfront areas here across the lower bay and even Virginia Beach.
Tide levels, as far as most of Hampton roads have been in pretty good shape. A little bit of concern about some of the north-facing beaches?
Well, right now, I tell you, we're pretty lucky. We've been watching the tide gauges, really closely, and in fact, we were supposed to be heading into low tide, and the tides have actually stopped falling. So the peak surge is occurring right now with these stronger wind gusts out of the north, and so we're really not going to experience a low tide, which means that the surge is occurring now at low tide, which is perfect. If this surge was occurring a little bit later at 1 o'clock this afternoon at high tide, we probably would be talking about some minor coastal flooding. But right now, it looks like the peak surge, as was anticipated, is occurring right at low tide. So the tides really aren't falling anymore, even though they're supposed to be. So kind of the surge is offsetting the low tide, and by the time we get into high tide, the winds will start to turn more to the west and start to decrease a little bit. So we've kind of dodged a surge bullet too, just with the timing of it.
Fortunate. Yeah, for sure. And then of course we still have to watch for those rip currents. Even after the skies clear out later this afternoon, there will be dangers at the beaches, so folks need to be careful.
Oh yeah, with the waves coming on the beach, I mean we're seeing 8 to 10 foot waves off the coast. Even down North Carolina, I mean we're talking 15 to 20 foot waves off the coast. But so the winds are going to kind of knock the waves down and make it look like it's not as threatening, and it can sometimes be a mixed signal, because as long as we get those swells coming in from the ocean at about 4 feet or more, right, you're going to have some pretty enhanced dangerous rip currents.
Jeff, thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate you spending it with us, and we'll continue to watch for more updates on that possible tornado. Have a great day.
Some great perspective from the National Weather Service. Thank you to him, certainly.
And our special coverage continues right now.
13 News Now begins in storm mode.
We are in storm mode. We begin this half hour with good news out of Currituck County.
Yeah, the Currituck County Emergency Management folks tell us the Wright Memorial Bridge is now open and entry into Dare County is no longer restricted. Again, the Wright Memorial Bridge is now open and entry into Dare County is no longer restricted.
They are reporting little damage throughout the hurricane in Currituck. Despite Arthur strengthening to a Category 2 with sustained winds of 100 miles per hour, a last-minute slight shift to the east helped to limit the damage. Again, this is in Currituck County.
That information just handed to us. You know what? We've been checking in with Erin LeBeau all morning long. She's in Nags Head. You know, we've had a little bit of difficulty technology-wise because of the storm with her, so we have her on the phone right now.
A lot of wind and hopefully not a lot of beach erosion. Erin.
That's right, LaSalle. Hurricane Arthur didn't seem to hit this area very hard, but it seems to be hitting our equipment, having some difficulties getting on air live. But right now on the beach near the Jeanette's Pier, we're seeing a lot more people kind of venture outside. A lot of people walking along the beach, even some people driving, but it's still very windy down here. Seeing a lot of whitecaps, some choppy waves. But I did wanted to tell you that we are, though, seeing a lot of beach erosion. Because of those sustained winds, we've seen a lot of that sand from the beach, the oceanfront, kind of spilling into people's backyards, parking lots, and people's pools. So unfortunately, there is a lot of sand and beach erosion that has just shifted because of those winds. But we were also able to see when we saw some people kind of driving in the area, and now that restriction has been lifted, we saw some Dominion Power crews that seem to be servicing some of the power lines. But other than that, not too much damage in this area. People seem to just really rode out this storm indoors. Now they're venturing out, checking out some of the damage, taking pictures, but overall pretty much staying safe. And that's it for now in Nags Head. I'm Erin LeBeau, 13 News Now.
Thank you for that update, Erin. Again, we do encourage you folks to send your pictures our way because you do help us tell the story, but of course stay safe if you're going to head out there and try to take any photographs. You can send them to pics@WVEC.com.
You know, we're also concerned about damage to Highway 12 down there. On Pea Island, we saw a picture of Highway 12 buckling, and assessment teams are out there. We're going to hear from them. The governor will have a press conference at 9:30 this morning. That's about an hour from now. Governor Pat McCrory of North Carolina.
Right now, we're going to hear from 13 News Now anchor Sandra Parker because we got to talk about the ferry service, Sandra. That's a lot of folks count on that in the Outer Banks.
Yeah, especially this time of year with the travel season. A lot of folks had to ferry off the island to get back out of Hatteras Island. The ferry service still suspended at this point. They're going to stay suspended until the winds have died down completely. You know, they were using, instead of the 2 ferries that they normally had, they had 6 ferries that were trying to get people out as quickly as possible during the past 48 hours. And now they are still suspended, so we want to let you know what you're looking at right now. This is a camera that they have. NC DOT has a camera. This is the actual ferry there at Hatteras Island that you can see empty right now. And the problems you talked about, LaSalle was talking about Pea Island, one of the problems right there. One of the cameras, I don't know if that's the one that actually will work, but you could see on some of these cameras the buckling that it had on the road. We also need to let you know that 64, as Carl Limer's been telling us, right there's the picture between Manteo and Nags Head. That has been closed. That bridge right there that gets folks between those 2 places has been closed because of the flooding. The Soundside flooding that Craig has been telling us is going to be a problem, is becoming a problem, especially in Manteo. We've seen some pictures that people have sent in of the flooding in Manteo, so be aware of that. Also, last check, just to let you know, power outages, as everyone's been talking about, a lot of power outages in northeastern North Carolina and in southeastern Virginia. As of right now, last check just moments ago, more than 6,000 people without electricity, guys.
6,000. And those crews have been out there trying to...
Dominion has brought in extra crews. They are working it. They're trying to get it back on. But honestly, the number has just been fluctuating all morning long. Sometimes it's North Carolina that has more. Sometimes it's southeastern Virginia. And right now it's northeastern North Carolina that has the majority of folks who are without electricity.
Yeah, I think they told us earlier 3 times the number of crews for today.
And with the winds, I know Dominion Virginia Power folks told us earlier, they have to wait for it to be safe enough for them to put their bucket trucks up and get them going. So they have to wait for the winds to die down in order to make those repairs. So they're asking folks, obviously, to be patient. They are doing the best they can under the circumstances.
The Weather Authority team has been tracking the winds from Hurricane Arthur, and that is something we're going to focus on right now. Craig.
I'm looking right now at just how far offshore this thing is. About 97 miles due east of Virginia Beach. That's where the center of circulation is, and it is moving off to the northeast and moving off at a good clip. So this will continue to go away from our area, but it's still going to present issues over the next couple of hours, and we see it really, again, starting to wind down on the western edge of our viewing area. We'll zoom in and take a closer look here at the south side, and then we'll take a look down to the south. Notice the showers breaking up over Suffolk. Right now, just a few occasional showers working down. Still a cluster of heavier rain passing by just around the Moyock area and heading down towards the Currituck Sound. You can see that. We also have this wet weather that extends a little farther to the south into North Carolina. Some of these heavier rains. I'm going to step out and readjust our shot here. I do want to take you down into North Carolina here, and you can see again how that batch that is right now around Moyock, it is curling back towards the Currituck Sound and will eventually pass by probably around Poplar Branch, and then maybe, if it holds together, just north there of Kill Devil Hills. So the western part of the Albemarle Sound looking much better right now. As we zoom up to the peninsula, check things out there, and over to the eastern shore. Scattered showers for the peninsula and the middle peninsula. You get over the northern part of the bay and you have some steadier rains up that way. So this is what we are looking at. Now things will improve as we head through the late morning. We're going to see the temperatures up close to about 84 degrees this afternoon. Skies are going to become partly sunny. We have Arthur pulling away, but we're not quite done with the winds just yet. We've noticed some of the higher wind gusts reported around Virginia Beach, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. It's one of those things where as it's exiting, you know, those winds still holding on, and it's still going to be very windy right there at the ocean front and down around the Sounds. But there is light at the end of the tunnel, and things will get better. Temperatures today around 84. Skies are going to become partly sunny. We've had the wet and windy conditions this morning. 68 the low tonight with clearing. And then tomorrow we're going to see temperatures near 81. North winds about 10 to 15 miles per hour. The rest of your weekend looks very nice as well. Temperatures a little bit warmer as we get into your Sunday. We're going to find temperatures back up into the mid-80s. And then more sunshine, warm conditions Monday, back up to 90, low 90s for Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday right around 89. But chances for showers or storms late Wednesday into Thursday. So basically, we get rid of Arthur, and then we can enjoy a much nicer weekend.
Forward to that. Thank you, Craig.
All right, we are keeping an eye on Arthur as the hurricane moves up the coast.
Yep, Nikki Burdine reports from Kill Devil Hills.
We're in Kill Devil Hills on the Avalon Fishing Pier, and the curfew's been lifted, so people are out and about trying to take a look at the damage. People are even here on the beach. Can you see those people down there? The wind is still really strong, though, so if you do plan to come out, be cautious, because just as we're standing out here on the pier, I'm having to brace myself, and the wind and the rain, it hurts your face because it's mixed with a little bit of sand as well. Take a look at some of this damage we've seen since we've been out here on the pier. This beam was knocked down. That's pretty much the only thing we've seen out here today, and the owners here at the Avalon Fishing Pier say they're lucky and they're glad that it hasn't been much worse. On our way here, some minor damage, road signs down, a lifeguard stand down, and a lot of water in the roads. Still be cautious and careful as you head out. In Kill Devil Hills, I'm Nikki Burdine. Back to you.
Thank you, Nikki, for that report. You know, she's in Kill Devil Hills. Just down the road is Nags Head, and we've been checking in with Carl on the Sound side all morning. Yeah,
earlier we brought you good news from Currituck County, and we think there's good news where Carl is right now. Reports of the sun shining.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We saw the sun pop through the clouds for just a moment. Photographer Jason Walsh, I believe, snapped a picture, but I think it's been covered back up now. We want to show you the good news, though, here at the Melvin Daniels Bridge. Take a look. They are appears to be letting vehicles go across the bridge now. We've seen some emergency trucks go across pretty much most of the morning because they had this blocked off. But as you see right now, looks like there may be 2 SUVs going across, and we've seen the water subside. That's the other good news. As we take a look over here, on the road, you can see that debris left behind. That's the sign that the water has gone away from the road here, Highway 64 in Nags Head by the Melvin Daniels Bridge. So that's the good news, is that this is starting to subside somewhat. But I want to show you too, I talked to the gentleman who works here at the Nags Head Water Sports, and he tells me that these trash cans that we see out here, these buoys, you see this one sitting right here on the ground. We've seen a couple of them out in the water. He said he's going to start going out and retrieving these, and just as soon as he can. I asked him about his business here. He said his jet skis are fine. That's the business he's in, jet ski rental. And he said everything about the business is fine, but some things did get away from him, including those plastic cans. He uses those, and so he's going to start to go out there and retrieve those. He said as soon as he possibly can. So he wants to get the business up and running, get things back to normal. But you see a couple of them still sitting out there right now, and you know, they're waiting for the bridge here, the little bridge, to clear up. But it looks like they are letting some vehicles across right now, and I'm going to check in with the Nags Head Police here in just a moment and make sure we find out exactly what's going on to see if indeed they have let people cross this bridge. So again, we're just keeping an eye on this, and they've got the emergency trucks. Here comes a Dominion Virginia Power truck coming through, so the cavalry has arrived. People are starting to try and get things back to normal, and that's what we're keeping an eye on here, guys. That's the latest live here in the Outer Banks in Nags Head. Carl Eimer, 13 News Now.
All right, we're keeping our eye on some storm damage. And first picture now out of Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. Blown out windows, overturned lifeguard stands, as we see here.
Yeah, that's the video you're looking at there. We're going to take you now to Rose Hill, where Hurricane Arthur spawned what's believed to be a tornado. This is in Duplin County, North Carolina, and that's the aftermath of that situation there. But as we heard earlier from the National Weather Service folks, that kind of stuff has to be assessed once the sun comes up. So they'll be out there in Duplin County looking at that situation.
There certainly is damage out there, as we can see in the dark. And Kill Devil Hills, high tide, rough surf. Years holding strong out there in the storm, but you know, beach erosion is a concern out there.
And we heard Erin LeBeau report just a few minutes ago that that's what she is seeing where she is in the Outer Banks. Beach erosion, the sand blowing around into people's pools and onto their property, into parking lots, onto the roadways. So that's some of the stuff that will be assessed now that the sun's been up for a little while, and those crews that have been preparing for the storm for days are now looking at what the storm has done.
And we do appreciate the pictures you've been sending in to pics@WVEC.com, P-I-C-S. What about the traffic picture?
Let's head over to Ashley Smith. She's checking it out for us.
So we have a couple of issues that have been working for a little while now. Starting over at the James River Bridge, you see this warning symbol here on the south side, especially a little bit of slow traffic here coming from Newport News, making its way to Isle of Wight County this morning. We have a disabled vehicle that is blocking one lane, and it's been kind of in this area for a little while now. You can make it out clearly right here. We have crews on scene working to help out that stalled car and try to get this incident cleared. But again, this has been working for a while here in the left lane as you're headed from Newport News, making your way to Isle of Wight County. Now, obviously, traffic volumes very, very light out there, but you saw just a second ago that camera. It's very windy out there. We don't have any official restrictions in place at the James River Bridge in terms of wind, but we do have a lot of wind out there, so just be careful as you're traveling between Newport News and Isle of Wight County. I do want to remind you of the restrictions over at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. We do have official restrictions in place over there. Level 4 wind restrictions, we've been talking about that throughout the morning. This has been in place for about an hour now or so, these level 4 wind restrictions. That means winds are in excess of 60 miles an hour. Very, very windy out there as you travel between Virginia Beach and the eastern shore. These are the only vehicles that are allowed to cross. You have cars and trucks that do not have any type of exterior cargo. They're not towing anything. They don't have any top racks or anything of that nature. Just passenger vehicles, essentially. Minivans and SUVs will be allowed to cross as well, but anything else, especially your large vehicles, your campers, your tractor trailers, not allowed to cross at this time until this wind restriction has been lifted. That's what we're watching as of right now, but we'll continue to watch things and update you throughout the morning.
To the Outer Banks, we have seen some flooding from Hurricane Arthur.
And we're talking about the water now. She hit the wind. You've been hitting the wind. Let's talk about the water levels.
The sound side flooding has been a huge concern. We've had live pictures and images showing all the blowing
Craig,
water.
let's check your microphone.
We've talked. It should be good. I believe
you can share mine if you'd like.
How about this? I bet it helps if we're on.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're back. Yeah, if I shared Vanessa's, we
might get reports.
Yeah, my wife would call. Anyway, here's what we have for you. Let's take a look right now at what's going on with the tide levels or with the water levels down south along the Outer Banks. I want to show you this because we can take our NowNet computer and we'll take this on. It's a little technical looking, but let's check out the water levels at Oregon Inlet, and let's take the super off so you can see the lower part of the screen there. You see that line that curves up? There was a period where we had a peak surge level, the winds driving that water, and it was up a good couple of feet, 3 to 4 feet there, and then you see it starting to go down at the Oregon Inlet right there. So most recently, the water level's starting to go down. At Hatteras, it came up. It started to dip down a little bit as we take you forward in time, but look at this, just recently it started going up. So I just wanted to say the sound side flooding issues down around Hatteras continue. We are seeing signs of improvement at Oregon Inlet, but down at Hatteras still very high, and these are the types of things that we're monitoring, so we just wanted to keep you updated on that.
And does that go along the lines with what Jeff Orrick from the National Weather Service said earlier about the peak surge of the storm is occurring right now at low tide?
Yeah. Basically what we're talking about in this case, and keep in mind the sounds are not susceptible to tidal flooding like the ocean side is, okay? What Jeff was speaking to specifically was the tide times around Hampton Roads and most of southeast Virginia. So in a sense, we dodged a bullet in that this peak surge came at the low tide. But I will tell you now the tides are starting to build in and the water levels are still up. So you are going to see increasing tide levels for parts of southeast Virginia. I just wanted to share what's happening at those two locations along the sounds for people that are worried about those water levels.
And it's good that you make that differentiation because not everybody understands how all that works.
I know it can be tricky, but for those who live on the water, they understand, and this is who we're really trying to get that information to.
Thank you, Craig.
Let's bring you more information now from our roving reporter who's been driving throughout the overnight hours and now throughout northeastern North Carolina. Dustin Wilson back out there live.
Hey guys, we're here at Nags Head, North Carolina. The beach is it's pretty empty right now, but we have noticed a lot of tourists getting out and about over the last probably 30 minutes or so. The skies are breaking a little bit, which is a welcome sight by many in this area. We'll give you just a live look down the beach at this point. The waves are still pretty strong. There's still pretty strong gusts of wind as well. So it's something to keep in mind. We mentioned earlier that we saw a power line. We heard a loud boom from a power line when we were doing one of our live shots earlier. So that's something that we want to drive home for folks who are getting ready to get out and about. Keep that in mind that this wind is still strong. It still has a lot of power, and that can impact power lines, the power poles, and so you want to keep that in mind as you head out to do your daily task or to enjoy 4th of July festivities. So at this point, folks are enjoying a little bit. We've seen some sightseers and people with cameras out on the beach a little bit. So for now, there's no rain, but still some strong wind here in Nags Head. Back to you.
And we have new traffic trouble to report, this in Portsmouth, especially if you're headed toward the downtown tunnel. We have an accident working now, 264 eastbound just before Effingham Street. Let's head right to the camera. You can see for yourself. I'm going to step out of the way here just so you can see this accident working here. We have multiple crews on scene trying to figure out, our camera's a little bit hazy, so we're trying to figure out if these cars are actually involved in the accident or if these are police and cars involved in the accident. But you can make it out clearly here, pretty active scene at this point. So if you're headed 264 eastbound toward the downtown tunnel, looks like the right lanes here are blocked, so traffic will probably be down to one lane until this accident has cleared. You also see the exit ramp here at Effingham Street is blocked as well. So it's a very busy scene out here. This report just came in just about a minute or so ago, so we're working to find out more details. But at this point, again, you will not be able to take that exit to Effingham Street. And if you're headed 264 eastbound, looks like traffic is down to one lane. We still have those incidents working over at the JRB. That disabled vehicle there, and those wind restrictions at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. We'll continue to watch all of this and give you reports as soon as they come in.
Wow. What you don't see in that picture is a traffic backup because today is the 4th of July. Most people are off, and so it'll be easy for the crews to get out there and respond to that scene. And as Ashley said, she'll continue following it for us.
And what a lot of people are not seeing, their lights on, their air conditioning on, because power is out because of the hurricane. Sandra, what are the latest numbers?
Well, I've just refreshed the page, guys, and the latest numbers, we're still at more than 3,300 folks in northeastern North Carolina. Now, on the south side, it's gone down a little bit. We've got a little more than 2,400 people who are without electricity. Let's take a look now and see in North Carolina where some of the hot spots are, the folks who are seeing the majority of outages. And no surprise here. Guess what? Majority of those outages, more than 2,100 of them, Dare County. That's where our crews have been. That's where they're telling you they're seeing a lot of damage, a lot of flooding problems, and circuit breakers blowing, things like that. They've got crews that are trying to restore that. Let's see if we can go back to our other page, and we can see where on the south side these issues are. So let's check southeastern Virginia right here, and we'll see. I know Virginia Beach had been a hot spot when last I previously checked, and that was one of the other issues. Let's see right now. Virginia Beach still has the majority of outages. They have more than 600 folks who are without electricity. Trust me, that number has been a lot higher this morning, so that's good news. They are getting a lot of people online, but as you see right there, granted in Poquoson it's only 6 people, but in just about every city and every area there is someone who is without electricity, but crews are working. We heard from Benita Harris with Dominion Power. Crews are out there. They're doing what they can. Now, when I looked at the interactive map, this one right here, you can see all the dots that are on there and check to see exactly what the problem is, because as you click on one, they'll tell you, well, this is the problem right there, currently affected. Sometimes it tells you exactly what the issue is in that area. I looked at several of them. Most of them just say the generic storm. They're not really sure. Investigation pending. I had several of them that said tree down. And as Benita told us when we talked to her, she said because of the ground being saturated, they are finding that to be a problem. So be careful, folks. You may have the power on now. It may go down later. So just be careful and be aware. Guys?
Thank you, Sandra. We have a quick update to get to you. Our reporter Carl Leimer, who was on the sound side down in Nags Head, just tweeted officially that the Melvin Daniels Bridge, the little bridge there from Nags Head to Manio, has officially reopened.
That's the bridge with all the water
that was going over it, and you saw the emergency vehicles. He's down there right now live for us, so let's get the update from him.
See what it's like. All right, Carl, so that bridge just reopened.
Hey guys, let's end on a good note, right? They've opened it back up. People are driving across, and you can see the water not nearly as high as it's been all morning. That's why they gave the all clear. Water is subsiding, and even though you see the water breaking over the rocks there on one side, there's still a lot of wind, but it's not pushing it over Highway 64 here at the little bridge like it was. So traffic is being allowed to go across over from Nags Head to Manio, and that is really good news, because that means that the storm is, at least the worst of it, is over. You even see a little bit of blue sky up there. You can see some breaking through the clouds. So you know we've got some promising things going for us here, and things are improving. But take a look. You can really see kind of the dichotomy of everything, because you can still see the wind pushing the water very heavy right now, and you still kind of see the aftermath of some of the stuff that was left behind, things we've been showing to you all morning long. But these businesses, they're anxious to get back open. We have really, most of them have been closed. The water really a problem until just about now. So people are starting to get back here, get things going, and try to get back to normal. And you know, the people that are down here that are trying to maybe enjoy what's left of July 4th, that's good news for them. That's the latest, guys, live here in Nags Head. Carl Leimer, 13 News Now.
That is great news, Carl.
Certainly, yes.
People want to get to their 4th of July holiday, and they're celebrating.
And those businesses, too. Such a big weekend for them. Okay, so on the other side of Nags Head.
Yep, we continue our team coverage with Erin LeBeau. She's there for us right now.
Well, it appears right now that a lot of that wind is kind of shifting. Earlier today, we were feeling a lot of those wind gusts coming from the ocean, bringing a lot of this sand